যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Mic muted tha. So thank you guys for joining the live stream, and thank you for joining at this late hour. We have a bunch of topics to get into. I have named the live stream Guns and Roses because of a very interesting, what I think is interesting, phenomenal development between the urban Bengali Muslim youth, at least, and how their, you can call it Altakai, of course, and that's fair enough. And we'll never know how many of and which of them are doing Altakai and which of them are not. I believe some are and I believe some aren't. But what's interesting is that even them, so many of urban raised liberal, so-called liberal, actually truly liberal Muslims and stuff from Kolkata at least, have been speaking out against Islamic terrorism, calling a spade, etc. And I believe it's too little too late. If their grandparents had said this for all these years, said these things for all these years, we would not have been in this situation in this country. But my point is that the very fact that they are having to or ending up saying it now is definitely significant, at least. But what's even more strange, to say the least, is the contrast between their words and what the Bhadralok caste of Kolkata are even now saying. By Bhadralok, I mean mainly the Brahmins, Buddhas, Kaisthos of Kolkata, okay? Never outside Bengal. Some outside Bengal, of course, because things trickle down, but mainly when people say the Bhadralok, the academic term Bhadralok means the Brahmins, Buddhas, Kaisthos of Kolkata. Kolkata specifically because proximity to power, proximity to legitimacy matters in how you will be looked upon in the rest of the society. And this term was coined by historian Shekhar Bandyopadhyay. Rishabh, Ram, S. Jinder Singh, November and April, India. Polymerase, namaste. Roses kahan hai? Roses, these few Muslims speaking out. Lokavya, I'm good. Harshmani, Jai Shri Ram. Kartikeya Vichar. अरे मुझे देवनागरी स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ने में मजबूर मत करो. जय भारत, जय बिहार, जय बंगाल, जय महाराष्ट्र. अच्छा, गुड. Yes, जय to all of them as well. Harshmani saying कोर्स ना करना. अरे सब कोई बंगाली भी सीख गया. Time to get Asif Munir. Yeah, lots of crazy updates on the war and Jaipur dialogues. I had unsubscribed all of these people because of the Ranbir Allahabadia issue, but again, these people are still very educated on very specific things, and whom will we otherwise look up to or listen to even to get educated on these concepts? So I've been curiously hanging around those channels and them discussing the impact of the abandoning the Indus Water Treaty and stuff, all that stuff. Oh, you are Bengali. Acha, acha. Jai Shri Ramchandra. So the few topics I wanted to get into, it's mainly an audience interaction live stream, by the way. I will be taking all stuff, all the discussion stuff, questions and statements from the live chat, as well as if many members want to join the call or the video live stream directly, they can. You all will see, the members can see the joining link in the post section where it's made visible only to members. Good question from Kartikeya Vichar. Why unsubscribe them because of Ranveer? Because I believe we should never be tolerant with the intolerant. And if you fundamentally believe that Ranveer should be jailed or should be killed, assassinated, like some Kathavachaks have said, or he should go to jail for 5 years, like some of our viewers had said, then I believe you also should have no right to any kind of speech or free speech for that matter. And I unsubscribed because not Adi Achint specifically maybe, but some other channels, all the other channels that I unsubscribed, not only were they criticizing Ranveer, but they were also seemingly defending Ranveer, but in the garb of still criticizing him and saying that yes, he should not have made that joke. It was a wrong thing to do. Yes, law should take its own course, but then don't do it too much, etc. All of those monkey balancing. And the reason I got most pissed off with Jaipur Dialogues was because I realized they were probably doing it to specifically get into BJP's good books, in my personal opinion, because the line of criticism and attack against Ranveer from all the official BJP handles was almost identical to what Jaipur Dialogues and some channels like him were saying. And then 1 or 2 days later, that fat female cop with a baby on her belly, hanging from her belly or from her shoulders on a railway platform, everyone, all those official BJP handles started saying that powerful image. See what a powerful image. How competent she is. How efficient. How effective. What an effective use of our tax-paying rupees, that we have a newly turned mother and a fat police officer looking after our railway platforms, and that's supposed to be a powerful image. Okay, and Jaipur Dialogues also shared that picture and said it's a powerful image. That really pissed me off. Rishi saying on your Twitter post, Kejriwal thing is not asceticism, it's poverty porn or Maserati Marxism. That is asceticism only, Rishi. Deep Day is saying, what are the views of Batman on the Bengal perspective regarding the issue right now? He's saying, yeah, these things were bound to happen someday. Hindus get satisfied and convinced. BJP koi bhav nahi deta JD ko. No, my hunch was from that situation onwards that if at all sort of a Doordarshanification of our social media online platforms happen, then they might end up being the biggest players, and or at least they are applying for that post from now on only. That's why. Yes, powerful image. Okay. Okay, so let me just mention the few things I wanted to get to. First is, today Suvendu Adhikari said something fascinating. Firstly, for those of you who haven't checked our live streams in the last 2-3 days, Suvendu Adhikari has been on a rampage of saying fascinating things which are absolutely unheard of in West Bengal politics, not in the last 50, 60, 70 years, okay? And things which give you the impression that either Suvendu has his pulse and knows the pulse of the people on the ground in the villages and suburbs and mofusils to such an extent that that a very, very able politician, ground level politician like him, very popular mass leader like him, knows that saying these things is absolutely going to get him and BJP votes in 2026. Or he has realized that him and BJP are going to get drowned so badly in 2026 that these are just Hail Mary attempts at creating discourse and just coming across as a true Hindu warrior and stuff. And these are just words of a man who has nothing else to lose. I'll give you some examples why I think so. Firstly, his now single point agenda right now is Hindu unity. How many chief minister candidates or leaders of opposition in other states are talking about Hindu unity and using this specific word, Hindu ek raho, in the entire country, I ask you? Not in some single village speech, okay? Other than Yogi Adityanath, of course. But in front of the camera, any chance he gets on prime time to any news bite, he is saying, Hindus, if you want to be alive, stay together. Hindu jodi বাঁচতে চাও, or something like that. যদি তুমি বাঁচতে চাও, হিন্দু তুমি এক হও, something like that. Okay, হিন্দু এক হও. These sentences, these words in these combinations are fucking unheard of in Bengal. And it has absolutely blown my mind seeing his balls. Not literally. Now, the other stuff, insane stuff he has said. He has demanded, which will be obviously laughed out of our able courts. But it's really a very fascinating, and I think in such an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in Bengal, this is actually a legitimate demand that he has asked for separate voting booths for Hindus in Bengal. Can you believe how weird the demand is? But at the same time, it absolutely makes sense in Bengal's case. He even went ahead and explained his stance that why am I demanding this crazy position? Okay, he's saying that, see, there will be no bar on any Muslim in Bengal on the day of voting, because the government knows overwhelmingly the votes will go in their favor. So Hindus, so this is not him saying, but I'm adding that it's you could almost call this an official stand of the government that they don't want Hindus to vote, because their Rajya Sabha MP, I think his tenure has run out now, from some place in Baripura, South 24 Parganas. He used to be some professor, very educated man, okay, not some random chapri gunda. Obviously, how else do you become a Rajya Sabha MP? That guy was caught on camera saying, okay, these are the Hindu constituencies, right? Don't let them come to vote. So in such a situation, Suvendu is explaining, even if some Hindus are able to get to the voting booth, even if the party doesn't stop them, they'll have to, a lot of them who live in Muslim majority neighborhoods or Muslim majority areas, or live adjacent to Muslim majority areas, they will have to go through those neighborhoods to vote, and they are not safe at that moment. And for that reason, I am asking for separate voting booths for Hindus. This is pretty significant, pretty ballsy stuff. And let me know what you think. Is this a man who has nothing left to lose, or is this a man getting feedback that saying these things matter? Because bhai, ek baat to I will say, I don't think he has become a complete right-winger Hindutvadi out of the fucking blue in 2021 or 2020 when he came to BJP. All we are talking about is his thirst and ambition, the nijja in him. That's all we are bothered about. तो अगर किसी के अंदर निज्जा जाग चुका है, किसी को चीफ मिनिस्टर किसी भी हाल में बनना है, will that guy say these things just to come across as a big Hindu leader without any repercussions on the voting booths or the voting tabs and stuff? No, right? So either he has lost complete hopes, or he has realized and received feedback that this is fucking working. And if this is fucking, and both have absolutely significant implications for Bengal. Imagine the scenario that, let's take the worst first. Imagine a situation where he has realized, fuck this shit. I now know from the data from the ground that we are not coming to power in 2026. So let's just say anything that will make me cool on social media, a Hail Mary attempt, okay? Let's give a last try at this. So think of where that leaves Bengal, that the chief ministerial candidate, the unofficial, unsaid chief ministerial candidate, and the leader of opposition has given up on winning the elections next year. Or these incredible, fascinating statements from the leader of opposition is apparently going to make him win, going to make him become the CM. Imagine that as a repercussion for Bengal. Holy shit, right? A member of ours has joined. Avinab, Rishi is saying Adhikari consoling that Pahalgam Bengali victim woman was, Pahalgam, yeah. Isn't she targeted in Bengali politically? Yeah, Avinab, I'm taking your words a little later. I'll just respond to Rishi, okay? So Rishi, absolutely. All the left liberal Bhadralok caste of Bengal today, absolutely, completely, commies as well as Trinamuls, hate the guts out of that woman. For the single reason that she spoke nicely to Suvendu, complained about the situation to Suvendu and said that her husband liked BJP, her late husband. And they even got pissed off with her for fucking raising funds. What should he have done? What should she have done? Stand outside Trinamool's party office, go to Arvind Kejriwal, ask for handouts. No, her colleagues in Florida have raised that money for her. People are calling her a prostitute. A brother-in-law of hers created a fake profile. A Trinamool guy created a fake profile, pretended to be her father-in-law. Her brother-in-law is now saying that all is not well with her inside the family. Yes, sab bol raha hai, just to come in the good books of Trinamool. Okay. And the most insane argument, which I saw from a guy my age, a Brahmin guy from JU, absolutely educated, okay, always goes to the best rock concerts and stuff, is a photographer. That goddamn guy was saying that, yes, it's a very sad situation, but how could she stoop so low? Stoop so low to do what? The post he shared was, she has raised funds, 5 lakh rupees, even though she'll live in Florida with her kid. She probably won't be able to now. She'll have to come back. She has raised 5 lakh rupees, Rishi. You see, what a bad thing that is. So, hi, Abhinav.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually have a thing to ask you and also a thing to share. I don't know whether you have seen today or not on the Twitter that there was a war between Bengalis and non-Bengalis. So people were sharing the post that the commie Bengalis were writing for the last 2-3 days regarding this crazy insane takes that Amit Shah Modi is responsible for the attack. Terrorism has no religion, and people were praising Kalma, the beauty of Kalma, and everything. So
Achha.
I understand why people are angry, and they are posting those things and saying that why Bengal is like this, why it's always a Bengali, why everything. And so everybody, I saw that people are abusing them, which is fine. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. People are abusing them and saying all kind of shit, but I saw nobody talking about the root cause. That why is it like this in Bengal? That they are a product of a system. So nobody is talking about the system. That how to solve this problem, how she has become like this. So she probably was a sweet little kid when she was in class 9, 10. And then what happened suddenly that she became a rabid leftist like this when she is 20.
Yeah.
So like nobody is talking about like the right-wing takeover of academia, that like you don't have schools, you don't have your temples which are not free. You don't have your the parents, the Hindu parents here don't have schools to send their kids. They will have to send to Saint Joseph, Saint Mary, Saint Lawrence, to get a good education for their kids. So of course those schools will turn your kid into a woke, because that is their one and only mission. And then there is the colleges which are creating activists, which are churning out activists instead of students. Like they don't have any skill, they don't have any educational qualification, they are not employable in the job market. So they are turning into online activists and Instagram influencers and everything. So like when will people finally talk about this problem? Like we understand what is the problem. We talk about this problem here in this channel, that you have to sort things out in the academia. You have to give right-wing PhD holders job. They're looking for job. They don't have a good job. So, and nobody is giving them a job in a good college or something. So when the other people in the other state will understand this, you think? Is that sometime soon or is it far away?
Sorry, I missed your last sentence. Hello?
So when the people in the other state, when will they realize the root cause of this problem? That when people will start talking about this in a mainstream way?
Yeah, what I've realized by running this channel, thankfully, this is sort of a direct ethnography situation for me every day, which is a very fun place to be in. But I realized that how much non-Bengalis from outside Bengal don't understand Bengal. So commies to say this as a criticism, even I'm saying this as a criticism only, but it's not really a criticism. I just understand that why even they don't get Bengal now. But I'm also understanding to the what degree they don't understand. Because just today what I posted in my community tab, that every time I post some Bengali Hindu guy or girl saying absolutely insane things, someone or the other on our live chat or in the comment section says this must be a Pakistani handle, this must be a Bangladeshi fake profile, this guy or girl must be dating a Muslim. They don't realize they don't have to be or do all those things to say all those things. Bengali Hindus from Kolkata are absolutely rabid without even knowing any Muslim for their entire lives. They might not have seen a Muslim except Shah Rukh Khan in their entire lives. Even then, they will say those things. The education system is that way. The entire environment ecosystem around them is that way only to produce such people. And why the other people, why the non-Bengalis don't get this, what I'm now realizing is that I read from some paper only that we were discussing in the live stream only, that from 1977 onwards, the rest of the country kind of decided that yes, freebies and stuff is really good, but officially CPIM and all, officially communism, socialism, that stuff is really not that good. So they kept voting other parties, which were of always to a lesser degree leftist. And even if they were very much addicted to freebies, the parties and their voters, they still did not have that ideological infrastructure to mold the minds of everyone into becoming a commie. That's where the difference lies, because in 1977 Bengal decided let's be as commie as possible, and that's where I think the difference started. And what I was noting out in my hand was that for the last few days I've been pointing out that people underestimate how much the Brahmo Samaji way of looking at Hinduism has infiltrated or trickled down to the minds of all Hindus in Bengal. But I actually remember today that, have you noticed that Savarkar keeps talking about so many Hindu Sangatanist movements, a lot of which are hated by trads, a lot of which are hated by even non-trad right-wingers today, like Arya Samaj or Brahmo Samaj, though almost everyone hates. Savarkar keeps calling all these movements Hindu Sangatanist movements and talks of even Raja Ram Mohan Roy in positive light. Whereas Janki Bakle herself is saying in the Pakistani podcast that, oh, Brahmo Samaj, that was just a way to Christianize Hinduism, etc. Even that group, Savarkar has some sympathy for. But Savarkar never really talks about Ramakrishna Mission. I have read an entire book by him. I have read an entire book on him. I have never found him talking about Ramakrishna Mission. Maybe I have missed it. Maybe somewhere else he has talked about it. He obviously talks in great light about Swami Vivekananda and Ramakrishna, but not about Ramakrishna Mission. So what people need to remember also is that how much the Ramakrishna Mission way of looking at Hinduism has also infiltrated the minds of Bengalis and also the Brahmins, Boidos, Kaistos, who are from good educated families who can get into Ramakrishna Missions because they have a very, very high educational standard. But on the top of the main content of high educational standard, just like in a convent school, the top layer is still Sarvadharma Samabhava very radically. The whatever the Brahmo Samaji way of looking at Hinduism was, RKM is almost a copy paste of that. And I think for these reasons, Bengal has turned out to be this way. I don't know if Ramakrishna Mission schools operate the same way outside Bengal, but who knows?
Are there any Ramakrishna Mission school outside of Bengal?
I don't know.
think so,
RKM is
there are.
active, right? They don't run schools outside Bengal. I don't know.
Oh. And another thing which is quite interesting to me, that they are understanding, okay, this is Bengali, this is a Bengali girl, this is a Bengali surname, or a Bengali guy, whatever. So he is a commie, he's a leftist because Bengal is a leftist heaven. So they can relate, they can actually find the problem there. Okay, this is a leftist problem in Bengal. But whenever another leftist from somewhere else, like Maharashtra or a guy from Bihar or a guy from Karnataka, whatever, or a guy from Gujarat, even if they say something, then they are not pointing out that this is this problem. They are not relating that. This is not a Bengal problem. India problem. And if we don't take action right now, if we don't talk about this on mainstream right now, if we don't force the government to do some changes on the academia, every single state will become a Bengal.
Yes. Today, someone was commenting in a post of mine that.
So? Why can't they? They can. Yeah, they can clearly say that this is a leftist problem in Bengal, but whenever somebody else is saying that from somewhere else, they are not relating to that with leftism anymore.
Yeah,
that is quite strange to me. Why is so?
Yes. So the West never learned from India's mistakes, India's left's mistakes, and how it screwed our country. And I think what you're pointing out is exactly right, that the rest of the country is not learning from Bengal's mistakes at all. They have no clue that just just do business, listen to motivational speeches, and we'll be all right. Some people who say in our live chats and in our comment section as well that why discuss this sociology and stuff. Make you are pro capitalism, no, make videos on how to do business in Bengal. What the fuck am I going to talk to them about? I'll explain. See, 4 steps how to give tolas to Trinamool. ये होगा business का motivation Bengal में. So they think that they'll just go about their way, and it has not, all their states have not become Bengal as of now, and they'll never become Bengal even in future. So that's a dangerous road to get to.
And
But
with
I
more
hope they realize.
with more and more urbanization, with more and more urbanization, with more and more increase of per capita GDP, the floodgates will open. Right now,
Yes.
it is a minuscule problem. The wokeism and
Yes.
leftism, it's a minuscule problem. But when the floodgates will open, I don't know how will they handle this problem in India. Then already there is a minority who is anti BJP, anti capitalism, everything, which is a Muslim,
Yes.
which is 20%. Then if this minority, this leftist, feminist, LGTB, HD, and all these crazy people, if they get to 20%, then it is already 40%. Then Congress doesn't need to break Hindus into castes anymore.
Yeah. And also, these exact same problems won't even have to go on. New problems will arise from the genre of leftist politics only, because let's say even 20 years back, USA didn't realize that LGBTQ wokeism is going to be a problem, right? They thought Russia is going to be a problem, China is going to be a problem, etc. They didn't realize this fucking problem is going to happen from inside their homes only. So not only can these problems happen, other problems can also happen to the other prosperous states and states which are going to go on becoming more and more prosperous in India. But also they must remember that prosperity in general breeds the situation which is antithetical to further prosperity. People take it for granted just 2-3 generations later. What are they going to do then? So they absolutely have to take in the academic infrastructure in their hands. Now, taking academic infrastructure in their hands for a lot of these people means casteism didn't happen before the British came. और गीता में एक लाइन लिखा है, therefore casteism didn't happen. तो देखते हैं क्या होता है. But
do
at
you
least
think
the problem.
do you think?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, what I was asking that, do you think they're afraid of the thing that everybody will start calling it like saffronization of education system or something, and they don't know how to deal with that, how to give a counter narrative to that?
Yeah, BJP is pretty afraid of that. People from the other states are probably not afraid of that particular thing, but BJP is definitely afraid of that, and maybe because they had to face those criticisms forever. They want to play on a living level field with everyone else. They want to compete with other countries where everyone's research is looked pridely upon. It won't. Modi knows that it won't happen if it goes from a specific RSS backed journal and stuff. So therefore the other way is to not do it from RSS type journals and stuff, but highlight people who are saying things that kind of agree with your viewpoint. They spend so much time and resources on co-opting people, or they hire people who say casteism didn't happen before the British came. But the other people that are there, they are not that aware of those people.
Yeah. Okay, so this much.
Yeah, thanks, Abhinav.
Okay.
Yes, Anand.
Bye.
Tata. Yes, your super chat came in. Thank you for contributing 40 rupees to West Bengal's GDP. So Gautam, yes, this is a live chat audio discussion stream. Audience interaction stream, as well as if you are a member, you can join from the video, join the live stream directly as well. The joining link is given in the community tab. Okay, it's visible only to members. Tatvik is saying Modi and RSS don't like meritocratic academics even on the right wing because they might end up being a threat to them. Anand, you are a member, I guess. If you're not, you'll have to become a member to join. Otherwise, you can type here only. If you're a member, you can see it on the community tab. Okay. Okay, let's see what other discussion is going on. SJN is saying, Dada, you know what today I saw some data saying Congress deported around 80,000 illegal Bangladeshis between 2005 and 2013. BJP deported around 1,900 in their first 4 to 5 years. I don't know if it's true. How will we know if it's true or not? Let's check out the sources. Because even Obama did those things and got away with it. Obama deported more people than Trump. Everyone hated Trump for deporting people. Play with Pranub is saying, আজকে আমাকে একজন সাভারকারের মার্সি পিটিশন দেখিয়ে বলছে লজ্জা লাগে না তোর এদের মতো মানুষের পথে চলতে একজন সোকল্ড নেতাজি নেতাজি ভক্ত has told him that aren't you ashamed of following a person like Savarkar who wrote the mercy petition? Yes, for the umpteenth time. Even an anti-Savarkarite historian from UCLA like Dr. Janki Bakle has pointed out in her book that that mercy petition did not mean a single thing in Savarkar's mind or to anyone else's mind. That was just a ploy to be as politically active as possible as soon as possible. He had no intentions of following the promises in any of the mercy petitions he has ever written in his life. And she has pointed out that he got into the jail and immediately started writing mercy petitions almost. So he didn't wait for a bunch of years, then got frustrated and could not keep up anymore and then gave up and wrote a mercy petition one fine morning. That's not the fucking case. So that's basically the gist of Janki Bakle's book. She's saying, yes, Savarkar is a bad man, but at least criticize him for the correct reason. Ye kya chuti argument hai. That book is kind of addressed to leftists in that sense. Hi Anand, hope you can now. Oh, thank you for becoming the member. I hope the membership joining link is visible to you. Janki Bakle Paglu, yes. Netaji Bhakt but a commie. Oh, yes. Almost all Netaji Bhakts in Bengal are commie these days. They just have to oppose BJP somehow, that's why. Tatvik is saying, flip the script. Say that I respect Savarkar for the mercy petition because the fight for freedom is totally overrated. South Kolkata commie is cha. Yeah, forward block. So the other stuff I wanted to discuss was... so okay, the stuff that Suvendu said, I forgot to mention one more insane thing. So first, he's going around saying Hindu unity. Second, he's going around saying separate Hindu voting booths. And today, goddamn Suvendu Adhikari said casually, just before getting onto a train, that what Jagannath Mandir? There is only one Jagannath Dham. That's in Puri. This is fake. And the organization that has built this is called Jagannath Cultural Center. It's not even called a mandir. Why should we, give a care about Jagannath Cultural Center? Okay. And then says, Hindus have enough money. Hindus build their own temples. Why should the government build temples for Hindus? And then gives the example of Ram Mandir. And then says, Mamata Banerjee is a fake Hindu, Jali Hindu. And then compares her with other Muslim leaders from decades back. Okay? Can you believe this? So many incredible points said by this politician, astute politician, casually. So many significant discourse-worthy points right before getting up on the train. That shows that this guy is just highly skilled as a politician. If being a politician is a separate skill set, no? So, Hindu, tumi ek ho. Then... what else? Jagannath, this Jagannath temple that Mamata Banerjee has made is a fake one. She is a fake Hindu. Hindus make their own temples, don't ask for money from government. And separate voting booths for Hindus. Hidden Lord is saying the ad for Jagannath Mandir has a bigger face of Mamata than that of the temple. She is the goddess there. Hi Anand, are you comfortable in showing your face? Okay. I'm bringing on. Wait, I just wanted to take this comment. Yeah, DJ saying, bro, I listened to the podcast of Kushal Mehra in those casts where he said why he's Nastik and not atheist. I think he's the best speaker in India. What do you think? Yes, I think so too. Hi Anand, you are on mute.
Mera piece. I'm charging my phone, so it's sitting on the charger.
Okay.
So I'm trying to balance it. Yeah. Hello. First time on your I've been on audio, but I've not been on video. Yeah. So I've been on a couple of other streams with my face. So I'm like, well, what you guys are doing is cool. So I'll show my face, no problem.
Yeah.
So I'm a little older. I hope my voice and my face match.
Yeah. They don't actually.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to rant about the situation right now. Is it okay if I rant, or like you have a specific topic you want to do?
No. You can rant.
So see, the first thing is my frustration is with the BJP is not being clear about their goal. Okay, they're very all over the place. They're wishy-washy. They're like, what's the word? They want Hindutva, but they also want Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, right? Like, I understand the very pure Savarkar definition of Hindutva. It's like everyone who's in this land is Hindu, right? But fundamentally, that's a very charitable definition of Hindutva. It's like imagine you had a large party, right? And you're like, oh, everyone wants to be part of this, wants to have fun at this party, but there'll be someone at the corner there, like crying, like, this party's too loud, or this party is, I don't want this party's too too many drinks. I don't want drinks here, right? Like you can't convince everyone, right? They've not defined that core identity. Just saying you were born here is not enough. They've not defined, like, I'm finding that irritation because I find everyone projecting onto Hindutva. Is it an issue? Right? The people who hate Hindutva project onto it. Like, so imagine, for example, me, okay, I'm not a very Hindutva aligned, I'm pro, I lean towards it. Like, I agree with the general idea that everyone who's born here should have a karma bhumi, which is India. No, Bharat. Stop using India. But also, I'm like, what if that common identity few of us don't agree with? Like, for example, the RSS has defined Hindutva in a certain way, right? And they have a very socialist ideation towards it. Like they believe Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, right? I have a severe problem with the Jai Kisan part.
Yeah.
To me, they're elevating the Kisan to the upper echelon. Like they deserve to be Pujofied. I don't agree with
Annadata.
They're a job like any other. Like literally, 30% of our GDP is coming from IT workers. It should be Jai Jawan, Jai IT worker. Because they're providing you the money for almost everything, including running your Kisan.
Yeah.
Right. Tomorrow it may be high quality manufacturing. It should be Jai Jawan, Jai high quality manufacturing. But they're obsessed with the same, like commies, sickle, Kisan. Like, to me, I have a problem with that. And they're like, oh, because Hindutva, you need to be part of that group. So they're not defining what comes with patriotism towards the country clearly, right? And that gives the opening to the opposition to say, oh, see, these people don't agree with you, so they must be like not part of the, and they can co-opt them basically.
Yeah.
Like what is happening with the Libertarian Party? They're like, we don't want to do this free shit, like, we are also like sort of right. And for me, the Libertarian Party is not even defining itself as a right-winger, right? They're like, oh, we are like everything. Like you can do whatever you want. Like a right-winger, like Libertarian fundamentally is a right-wing ideology. Social liberalism is also a right-wing ideology. Right? These are all coming from the idea that the state has authority over the citizen after you've given it authority, of course. Right? Libertarianism is one aspect that says, okay, state gets authority, but they stay out of almost everything in society, except maybe a few like defense and
protection
kind
of life, liberty, and property.
Protection, livelihood, exactly. But enforcement of contracts, like those kind of things. You have to have enforcement of contracts. So there's no point living in a libertarian state also.
Yeah.
So now that I started the basic premise is like, now look at the same thing with this Pahalgam thing, right? Now the Pahalgam thing happened and people are really upset with it. So they have a right to be upset about it. They have a right to say these Kashmiris are dangerous. They actually don't have complete loyalty to us. They're doing this for our money. But there's also another perspective from a right-wing person who will think, okay, only if that place has economic benefit do we prevent more from basically picking up gun and giving more stress to our security forces.
Horse shit. That's the neoliberal agenda that has been all debunked in the West already.
No, but the point is that we have no option but to follow that right now. See, for a large state with large amounts of like the American state has guns and it has tanks for its police. We have policemen in Lathi, and once in a while they get a gun. So we can't be so chill. Oh, the state will somehow manage it. No, we have to work within the boundaries of what we have, right?
Yeah.
So a pragmatic right-winger like me would say, fine, you are upset with the fact that this is happening. Kashmiris are duplicitous in the fact that they want your money. But please work with the ones who have like common, what do you call it, cause with you to stabilize the region, right? But many Hindutva-vadis say, no, but you're just funding that group. They get stronger and stronger. So how do we define what is the, like the...
Do you think, where do you put Shaila Rashid in this context?
I'm still trying to figure her out. I don't know. See,
but
I can
imagine we never find out whether she was co-opted or not. But what value do you see of her at the moment? Do you recognize that she has some value?
Yes, I will accept that she's a communist. She's basically, if you think about it, she started as a communist, right?
Yeah.
And communists, especially the Indian ones, are, if nothing, pragmatic. They love their money.
Yes.
They love their money. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Almost every almost every communist in India who has had any kind of power has lots of money. It's the followers who have no money. Okay, it's like all the poor people who follow them have no money. Something Naxals. The poor Naxals in the hills are getting shot by the security forces, while Vivek Srivastava and all these other Naxals are sitting in television debates and enjoying life, getting paid. I guarantee they're asking a lot of money, okay, for their view. They get paid like ass, and those families are losing their people because this guy has nicely convinced them that being a Naxal is the best opportunity for you.
Yeah.
But these are enjoying.
And Shaila is definitely leftist, because when she went on the NI podcast for the first time after turning into a BJP supporter, her line of defense for BJP was completely on socialist lines. They are so social, they're so nice and socialist. So yes, she is socialist and commie. But do you see her as an important figure in changing the discourse in Kashmir?
I think it's very important because she has connections on the ground that no right winger will have. You know, like like the movie Kashmir Files, what does it say? आपका सरकार होगा but system हमारा है. Right.
Yeah. But won't she get immediately ostracized by all her connections the moment she has come out as a BJP supporter? Unless
publicly. She'll get ostracized publicly. They have to keep up the pretense. But I can tell you one thing about all of these leftists. I know a lot of leftists, by the way. Let me be honest with your community as well. And with you, I don't know if I've been honest with you. I'm a gay man.
Okay.
So I've been involved in LGBT parades and shit in Bangalore for a long time. Okay. And there are a lot of leftists here. Like they're everywhere.
Yes. That's the problem with the veganism movement as well. Why veganism gets a bad name, why many vegan arguments come across as absolute horseshit is because it's filled up with Abrahamic leftists, not because veganism is bad.
There are leftists of all stripes in the LGBT movement. There are Hindutva leftists. There are Hindutva leftists. There are like commie leftists. There are Congressy leftists. Like leftism is an ideology, right? It's like the state cannot have power over me. Like I'm going to fight the state. I'm going to break it. Right. So every single way of thinking, whether you're even the Hindutva left is like, I want to break the state to create a Hindutva state of my own. The commie left is like destroy the state that was created to merge with maybe Russia or China, depending on which one you choose, which one your loyalties lie to. And then the Congress left is basically saying destroy the state so I can take more power for the Gandhis. They give them more power, so they'll give me some money, right?
Yeah.
So the point is fundamentally they may not look like they are in power, like in Karnataka during the BJP time. They didn't look like they were in power, but they were in power. Trust me on this. They could, if they want to get a protest march going, they have contacts. They can say, okay, police give verification. And I'll get a higher protest march going. But if it is the other side, so imagine some right winger came to some place and said, "I want." It's very difficult because they don't have the contacts. Same thing in Kashmir. She's beneficial because at some level, whether it's visible or not, she has contacts. She's built over time. Remember, these don't fall off suddenly. They may make excuses for them. Like take for example, I'll give you another example. You heard of Abhishek Sudhir? He comes a lot of TV shows. So he's a very well-known lawyer from Karnataka.
Okay.
He was initially very anti-BJP. Like he was basically used to speak for Congress on a regular basis. Now he's very pro-BJP. Because clearly there is some, and I think this personally believe is that the BJP successfully co-opted part of the Ambedkarite movement.
Right.
Part of the Ambedkarite movement.
Yes.
So
even Dilip Mandal.
Yes. And everywhere, not just in in Bengal or in Odisha or that region, in Karnataka. There's a large Ambedkar movement in Karnataka. There's a large Ambedkar movement in Tamil Nadu, but they've not been able to do it there because the DMK has like basically a tight grip hold on their necks. Because see, and ultimately economics. I'm coming to basically.
Of course.
Economics like manages everything. Like in Tamil Nadu, the DMK manages the complete leftist economic system. Like they have control over it, right? And the BJP wants to do the same thing in Kashmir to any extent. They don't control the economic system, and that's why they've been ignoring this issue. For I personally think it's a kind of economic pragmatism they're doing. It's like we can't care about lives because ultimately lives are sacrificed for the longer economic goal. It's a very heartless, emotionless calculation. But unfortunately, they're in power. They have to make heartless, emotionless calculations. We can't do that. They can, right? We have luxury to be emotional. We have the luxury to be emotional about it. That's the point.
Yeah.
So my point is that we need to find a middle ground. And my problem is that the BJP is not clearly hitting the nail on the head. The problem is not with the common Muslim. The problem is with the ulema.
Okay.
India's problem is not the common Muslim. India's problem is the powerful political ulema. And they have not cracked down on those people yet. Assam, that's really interesting. Assam successfully, Hemanta has been able to do it. I don't know how he did, but he did. He cracked down on the ulema. See how calm it is comparatively.
Yes. But one thing for clarity's sake, who do you include in this category of that quote unquote normal Muslim?
The Amana
Ansari Begum, right?
Amna Ansari Begum. Then Raja Munib. All are army Muslims in our army corps, right? Because see what they've done. They've said, yes, our religion may have some extreme ideology, but our duty is to our God only. The other ideology we can literally keep aside. Ultimately, they just have to be faithful in their prayer. They can be faithful to their country. What was Ataturk's fundamental premise? Even with a 98.5% Muslim country, the state doesn't have to be Islamic for Muslims to pray to their God. It doesn't have to be, right? The problem is the ulema want the state to be Islamic because then they get power.
Yeah.
See, we're missing the point. We're mixing the common Muslim to the ulema who control the common Muslim.
So when you say common Muslim, you mean the truly harmless Muslims, right?
The ones who just have they read the kalma, they pray 5 times a day, they go to office, they come back home. They don't care about the politics of Islam. They don't care
because there is another section of the kind of quote unquote common Muslims who will on the day of the riots will join the riots to kill Hindus.
So ultimately the fear is always there. You have to understand, even with even if you quote the ulema, the fear is always there that they can be radicalized. It's unfortunately the truth with any Abrahamic religion. Let's not forget, Christians can happen the same thing with Christians as well. We are forgetting that they have been radicalized. Take Ireland, right? Northern Ireland. What happened there? One group of Christians radicalized against another group of Christians and they fought each other for like how many decades?
Yeah.
It is not like they can't do it. It can be done to them as well.
Right. Yeah, it can be done. It's going on in UAE and Saudi Arabia as well.
Yes,
what do you think is the percentage of that truly common Muslim who is actually harmless to India inside the Muslim population?
I would not know. This is why again my problem again. The government and even Hindu groups do not do research on these topics.
Data तो कोई किसी के पास नहीं है. कोई proper data नहीं है.
Social media पे spam करना is not research.
Yeah.
Right? Social media पे spam करना is not research. Same thing with how many Kashmiris are genuinely working. Like if you're smart, right? And you're for me, I would suggest this to any Hindutva aligned parties in Kashmir or Jammu. Start doing a census of Muslims who have been proven to not be threatening, and see what percentage of each region it is. Then you map that onto where you can get votes. So you do. Do
you think government has these data internally?
I wouldn't know. Another thing is like the Pew does, right? Pew does research, very interesting research they do. What they do, they go ask tangential questions about principles of governance. Like they ask things like, how do you feel you're being oppressed by the state? Like those kind of things. Ask probing questions on a larger specific section of people on a regular basis. But you need money again. You need money, you need funding, which they're not doing again. Right? Same thing. I have a problem even with I'm a very anti-reservation person. I know a lot of people are pro-reservation. But again, same with caste, right? Why is no research being done on how many of you all suffered caste discrimination 10 years ago and how many of you all suffer it now? Change the projection, see what direction the trend line for each community is happening.
And if the moment someone says, the moment an Ambedkarite says that by caste discrimination, we mean just the absence of some certain castes in certain professions, West Bengal is going to fall apart because there's no non-Brahmin Boito caste in any profession. So they'll have to admit that only caste-based slurs and stuff, murders, they are only caste-based violence or discrimination, nothing else.
No, even
and
with
that will I think dismantle the entire facade of Ambedkarism in the entire country. And if they admit to representation, then West Bengal falls apart.
No.
It's a great way to beat them.
No, I understand the Kushal argument as well. He says that a lot of the people in certain communities are not getting the resources required. So there is a genuine issue there also, right? Because certain communities are kept far from power. And this is by design.
The leaders from those communities get those resources, right?
Yeah, but my point... But they never ask the leaders. But that doesn't mean the state has to abandon their people. See, this is my fundamental problem is this. The problem is the state is benefiting from elevating only the leaders. See, the mistake we do, there's the whole problem that Indian politics have noticed. They elevate the leader and they say, hamara kaam ho gaya.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Just putting like the Yadav in the position or OBC in the position of Madhya Pradesh CM-ship is not enough. You got to say whether, so you take a community, you see whether that sub-community's trend line, like how do we do analytics in economics and in our stocks and stuff? See whether the trend line of discrimination has gone down or gone up.
Right.
And where is it flattened, right? If it is flattened, the reservation is not helping. If it's flattened, there's something else going on. So you go pick, he said that one community has benefit from a reservation and the change is not happening anymore because of reservation. The change is not happening because of something else. So you're looking at a topic-based solution to the people. The problem with the reservation is it's a blanket, easy, lazy solution to everyone.
Yeah.
Like I was once in a club, I don't know if you know clubhouse. I was in a clubhouse room with a Mahar and an SC from Uttar Pradesh. The SC from Uttar Pradesh was so angry with the Mahar, He was like, you guys have co-opted all our power. We get no say in discussion about SC rights. Because everything is about only y'all. You are like all the time, you're right. My community is this weak. My community is that power. This place I don't have power. This place I don't have representation. But no one talks about us there.
See, state se hi to status aata hai na, and Ambedkar's caste is Mahar. Therefore, it's a big thing now.
So the problem is each state has a unique problem. And when you track it, you think, okay, some places maybe there's a severe discrimination problem. Where the particular community, SC community, is still being discriminated against based on their community name. So what is the solution then? Solution should be given safe spaces where they can actually not be discriminated and still study. So now, one problem with the reservation, what happens? So you imagine, you want to solve the problem of discrimination. You gave the tool to get into a particular university. Okay? Goes to the university, he's studying. He's fully hardworking, he's studying his ass off, he's working like crazy. The discrimination is still there because they're still associating with his identity.
Yeah.
Right?
And people who would not have discriminated otherwise now discriminated against him because he got in easy.
No, not just that. You're putting him in a environment where he will be discriminated against. There's almost no chance he'll not be able to do it, not face it. With no support structure. Remember, they just give the reservation, they leave it. No support. There's no like, okay, let's have a counseling session. What have you gone through? Who are the specific people communities who are targeting you? What kind of things are happening? And then saying, okay, how do you strengthen your resolve? Saying, don't listen to these people. You are just as valid as everyone else.
This support system, I think, exists in Presidency, JNU, JU, those universities at least.
But again, that
organically.
comes from I don't know if it's. I'm again not sure whether the support system exists. I cannot speak. I didn't study in India. Okay, I'm
Achha.
speaking from the perspective of a person who didn't study in India. I have not faced this. I'm not experienced this stuff personally, so I cannot speak.
Okay.
But I'm talking about I can deduce these things. So imagine if you are in that system, right? And you're not on a support system, you're not having regular counseling sessions to manage that discrimination. Not only will you get more angry with the communities that are discriminating against you, you may feel you may not be able to achieve the maximum you can achieve. Then it opens up attacks on your personal ability. When technically your ability was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right. So then the people love to exaggerate. So they're like, oh, look at this one person failed, so everyone must have failed. Will fail for the same reasons.
Yeah. But all the stuff you are suggesting, they are going to be taken up as commies to in fact increase more expenditure, which is still not going to work, because the goal of the reservation in the end. Yeah.
My problem is not expenditure. My problem is, and this is ironically, this is a right-wing philosophy. Intersectionality, which is now painted as left-wing, is a right-wing idea. It states that each person, human being, has uniquely intersecting characteristics that require special solutions.
Yeah.
What do the commies do? The commies do the opposite. They say, no. You may have uniquely special characteristics, but just take the largest groups that your characteristic match with, jumble it together, say, oh, identity politics. No.
Right.
You're supposed to take, like, for example, imagine you're an SC and you're a South Indian and you're studying in Mumbai. So you may have two unique discrimination points. They may discriminate against you because you're South Indian, or they may discriminate against you because you're SC.
Yeah.
Right? But what the solution needs to be unique. You can't use the same thing that every SC. So same problem. I told you the Mahar and the SC person from UP. The Mahar won't face the South Indian jibe. He's like Maharashtrian. So he basically be part of it. I'm Maharashtrian. Don't prejudice this. So the state needs to be more conscientious of the situation of multiple communities. They lump everything together and say, oh, we've done a thing for everyone. Same thing with the Brahmin community as well. Like, there are Brahmins who are extremely suffering. They're suffering like crazy. And they get no benefit because other Brahmins are doing very well.
Yeah.
So what do people do? This affects every community, by the way.
Yes. And see, in the end, it can't be this nuanced for such a big population unless we spend all our money on education. Unless it happens from NGOs and organically, like in JNU and JU and stuff. But I think the core problem here is looking at just getting into the university as the core end all be all of the entire life. That I think is the source of the problem.
I agree. There also I agree. I think
institution. That's all.
I think any job is a respectable job. Just getting a degree is not a respectable. Like, literally, these days degree is not worth anything. Literally, you can learn anything.
Because of all the other Thomas Sowell points that come into this context, that you are not going to be able to keep up with the rest of the students.
And I don't want the state to get overly involved. Remember that. My point is the state is overly involved in the wrong thing. I would rather
none of them want to solve the problem.
They don't solve.
I think BJP knows pretty well that reservation doesn't solve these problems. They are doing it just to get votes.
I'm telling you, communists also know this. Communists know this.
I don't think so. I think they honestly believe that this is going to solve the problem.
If they believed it, then majority of the communists would be SC, ST, and the power position saying SC, ST, OBC. Why they all
that they will never do, because they know the importance of discourse, and they know only people from Brahmin families and upper caste families have the social capital, cultural capital to further discourse. That's not going to happen at the hands of
That's what I'm saying. They don't believe this. They don't believe it. You're literally telling me what I'm saying. You're literally admitting what I'm saying.
Yeah, you are saying they're not walking the talk.
They're not walking.
Yeah. What do you think of the conspiracy that Mr. Sociologist and I have come up with recently, that Dipankar Gupta is writing a book on interrogating caste and saying that where is the hierarchy, etc. in the year 2000. Irfan Habib is saying that Hinduism has nothing to do with caste in 1997. In the 80s, Nicholas Dirks is going on saying Hinduism has nothing to do with caste. Declan Quigley's research in the 90s. Then this guy, the Thomas Sowell of India, whom we discussed 2-3 days back, that guy gets Padma Bhushan in 2005. So do you think Congress was about to move on from these caste politics because they thought they were never going to go out of power? And then jump back on it just to win votes now.
Rajiv Gandhi admitted it. He said, I don't want this. Same Nehru, Indira, Rajiv, all have been consistently saying caste politics is the worst thing that could happen to India.
I say I didn't know that.
They all did not like it. They all were anti-caste politics. But they had, see, even Indira, for example, I know people will get angry with me for this. I'm guaranteed people are going to get angry with me for this. But the reason Indira switched to left, like, to me, she was a right-wing politician. Okay, she was establishment like right-wing authoritarian politician.
Right.
She had to take the power of the support of the left because the JP were putting pressure on her politically. Janata Party, right? And the other groups. You understand? It's a hell of a political mess those days. Like, everyone is fighting for power, right? So she, in her misadventures, and she may not have been right in a lot of things. A lot of mistakes she made. I'll admit that. But her move towards going towards left, giving so much power to the left, right? Intelligent. She was pushed. Basically, she had no option. It's like Modi, right? He's getting pushed towards freebieism after saying government has no right to be in business, because he's getting pushed by certain political movements in the world. What to do? Our politicians move with the wind of the tides. Like, can't do anything about it. So my point is, they were definitely trying to go towards that direction. My problem is with the Mandal Commission. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like that the OBCs got reservation. And I'll tell you why.
Why specifically OBCs? Yeah.
Because, first of all, a lot of the caste perpetration, like the discrimination perpetration, they also participated heavily. And they never paid for it. They were never called out for it. Okay?
I see.
Second thing, they co-opted the we are backward classes narrative. Because among the OBCs, a lot of classes who were in the OBC are not backward classes. They were quite powerful.
I see.
Literally. I mean, may not all of them have a lot of money, but they were powerful, politically powerful. Like, that's why for decades RJD and SP were in power, right?
How can classes be conflated with caste in the first place?
No, I'm just saying that they were powerful.
Right.
The third thing is, they went against the constitution. What was the constitution saying about the reason for reservation? The constitution specifically said historical backwardness. Means historically you are a backward community where your community had no chance of empowering itself. Like the state, the nation or the civilization did not give you enough power to empower yourself. So we will assist you by empowering. So STs, why did STs come? Because they were so far away from the urban spaces where resources and everything was maintained that they didn't have the ability to empower themselves. They were basically far from power, basically. The SCs were in power in the regions where the power was, but they were not given the ability to grow. So instead of assessing people, particular communities on that basis, like, did this community get oppressed on these two bases, right? We just added the OBC along with it because of money. Again, based on how much money you made, or were you poorer community than another community, which is not what the constitution says. Constitution specifically says about historical backwardness, right? And the last reason is because then you have to talk about other communities that cause historical backwardness. Like, if you're taking punishing the Hindu community for historically oppressing a particular say you frame it as Hindu problem, then the reparation should be paid by other communities. So, for example, a lot of Christian Indians benefited from British rule. They got benefit from British rule and they got elevated to positions of power. Yeah. Right? They never paid for that benefit that they got. Yeah. They didn't pay for it. So no Christian organizations were required to put reservation in. So they kept them out of it because religious community. Same thing is Islamic communities. And
by the way, I was about to discuss a paper on this. I completely forgot. Thank you for reminding me this. Muslim leaders and Christian leaders of those days specifically said that no, we don't want reservation because that kind of dilutes our powers. The leaders' powers.
So same thing again with the Islamic community, right? Historically, they have oppressed the other communities. Maybe even on the Pasmanda, let's say the Pasmandas didn't oppress. They were like part of the oppression. They were victims of oppression of the powerful communities in the Islamic community. Why did none of those groups pay any reparation to the Hindus?
Yeah, especially for jizya, Hindus do deserve reparations.
No, even the Pasmanda. So imagine what happened when they arrived here. They established a state where they had a lot of power, like the Ashrafs, the upper castes of the Muslim community. They imposed heavy fines, heavy taxes on people, and the poor people who could not pay it converted to Islam. Remember, all the Pasmandas, the poor people who converted to Islam. Those who could still pay it, but still who could not pay it, remained poor, even more poor. They still remained poor. So they also deserve reparations from these people who imposed jizya. That they never paid.
Absolutely. Yes.
That they never paid. So my point fundamentally is they have not done the deep discussion on philosophy about what you're proposing did not happen. The easy solution was, just blame one community for causing this, and did not. Fundamentally, as a person who looks at core problems, I'm like, why can't we go back to the discussion? And why can't we have an honest discussion about it? Yes, maybe Brahmins, some regions oppressed. Criticize them for that and make them pay for it. It's fine through reservation. Why reservation same across the country? What about in Tamil Nadu, where the number of Brahmins in power were very limited? Why the OBC communities in Tamil Nadu not paying for that oppression that they committed on the SC community? Because most of the oppressors in Tamil Nadu and in the eastern, like all the landowners landowners who did all this forced labor, who were they?
They were not Brahmins. What was the name of that caste? I forgot. I learned of it from the landowning caste of Tamil Nadu. Tevars. Right. Tevars and Gondas. Right.
Anyways, that's my perspective on it.
Oh, by the way, let me just ask you one last question. No, two questions. Other people are joining. Wait, Nava Vimash. Wait, good lord. Let's get two juicy answers. Let's get two juicy answers from him. First is, what do you think is the future of reservations? Are we ever going to see a day where this decreases a little even, or gets down to only reservations for poor people, or do you see this getting to everyone? 100% reservation for some group or the other. And second question is, your thoughts on the views of Harsh Madhusudan versus Ashish Dhar.
You're gonna make me curse for the second question, but the first question is very easy. Unfortunately, I have bad news for everyone. Reservation is going to keep increasing, unless of course the Supreme Court steps in. Says, I'm sorry, screw you. Like tells the BJP to screw you also. And he tells the BJP also screw you, because BJP also wants to do, like what happened in Maharashtra. Maratha reservation. Hello, sir. You're like, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was the greatest Maratha, powerful man. He conquered everything, but I am oppressed. I need a reservation.
Yes.
Like, come on, both can't be true at the same time. Like, logic nahi samajh nahi aata mujhe. I'm sorry. Second question
Peshwas were not Marathas, right?
They say they're not Marathas, but I think they also fought.
That's why they got oppressed now under Peshwas. That's why they need reservation.
The point is that whoever fought, they state that all who fought for Maratha Samraj were Marathas. I don't know. I leave the Maharashtrians to decide that. I'm not.
Have you heard that theory that Chitpavan Brahmins are Jews?
What?
You don't know this conspiracy theory? Oh my God!
Please, I don't know that.
One Jew got washed ashore, fainted. Next morning, started having sex and gave birth to this sect of Chitpavan Brahmins.
What?
They were actually Jews. And it's written. Papers have been written by Jew haters that who also hate Chitpavan Brahmins.
No.
They said Peshwas were also half Jews and stuff.
No, I can't. I don't believe all this weird. Okay, this is like I can't. I'll leave the conspiracy theories to conspiracy theorists. Okay. So the second question, the more juicy one, and the one I make it shit for, even by like from all sides. First thing, I don't Ashish Dhar in a way. I mean, his arguments are valid for the trad side. So a traditionalist, being honest, the way he views his scripture, at least he's consistent. I don't like it. I don't like this caste is superior and it is given by birth and nonsense. I don't believe. I'm sorry. I don't accept caste as by birth. It makes no sense even in the Hindu, cosmological method. Just think about it. Okay, if caste is by birth, why is so many incompetent Brahmins? Like stupid, really stupid Brahmins, right? They say, you were reborn with this karma because your karma earlier made you a Brahmin now. Then you should be brilliant. born, you should be able to pick up anything and you should not be being stupid arguments, right?
Yeah.
So caste is by birth. Caste is by
Yeah,
training. Caste is by
Ashish sir would say that no, because it is birth based, therefore he's going to be that good at his job.
no, they're not. That's my point. You look at the like the most incompetent Brahmins become leftists. I'm not joking. They cannot handle the hard work of being. Remember, being a Brahmin is not easy. It's like you have to study lots of scriptures. You have to practice all day. Your life is just on that only. Like you literally have, you can't do work. You can't go and make money. It's extremely exhausting.
Anyone who has read Manusmriti will know they don't want to become a Brahmin. No fucking way. I'm not becoming a Brahmin from reading Manusmriti, bro.
It's like how Jews say, you don't want to be a Jew. Please go read the scriptures, study it very hard. We'll give you tests. Then you can become a Jew if you want. It is meant to be very hard. It's meant to be so hard that people are discouraged from being it.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to sacrifice your life for this dharma. You're not supposed to be enjoying life like you and me and drinking tea and going and watching, going to like to Kashmir and enjoying the beauty. It's just you're sacrificing life. Your life to dharma, studying scriptures. So first, that's one.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with this birth-based thing, because a lot of Brahmins are morons. They're not birth-based Brahmins. Not Brahmins to me. They are just normal.
Which is why I point out the Brahmin Boito caste problem of Bengal so vehemently, and trads don't get it. I'm kind of defending them only. I'm showing that actually I'm hitting trads as well. You believe in birth-based caste, right? See Bengal. Or you think they are still awesome? See Bengal. Look at Bengal. Or and it gets to commies as well that you are saying that
same.
Yeah, that representation in certain professions means that the caste has survived. Or then see no caste gets any job in Bengal.
But one benefit of being a South Indian commie is you're not actually commie. You're actually a capitalist. You just wear wear the clothes of commie. You're not all money, lots of money, like basically a capitalist business. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
The second thing, Madhusudan, I have a big problem with his arguments. I'm sorry. And I have a big problem with Anand Ranganathan's arguments on the same thing. So I appreciate his idea that
I don't know Anand Ranganathan's argument.
Or not on this thing about reservation.
I think he's just trolling. I don't think.
No. But I have a problem with his arguments on a more fundamental level. He says he's a Darwinian atheist. So if you're a Darwinian atheist, you believe that law of the jungle. Think about it. A Darwinian atheist believes that the no group should be given a leg up, because you are saying evolution exists.
Yeah.
If a particular species will die out, it dies out.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to intervene.
Yeah.
So society should not intervene in this issue.
Yeah.
If the majority of the SC community and the OBC community and the ST community are like, we're going to murder every single Brahmin and take over the thing and remove all caste, then that is what your Darwinian atheist idea will be. System should naturally evolve. You don't interfere. A Darwinian atheist would say that. Don't interfere in the system. It will manage itself. The natural flow will manage itself. So if the community wants to oppress, we get oppressed, and Darwinians continue to be oppressed, because the evolution has required that, right? So that's my problem is with that state, because you can't be both at the same time. You can't be like, I will nurture the evolution, because then that is different. That is like in a gene test tube baby, that type. Right? You're not good. It's like you evolve when you want. My problem with the Harsh Madhusudan is different. Okay, so fundamentally, freedom has to be understood. Like how to say, without thought freedom, you cannot have any other freedoms.
Yeah.
So if a bigot is a bigot, he has to be allowed to be a bigot. All you can ask for is the state cannot empower the bigot. The state cannot prevent the bigot from hurting others, but you can't prevent them from being a bigot.
Yeah.
Right. So bigot needs to be allowed to be a bigot. Same thing with temples, right? So
but when has Harsh said otherwise?
I will tell you the temple argument. The temple argument comes next. So imagine you have this is my more libertarian side. Okay. So imagine the temple. That temple is technically oppressing another community from coming inside. State cannot tell the temple you have to open up. Unless it's owned by the state, of course. If the state was owned by the state, then you have to open it. Sorry. State owns the temple, you have to open it to everyone.
Yes.
A private individual owns a temple, and he says, I will not allow other particular community will not inside. And for the temple is a private space. It's a religious space. I'm an atheist, I don't care about the religion, but I'm talking in terms of utilitarian perspective. The temple is a private space, private religious space of a particular person. Now, if he wants to extend it to 20 people of his community, he should have the right to do it. He says other people should not come inside. He should have the right to do it. The state cannot prevent him from saying, you can't build a temple. Like imagine the other community goes and says, I'll build a temple. State can't, he can't go say, oh, you will not build a temple. How dare you? You don't have right to build temples. That's where the state has to come in. Problem with Hashmas is like, no, I will take your temple, I will open it to everyone, and then you have to you're basically, I will take away the freedoms of you to create your own space.
Yeah.
That is the problem. Because for fundamentally, if you do this, it's basically a communist argument. Everyone owns the property. It becomes everyone's property, literally. How can you do that? And this goes against religious ideas also. So again, so mention there are 3-4, like you were mentioning about Arya Samaj. Arya Samaj believes building, having idols is not acceptable. It's not okay. Other communities say the idols are okay. So Arya Samaj can have its temple, the other community can have its temple. They are both being independent. They're bigoted towards each other, of course. They don't like each other. This community is like, oh, Arya Samaj are fake Hindus. These are fake Hindus. But they're living separate lives, right? That is not oppression. So that was okay. So my problem is let the different communities empower themselves. Or you can assist the community. So for example, let the SCs assist them in building a temple. And let them, if they want to prevent other communities from coming inside, the SC can say, I'm not allowing these Brahmins and casteist people. Don't come inside my temple. Get out. So they should
now to become as well. To play Harsh Madhusudan's advocate here, doesn't he have at least a moral right to say this as a Hindutva activist? Because after all, that will give Hinduism a bad name and stuff, and more excuse for conversions. So therefore, the state must step in and further Hindutva in that sense.
No, I understand the Hindutva argument for this. I understand Hindutva argument. I'm talking about in terms of like freedom argument. I don't understand. See, the Hindutva argument is we can't have this ideology in our community because fundamentally we all believe in the same deity. Like I said, no, the caste not by birth. Like I would say, no temple can be caste based. It makes no bloody sense. No temple can be caste based. I don't believe in that. But if some community, if you're believing in freedom as a moral principle, and you're saying that is the fundamental premise by which you're leading your life, you cannot take away freedoms of others to create their own spaces. You cannot. Because then you're imposing your will on them. So my suggestion to people like Hasman would be like, create a Hindutva ecosystem where such temples don't exist. Caste-based temples don't exist. Anyone can come inside. And then let the bigots be on their own side and have their own temple. This is Kushal Mehta's argument as well. He makes this argument. I appreciate him for making this argument. Let the bigot have his temple. Let him be bigoted, he'll get less people. But if he's happy with it, less people, let him be happy. The Hindutva movement has become so big. Maybe someone leave there and join the Hindutva movement. Point is that, you convince people of ideas. Why is the state forcing people to join the idea? That's the problem. State is forcing. Same Sabrimala.
And it's not like all Hindus have signed up with the Hindutva point of view anyway. So it's kind of imposing Hindutva forcibly on all Hindus.
And it makes it harder for them to accept Hindutva. Because you tell someone you can't do something, they're like, no, I will do it. How humans are. But if you give them options, they naturally are drawn to the option that allows for human flourishing. See, Ashish Dar may have his temple, will be able to have his temple, where he'll be uniquely, only him will be there. But everyone else will like, oh, I love the bhaichara and the love and the brotherhood that's going on. I want to join in that movement. And it's easier to convince people to join.
How else does ISKCON and BAPS have so many followers? It works in the end.
Exactly.
Okay then. Thanks, Anand.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bhupendra, are you still online? Must have gone to sleep. Oh, he's still here.
I'm there. And
Hi.
hi. Okay, actually, I am doing some work, but I wanted to actually this book, if you can read, Shivasya
Yeah,
Kulam.
Shivasya Kulam.
So,
Yeah.
so this book actually talks about caste and
Okay.
how caste evolved. Unfortunately, this is a right-wing book, but
Hmm.
well researched.
Okay.
I found this book somebody gave me actually.
Okay.
So, like normally, you will be reading a lot of left-wing
Yeah.
academics,
Yeah.
but this is the book. The research is quite phenomenal from a right-wing
Okay.
perspective. So far,
Okay.
maybe I'll give you this. Maybe you not find this book in generally online as well.
Oh.
I'll give it, or maybe I'll give you. I don't know. I'll find a way to give it to you, so that maybe you can read it
Hmm.
to actually get a more holistic perspective from the right wing in the research perspective that how it evolved.
Hmm.
It's a based on South Indian thing, okay, but
Acha.
still relevant. There's one chapter on Bengal itself, on tantric things.
I see.
So quite
How old is this
interesting.
book?
This book is how old? Let me see. I got this tomorrow itself. Yes. This is new 22,
I see.
2022.
Okay.
2022.
So this is from the Shaiva Siddhanta perspective of South India.
No. See, the book name is Decoding Caste Untouchability and the White Man's Burden.
Oh. Okay.
So it is about the caste narrative and the Dravidian narrative which was there in South India. It's primarily
Acha.
based on South Indian caste narrative, the missionaries and other things. But
Hmm.
it does talk about a lot of things, including Bengal. There's a chapter dedicated to Bengal itself.
Have
How
you read that
caste?
chapter?
No. I got the book yesterday.
Okay. You haven't read any portions of it?
No. I got the book yesterday itself. It came to courier.
Oh. Aha. Okay.
But I'll read. I will read it on the online as well. I'll read it
Okay.
and I'll give it to
Yeah.
you as well so that you can read it because this is something even I didn't know existed.
Hmm. Okay.
So yeah, I'm coming down to a lot of questions which actually I forgot his name. He mentioned. Let me take it one by one. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, Darwinian atheism, which is propounded, which is believed by
Anand Ranganathan.
Anand Ranganathan. Sorry, I have too much coffee. Okay. So
This is why I sit with green tea on live streams now. I've realized that coffee doesn't help in these situations.
I have to do a lot of work. I will be
Yeah.
working till 6 a.m. So
This
no,
is
no other
Mondal
work.
privilege. You can afford so much coffee. This is Mondal privilege. This is what we don't get. The V3s.
Yeah. So now the thing is, that Ananathan believes that the Darwinian theory of the fittest survive is partially correct because he thinks that how the human society has evolved to take care of their offspring.
Hmm.
So, in generally, in family or the group would take care of that offspring, and that
Hmm.
cannot happen without empathy as a very important part of human evolution.
Hmm.
And in that context, empathy is as much important as survival of the fittest narrative.
Hmm.
The problem that is there that the only part that only the fittest will survive has become the primary narrative, and it ignores the cooperative structure of human society and even the way we have evolved. Correct.
Hmm.
Even the worst kind of person would not harm a children or a
Hmm.
baby. Even the
Hmm.
worst kind of person would not do
Hmm.
that.
Yeah.
Where it comes from? It comes from our evolution of
Hmm.
general empathy towards another human being,
Hmm.
how good or bad that person may be.
Hmm.
So I have heard and heard a lot about. Even I have watched Hers Madhusudan give lecture in front of me in some conference. Okay,
Hmm.
so his perspective is little bit different, and also taking on that Ashish Dhar perspective.
Hmm.
Whatever I have heard him or seen his analysis. Okay, I think he gets a bad rap being a trad. Okay. If you can analyze his perspective and his quotes and his explanations, I don't see him as a casteist person at all. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe Maybe his statements are in a way where, let's say, you have read or I have read a lot of things. Okay, so I can put his statements in perspective where he is coming from. Okay, and that detailed nuance may not be acknowledged by everybody who knows little bit about scriptures and other things. But that's my personal opinion. On BJP politics of reservation. First of all, as common person, we have to first understand one thing. Do not attach any logic to any political party or political decision.
Yeah.
You have to understand that a politician or a politics is driven by a single pursuit of power. Logic is 1 million miles away from the decision.
Right.
So if you are going to analyze a political party or a political ideology, or even a political organization via logic, you'll never going to get anywhere. That's my understanding. I may be wrong. I don't claim to know everything, but that is my understanding. You cannot do that. Second, last part was regarding BJP's confusion that what they want progress, they want reservation, they want this, they want that. So, and it's a general perception. Understand what BJP does, why they do it, and how they do it, and do they have any plan? Like, it looks very correct, haphazard the way things are done to a common person. That they will Modi said, okay, least government, no government, business only, no government, and then he does this. Okay, it is not switch itself. If you're going to understand 1952 Janasangh, RSS, Janasangh, Janata Dal, and Bharatiya Janata Party, if you're going to analyze the whole 50 years of diameter, more than 70 years of diameter history of politics that they have played, and where it comes from, you will understand that it is part of a well thought out strategy. That strategy is very long term, and general people who have not read all these things, and they may be wrong. I am not going to support everything which BJP does. They might be wrong, and they are wrong many times. But what BJP does in terms of the primary motive is of co-opt people, co-opt communists, co-opt everybody. They gave some award to Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, Bharat Ratna.
Bharat Ratna he gave. Okay. And that is something which is correct. How BJP as a party who was fighting for Ram Mandir could give Bharat Ratna to somebody who put bullets on the heads of people who were fighting for Ram Mandir.
The bureaucrat, the retired bureaucrat who handled the making of the Ram Mandir, he was the guy who ordered that shooting only. Exactly. He was the chief secretary of Mulayam Singh Yadav.
Exactly. So we have to understand that there is a primary objective, that is social harmony. A political party, whoever it is, any political party will always be a status quo power until they are pushed to take harder decisions. That is absolutely correct, 100% correct for any political party. So this perception of Hindus that BJP as a political party and RSS as its mother organization, and they are going to like intermingle and do something for us because RSS believes this should happen and BJP will implement this, doesn't work, doesn't happen. People who have not been to Shakha, people who have not talked, understood, interacted, read literature on that, will say all this. But if you can spend 2 years, talking to them, you will understand that where BJP's status quo attitude comes from, and why they are so passive in terms.
Hello, whose internet went away? Oh, yeah, you're back. Yeah.
So as a political party and as an ideological political party, one thing I like about BJP, I do not like a lot of things what they do. One thing I like about the BJP as a political party, as an ideological political party, that they are willing to weather a storm, stick to their guns, even if they are wrong. Because if a political party is going to swing between here and there, like Congress has done, okay, in long run, the nation will be in loss. They will lose a lot. If a political party is an ideology and people are voting for it for whatever reason, okay, and they stick to it, there will be some good outcomes, there will be some bad outcomes. But in long run, there will be more good outcomes than bad outcomes in the long run, and that's why I like BJP for that big reason, that they are sticking to it, that policy. Okay, they have created Muslim Morcha and they're sticking to it. They have received millions of things. Okay, and they thought, okay, we will do this, and they are doing this. They may be wrong. They will change it later if they think, oh, okay, this is not working. But this is something which a political party has to do. They have to face the wrath of people and still say, I am right and I will do this. Vote me out if you think I am wrong. That heart is not there in any political party except BJP right now.
It's interesting that you said that they are sticking to their guns no matter what. Therefore, the critics of BJP who are saying Maulana Modi and stuff, or me as a libertarian, our criticism is exactly that you are sticking to the wrong guns. Just stick to some other guns. Say that yes, no matter what, if you don't want to, if you don't like me, vote me out, but I will end reservations. Say that then. Stick to those guns. Why do they have the wrong guns?
No, yeah, see, the difference between the mother organization, okay, and the political organization, there is a clear distinction. Okay.
No, thank God they don't listen to every suggestion of RSS. Then we would have become completely socialist. Then the Sandeep Shandal would not be in the fray.
Yes, so they will change their stance when the voting public would vote them out. That's the only.
Yeah, Anand is saying that because of his point 1. That don't look for logic.
Exactly. No, you have, see, as a political party, BJP, you have to vote them out if you want your agenda to be implemented. But the problem here is that you don't have an alternative. As a political voting bloc, have we created another political party who would represent us? That's a question that everybody needs to ask.
That we need now.
Do we have? So I did a program around 10:30 p.m. where I mentioned, as a political voting bloc, as a Hindu political voting bloc, we need to have the political acumen to have short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategy how we're going to vote as a political voting bloc. That unfortunately does not exist right now.
Right.
Until that strategy, that leadership is there, where people will tell, okay, we have to vote like this for next 5 years. We have to vote this for next 10 years and then 15 years.
Becoming a pressure group.
Yes, it's a pressure group. And that unfortunately that exists in the other communities where
exactly
what happened.
Yes.
That political acumen and leadership has to evolve within the Hindutva vote bank or Hindu vote bank for us to be able to get what we want. We are asking for free art temples. It doesn't work that way.
It's all from individuals.
There is no institutional mechanism to get the point across.
Yeah. And I have 2 questions for you. One is your thoughts on RKM, and I have to ask you, Aap kaun jaat ho? Are you Dalit or SC? Because I want to make a different point here.
I am actually SC.
Okay. So you see, guys, without reservations, we had a Tamil Brahmin and a Bengali SC on our discussion, and they both made great points, both of whom are, by the way, persecuted communities. So you see, it can happen without reservations as well. So first, your thoughts on RKM, and secondly, what do you think has created this situation where Tamil Brahmin and a Bengali SC is on the same platform, giving similar levels of arguments? How did this happen? If 5,000 years of casteism also happened, what saved you?
Okay, point 1, RKM. Okay, you had mentioned this point multiple times that RKM has a vision of 1,000 years of doing something. 1,000 years doing something. Okay.
এখানে যেমন সেখানে তেমন, যাকে যেমন তাকে তেমন, যখন যেমন তখন তেমন.
institutional memory. Institutional memory.
Yeah.
And because the political situation changed post 2014, if how much we want it, that cannot change. It will take a generation to change, maybe more than one generation for this to change. Because there has to be incentive structure from the state itself. When we have incentives given to RKM and a mechanism created for RKM to have the incentives, they will change. But until that state incentive structure is not created, not implemented, and not seen implemented, it will not change. Okay,
And because their main priority is surviving no matter what political party comes to power. That is their single point agenda.
Exactly. So it will not happen. Okay, how much we wanted, it will not happen. Secondary part regarding SC and this one. I would say generally we are a kind of aberrations. Whatever I have seen in my life, okay, even within my family, correct. I am like a 160 degree of what my family looks like. You will not be able to say, okay, this is my family and this is me. So there is some genetics involved, genetics. Okay, some genetics and some proactive economy plays a very important part here. Economy. Yeah. Because I like libertarian people. I do not agree with everything with libertarians do. But I still funded their this one. I paid money to them. Okay, I will not come, but take this money and have this event. Okay, because money is very important. Economic opportunity, and genetics both are going to be very important for this reservation thing to go away. And genetics will play a part, and genetics will improve with generation. For me, I am an aberration. Will be an aberration. But overall, over the generation, when the food and everything goes well, it will improve. Exactly. But genetics is a part.
And I think this needs to be pointed out that we are both products of the 1991 liberalization as well, which is why I am also 180 degrees opposite from all the rest of my family, which is why we have discussed that we don't have any lower caste friends.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
I have no friends at all. I do gali to so many people that people don't talk to me.
Okay, that's a different problem. Okay, thank you, Bhupenda. Do you have anything else to add?
No, all done.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Good Lord, are you still here?
हाँ.
Yeah, hi, good Lord.
तो मैं आपका वो जो पहला वाला पॉइंट था जो जिससे आप चालू किए थे उससे मैं शुरू करना चाहूंगा. तो वो ये था कि मतलब जो मुस्लिम्स हैं वो चेंज हो चुके हैं अचानक से. ठीक है, आपने ये लाइव स्ट्रीम के शुरू में यही बोला. तो मैंने पढ़ा था उस टाइम पे. I have read some things about in Facebook and all, and you have shared many things. But अब मेरा पॉइंट ये है, इट्स नॉट अबाउट अल्तकिया एंड ऑल. ठीक है, ये तो मुझे लगता है ये एक रिएक्शनरी मतलब टाइप ऑफ राइटिंग है और कुछ नहीं है ये इससे ज्यादा. एंड इवन इन दैट रिएक्शनरी दबाव में आके काइंड ऑफ, एंड इवन इन दैट रिएक्शनरी थिंग मेरे को जो लगता है वो उन्हीं लोगों ने लिखा है जिनका हिंदुओं के साथ कनेक्शन ज्यादा है. बाकी लोगों ने नहीं लिखा, जिनका उठना बैठना है. ठीक है. तो दूसरा जो पॉइंट है उसमें भी उन्होंने कैटेगरिकली आप देखना, उन्होंने कभी ये नहीं बोला है आई एम अशेम्ड ऑफ बीइंग मुस्लिम. एक बार भी नहीं लिखा है.
ठीक है, अगर पॉइंट ये बोलते हैं कि इस्लाम में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मुस्लिम्स में प्रॉब्लम है. जब तक वो प्रेमिस दिमाग में आएगा नहीं, वो तो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व ही नहीं होगा. उन लोगों को पता ही नहीं है कि सोर्स कहाँ से है. उन्होंने खुद नहीं पढ़ा है, शायद कुरान नहीं पढ़ा होगा, या फिर पढ़ा भी होगा तो इंग्लिश में पढ़ा होगा. उन लोगों को पता ही नहीं. उन लोगों को लग रहा है कि हाँ मेरा तो रिलीजन बढ़िया है, कुछ लोग ऐसे कर रहे हैं.
दूसरे आप अगर इसी चीज को फ्लिप कर दो, जैसे कॉमीज लोग हैं कि अगर हमारे बीच से कोई अगर रिएक्शन आ जाता है, मान लेते हैं, तो पहला जो पॉइंट होगा सबसे ऊपर में लिखा होगा आई एम अशेम्ड ऑफ बीइंग अ हिंदू, जैसे वो कठुआ वाला केस में हुआ था. ठीक है, तो मेरा पॉइंट यही है कि जैसे वो लोग कहते हैं ना कि मुस्लिम चेंज हो चुके हैं, बिल्कुल नहीं. ये एक रिएक्शनरी थिंग है और उन्होंने रिएक्शन पे ही लिखा है. उन्होंने इनफैक्ट आई हैव रीड मेनी थिंग्स ऑफ यू, इवन इन दैट सेक्शन उन्होंने एक एक पॉइंट दिया है कि जैसे मुस्लिम वक्फ बिल के विरोध में आ गए थे तो उनसे ये पूछा जाना चाहिए कि वक्फ ने क्या किया तुम्हारे लिए, तुमने कितना मुस्लिम के लिए क्या किया, ये सब उन्होंने लिखा. एंड इवन इन दैट सेक्शन दे हैव कैटेगरीली पुट दैट थिंग कि मुस्लिम ने मुस्लिम के लिए क्या किया. सो अगर मान के चलो एक लेट से उन्होंने कुछ अच्छा किया है, ठीक है, मतलब करेंगे आगे जाके, इवन इन दैट अगर आप सोच के देखो कि अगर वो कर भी देते हैं, वो अगर अच्छे आदमी बन भी जाते हैं, देन इट विल बिकम अ सोसाइटी लाइक अ वेस्ट, जहां पे फिर भी रेशियल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होगा ही होगा, क्योंकि वेस्ट ने क्या किया, वेस्ट ने अपने लोगों को तो डेवलप किया, इतना डेवलप किया कि वहां से जो लोग अभी उनके रेस से बाहर हैं, उनको वो एकदम गंदे नजर से देखते हैं, प्राइमरीली बिकॉज ऑफ देयर क्रिश्चियन आइडियोलॉजी। ठीक है, इससे आप हटा नहीं सकते कि हाँ क्रिश्चियन बिल्कुल है। मैंने बाइबल पढ़ी है, और अगर कोई जेनेसिस पढ़ ले, जो पहला चैप्टर है, उसी में ये सब कैटेगोरिकली लिखा है। ठीक है, तो उनका ये जो क्रिश्चियन जो मोरालिटी है, वो उसी का एक फसल जो रेशियल थिंग है, और वो वही मतलब ट्रांसेंड करके जाता है दूसरे अब्राहमिक रिलीजन में। तो अगर कल वो अच्छे बन भी जाए, ठीक है, मतलब प्रोग्रेस कर जाए, एकदम इजराइल बन जाए, सबको मतलब हाईटेक हो जाए सब कुछ, तो भी एक तो रेशियल सोसाइटी बन के रहेगा वो, जो रेशियल मतलब डिस्क्रिमिनेट करेगा। तो उससे कोएग्जिस्टेंस में क्या मतलब कुछ बेनिफिट तो होगा नहीं, मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है।
बेनिफिट हो सकता है डिपेंडिंग ऑन कैसा किस तरह का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन चल रहा है। अगर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन सिर्फ इतना है कि मेरा एक अलग जगह है जहां पे तुम्हें घुसने नहीं दूंगा, या फिर मैं एक प्रोफेशन में बेटर हूं, तुम उस प्रोफेशन में अच्छे नहीं हो, देयरफॉर तुम नहीं घुस सकते हो, अगर इसको हम डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का नाम दे दे तो वो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन तो हमेशा हमेशा से रहेगा। अनलेस वो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन भी चलता है कि जहां पे दिख रहा है वो उसको मार रहा है, या फिर कन्वर्ट करने का कोशिश कर रहा है, या फिर गाली गलौज कर रहा है।
लेकिन आपने जो पहला पॉइंट बताया, वो जो आपने जो बताया कि डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मेरे जगह पे आने नहीं दूंगा, तो ये जो मस्जिद के सामने नमाज वाला किस्सा तो वही है फिर। अगर आप देखो बेसिकली तो
मैं ये
यही है।
कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ टेम्पल एंट्री के साथ भी, जो कि अभी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि अगर वो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी ही है और मुझे लगता है कि मुझे घुसने नहीं देना है किसी को, तो वो मेरा राइट भी होना चाहिए। अगर उस तरह का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन चलता है which is kind of theoretically discrimination but not in terms of policy and law and stuff, तो वो
लेकिन
डिस्क्रिमिनेशन
मेरे को
भी
लेकिन
एक्सेप्टेबल हो
मुझे
जाएगा।
जो जहां तक जिन्होंने मतलब जो भी ये एक्सक्यूज आर्गुमेंट्स जो भी दिए हैं, वो मेरे को बहुत ही लेम लगे हैं और लॉजिकलेस लगे हैं, क्योंकि पॉइंट पे बात ही नहीं हो रहा है, पॉइंट के अलावा सब कुछ बात हो रहा है। ठीक है, इधर उधर की बातें हम ये कर लेंगे वो कर लेंगे, लेकिन पॉइंट पे बात ही नहीं हो रहा है। एक तो पहला पॉइंट ये रहा। जो दूसरा पॉइंट पे मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे उस दिन जो हमला हुआ, जो भी लोगों के जाने गई, तो उसके बाद आके जो कॉमीज है, वो ये पॉइंट करना चाहते हैं कि सारे जो ब्लेम है वो गवर्नमेंट का है। ठीक है,
या
और मैं ये नहीं
अचानक से
कह
स्टेट फेलियर, मोड़ी झापी
रहा स्टेट
बिजॉन सेतु,
फेलियर।
नो स्टेट फेलियर, ऑल ऑफ अ सडन स्टेट फेलियर याद आ गया कल से।
मेरा प्रॉब्लम स्टेट फेलियर से नहीं है, स्टेट फेलियर है, लेकिन वो
हाँ,
कैटेगरिकली स्टेट फेलियर बोल के वहीं पे स्टॉप हो जा रहे हैं। उनसे कोई ये
अरे
नहीं पूछ रहा।
यही तो, वो जो लिबर्टेरियन है ना, हर जगह पे इजराइल को गाली देता है। डू यू फॉलो दैट स्टफ, अमेरिकन पॉलिटिक्स?
नहीं नहीं, मैं नहीं
हमने
करता।
उस पे एक लाइव रिएक्शन भी किया था। आई कीप फॉरगेटिंग हिज नेम, डेविड समथिंग, ठीक है। तो उसका भी आर्ग्यूमेंट मुझे याद दिलाता है कि जब भी कोई इंडिविजुअल एक इंसिडेंट होगा, मान लो कि यहाँ पे टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया इंग्लैंड में या फ्रांस में, या फिर इजराइल ने कुछ कर दिया, या फिर इंडिया में कुछ हो गया, तो इंडिविजुअली इन सब के, या डेव स्मिथ, इंडिविजुअली इन सब के डिफेंडर्स आ जाते हैं, बोलते हैं देखिए यहाँ पे एक अभी इंग्लैंड का स्टेट फेलियर हुआ, अक्टूबर 7 को इजराइल का स्टेट फेलियर हुआ, पहलगाम में इंडियन गवर्नमेंट का स्टेट फेलियर हो गया। हर जगह पे इंडिविजुअली ये सिर्फ स्टेट फेलियर ही है। 1400 साल से स्टेट फेलियर चल रहा है हर जगह पे।
फिर तो
तो
ऐसे
वो
ऐसे स्टेट फेलियर होते हैं तो वाइप आउट हो जाएगा सब कुछ। फिर कौन करेगा स्टेट फेलियर? तो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि स्टेट फेलियर बोल के तुम क्यों रुक जा रहे हो? तुम ये नहीं बता क्यों रहे हो कि अच्छा स्टेट फेलियर हुआ, मानते हैं, लेकिन उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है? वो सॉल्यूशन ये लोग बता नहीं रहे हैं। ठीक है, इनका प्रॉब्लम ये है।
मैंने ये पॉइंट ब्लैंक कल एक मेरे कॉमी फ्रेंड से पूछा। मैंने एक्चुअली एक कॉमी फ्रेंड को लाइव स्ट्रीम के बाद रात के 3 बजे कॉल अप किया, जस्ट क्योंकि मुझे डिबेट करना था किसी कॉमी से। मेरे मतलब हाथ जल रहे थे, चलो डिबेट करते हैं किसी से। तो सिर्फ खुन्नस निकालने के लिए मैंने पुराने दोस्त को कॉल किया और मैंने पूछा कि क्यों भाई, क्या स्टेट फेलियर दिख रहा है ना? तो उसने बोला कि हाँ हाँ बहुत बहुत स्टेट फेलियर है। तो आफ्टर डिस्कसिंग अ बंच ऑफ थिंग्स, शाउटिंग एट ईच अदर, लास्ट में मैंने जाके बोला कि अच्छा तो तुम बोलो सोल्यूशन क्या है यहाँ पे। तो उसने पहले बोला कि मतलब कश्मीर में तो देखो हर जगह पे पुलिस होना चाहिए। मैंने बोला अच्छा, हर जगह पे पुलिस क्यों? पूरा का पूरा स्टेट इसका मतलब टेररिस्ट से भरा हुआ है क्या? वो तो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, वहां पे क्यों पूरा जगह पे पुलिस रहेगा? फिर उसने बोला कि नहीं, मैं वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मगर स्टेट को कुछ करना चाहिए। तो मैंने बोला अच्छा तो देखो स्टेट को तो फिर डंडे मारने चाहिए, तो वही बोल रहे हो, तो घूम फिर के वही आया, तो स्टेट का एक्सपेंडिचर और बढ़ा दो और हर जगह पे पुलिस डाल दो। मगर कश्मीर में ही क्यों, मध्य प्रदेश में क्यों नहीं, या फिर पूरे बंगाल में क्यों नहीं? स्पेशली कश्मीर में ऐसा क्या है जिसमें कि वहां पे स्टेट फेलियर हो रहा है, जिससे कि एक कौमी ही डिमांड कर रहा है कि हर गली मोहल्ले में एक पुलिस वाला हो? क्या है उसमें? फिर वहां पे उसने और आंसर नहीं दिया। तो अब तुम बोलो।
एंड इवन अगर स्टेट पे चलो आपने जो पॉइंट बोला मतलब उसने जो पॉइंट बोला कि पुलिस बैठा देना चाहिए, अगर पुलिस बैठा भी देते हैं ना तो सबसे पहले यही आके ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड पे बोलेंगे कि क्यों
यस,
पुलिस बैठा दिया, ठीक
हाँ,
है,
ये पुलिस स्टेट क्यों है, ये
पुलिस
इंटरनेट
स्टेट
तो
क्यों
बंद
है।
किया था उसी उसी कारण से।
हाँ, तो बेसिकली वो कॉमी का प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो गवर्नमेंट फेलियर तक बोल के रुक जा रहा है, उसके आगे वो नहीं बढ़ रहा है, ठीक है, क्योंकि मेरा मेरा ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि ये ना किसी के सगे नहीं है, किसी का भला नहीं चाहते, ठीक है, किसी का भला नहीं चाहते। प्रॉब्लम ये है इनका हिंदुओं के साथ हेट है, तो हिंदुओं का तो ये भला नहीं चाहते, क्लियर एंड कट है। अगर कोई ये सोचता है कि ये जो मुस्लिम्स का भला चाहते, ये भी नहीं, अगर वो चाहते तो वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रोकने का बात करते ना, वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रोकने का
या
बात ही नहीं करते हैं, वो चाहते हैं परपेचुअल स्टेट में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होता रहे जिससे स्टेट का प्रॉब्लम हो, क्योंकि उनका
या
वार स्टेट से है, उनका वार कश्मीर से नहीं, उनका वार ये सब से नहीं। एंड इवन
या
अगर हम देखें ना, अगर हम इसको थोड़ा मतलब मैं आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट जा रहा हूँ, इसका हम गाजा से उसको कनेक्ट करें ना, अभी आप सोच के देखो कि जैसे ही गाजा में कुछ हुआ, मतलब कुछ दिन पहले बहुत लोग मारे मारे गए थे, तो बांग्लादेश में मार्च फॉर गाजा का एक वो निकला था, ठीक है, तो वहां के जो रेड कॉमी थे, फिर ये जो भी हिजबुत ये
या
सब जो थे वो किया था ये सब, तो वो डिमांड कर रहे थे कि खोल दो बॉर्डर, हम चले जाएंगे, ये सब जो भी था, मतलब उनका पैशन एग्रेशन ये सब। तो
हाँ,
प्रॉब्लम ये कि वो जाते क्यों नहीं, पहली बात है वो वहां से वो बोल देंगे कि हम नहीं जा सकते, चलो ठीक है,
देश किसी
लेकिन
के बाप का थोड़ी ना है, जाएंगे
हाँ
काहे।
वो जाएंगे नहीं, वो तो ठीक है, लेकिन वहां पे एक और न्यूज आया था कि गाजा में जब पहले जो जिस दिन पे ये अटैक हुआ था, मतलब इसराइल ने जो अटैक किया, उससे पहले दिन क्या हुआ कि जो लोकल्स थे वो हमास के अगेंस्ट प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, ठीक है,
अच्छा अच्छा
तो उसको ये लोगों ने एक बार भी उसको हाईलाइट नहीं किया, ठीक है,
अच्छा।
एंड इवन आफ्टर आफ्टर दैट अटैक
हम्म।
हमास ने चुन चुन के जो लोग प्रोटेस्ट किए थे
यस
उनको मार दिया, ठीक है,
यस
उसके बारे में भी ये लोग बात नहीं किए। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ये लोग गाजा के लोगों के भी सगे नहीं है, इनका
यस
टारगेट है जू को खत्म करना है, ठीक है, इनका टारगेट ये नहीं है कि कोई मुस्लिम मर रहा है कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, इनका टारगेट ये है कि जू खत्म हो जाए, और कश्मीर में इनका
या
टारगेट है कि हिंदू खत्म हो जाए बस, ठीक है,
यस, यही
ये
तो
इनका
प्रॉब्लम है। या
ये इनका बेसिक प्रेमाइस है पूरा,
एग्जैक्टली
ठीक है,
और वही काइंड ऑफ मेरे दोस्त के साथ कल कंक्लूजन भी यही हुआ था कि वो बोल रही थी कि मतलब देखो ये यहाँ पे इंडिविजुअली एक समस्या या ये है, यहाँ पे एक समस्या ये है, सबको कनेक्ट मत कर दो, यू आर इग्नोरिंग की पॉइंट्स एटसेट्रा, कहाँ का 1400 साल एटसेट्रा। तो आई सेड दैट सी, तो समवन वाज सेइंग दैट काहे रात के 3 बजे दोस्त को जगा दिया एटसेट्रा, नो शी लिव्स इन द यूएसए। तो so I didn't wake her up, but I was saying that, see, you are an NRI who is now facing the brunt of, you're beginning to feel the brunt of white supremacy and stuff, which you are going to go on feeling from the patriots of America or Europe, England, etc. So Indian right wingers are best poised in this situation to talk about this, क्योंकि वो कॉमीज, स्पेशली एनआरए कॉमीज, स्पेशली बंगाली कॉमीज, जो चीज यूएस में बैठ के, वेस्ट में बैठ के, वेस्ट के व्हाइट क्रिश्चियंस को और स्पेशली व्हाइट क्रिश्चियंस मेल्स को बोलते हैं, वही हिंदूज को और हिंदू मेल्स को या स्पेशली अपर कास्ट मेल्स को यहाँ पे सुनना पड़ता है। तो जब यूएसए का बात हम करेंगे कि अच्छा, अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ एज अ फैन ऑफ विवेक रामास्वामी, ट्रम्प एटसेट्रा, कि भाई यूएस को ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो, यूएस में ही तो काम कर रहे हो, तो वो बोलेंगे नहीं देखो यूएस ने यहाँ पे वो किया है, वहां पे वो किया है, कितना खराब देश है एटसेट्रा। तो और आजकल तो डीकोलोनियलिटी का जमाना है, कितने राइट विंगर्स भी ये सब बोलते हैं, तो तुम इस बात पे मुझसे क्यों डिबेट कर रहे हो। तो आई सेड दैट देखो यही तो मजा है कि तुम अगर यूएसए को बोलते हो क्योंकि इतना अमीर काहे है, ऐसे अमीर कैसे बन गया, कितने देशों पर अत्याचार किया, तो वो सब क्राइटेरिया तो इंडिया पे लागू नहीं होता है। तो वो सेम का सेम डिस्कोर्स कॉपी पेस्ट करके इंडिया में कैसे तुम हिंदुओं के ऊपर बिठा रहे हो। तो इंडिया का जीडीपी पर कैपिटा है सब सहारन अफ्रीकन का, तो अफ्रीका के देश के
लोअर
बारे में
मिडिल
कभी
इनकम,
कुछ सुनाओ, कोई लोअर मिडिल इनकम देश का कभी बात सुनते हैं कभी क्या। और फिर हमने डिस्कस किया सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म के, भाई तुम कॉमियों ने, तुम एकेडमिक्स ने आज तक सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म में से व्हाइट का नाम हटाया ही नहीं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म का ऑफिशियल डेफिनेशन में है एकेडमिया में कि कोई अगर व्हाइट यूरोपियन जाके किसी देश में बैठता है उसको सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म बोलते हैं। अगर मुगल जाके कोई देश में बैठ जाता है उसको भोसरी के ऋतिक रोशन दांत निकाल के बोलता है कि हम इतने अच्छे राजा थे, हमको ये देश इतना पसंद आ गया, जो द अकबर में बोलता है, कि हम लौटे ही नहीं। तो वही तो लौड़ा, वो भी तो मतलब मे फेयर में जो लोग आए थे यूएसए में, वो ही बोल रहे थे कि नेटिव अमेरिकन हमको इतने पसंद आ गए कि हम उनको मार के भगा दिए और रह गए, जगह इतना पसंद आ गया। तो बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान को कोई आज तक सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म बोल नहीं पाया ये कॉमिक्स। तो आफ्टर ऑल कंक्लूजन क्या है कि तुमको सिर्फ और सिर्फ हैव्स और हैव नॉट्स का नैरेटिव खेलना है, उसके लिए इतना सारा एक्सक्यूज का है, बोल
हाँ।
दो। नहीं तो और कौन से लॉजिक में चुतिया इंडिया और यूएसए पैट पार हो जाता है अचानक से। उसने तो बोला कि no, you can't blame me for coming to USA is better than in academia etc. I said yeah, everything, say everything, प्राउडली बोलो एवरीथिंग में बेटर है, क्योंकि वो अमीर है, अमीर बना अच्छा इवल मेथड से बना। तो हम तो भोसरी के गरीब है, इतना गरीब है कि तुम यहाँ पे पढ़ना भी नहीं चाहते हो, तो हम और वो इक्वली ऑपरेसर्स कैसे बन गए। और बीच में से पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश सेटलर कॉलोनियलिस्ट भी नहीं है। अफ्रीका का देश में एक ट्राइब का माँ बहन कर रहा है हर दिन उठ के, सुबह उठ के, कोई कुछ लड़ा उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं लिखता है। एलजीबीटीक्यू राइट्स के बारे में पैलेस्टाइन से कोई क्यों पेपर नहीं आता है, या पैलेस्टाइन के बारे में कोई पेपर नहीं क्यों आता है। अफ्रीका में हर ट्राइब किसी ना किसी ट्राइब के डिक्टेटर को एक दिन मार के नंगा करके स्ट्रीट पे घुमाता है, यही चल रहा है अफ्रीका में हर दिन। और ठीक है, और बोल रहे कि कॉलोनियलिज्म हो गया। तो बढ़िया डिबेट हुआ कल। तो मेरे दोस्त ने बोला कि तुमको पढ़ना चाहिए थोड़ा ऑन द आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स ऑफ कॉलोनियलिज्म। तो मैंने बोला कि अरे लौड़े, तो भाई इंडिया भी तो कॉलोनियलिज्म फेस कर चुका है, तो हमारा आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स ऑफ कॉलोनियलिज्म कहा। हम तो बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं, हमको नहीं चाहिए हैंडआउट्स और भिक्षा हमको मत दीजिए। अफ्रीका भिक्षा लिए जा रहा है 4 बिलियन 5 बिलियन डॉलर भिक्षा लेके भी कुछ नहीं हुआ उनका। और फिर मैंने बोला कि देखो, बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान में सेटलर कॉलोनियलिज्म तो हुआ है, मगर वहां पे अब्दुल बरकत या अबुल बरकत जो प्रोफेसर है, वो बैठ के 10 साल से बोल रहा है कि हर दिन 300 या 600 के कोई नंबर है, हिंदू बांग्लादेश से भाग रहे हैं डर के मारे, और 2030 तक कोई हिंदू नहीं बचेगा बांग्लादेश में। तो ऐसा रिसर्च आज तक कॉमियों ने एकेडेमिया में काहे हाईलाइट नहीं किया। अगर ये इंडिया में और यूएसए में होता तब तो हाईलाइट करते। ये सिर्फ यूरोप, इंडिया और यूएसए के लिए एप्लीकेबल है अजीब तरह से। अगर यूएसए से या इंडिया से कोई माइनॉरिटी 600 माइनॉरिटी हर दिन भागते तो उसमें तो पेपर के पेपर लिखे जाते। तो ये क्या अजीब सिचुएशन है कि यूरोप, यूएसए एंड इंडिया इज ऑन द सेम लेवल, जस्ट दैट वी आर हैव नॉट्स एंड वो हैव नॉट्स एंड हैव डिबेट करना है।
मुझे एक पॉइंट ये भी लगता है, ठीक है, आप मेरा आउटफिट चेक करना, ये किशन जी का आउटफिट है। वो साला एक कम्युनिस्ट था, वो बीच में आता था, ऐसे ऐसे इंटरव्यू देता था, ठीक है, स्टार आनंद में
यस
जो भी है। तो मेरा ये एक वो है कि एक मे बी ये रीजन हो सकता है। एक तस्लीमा नसरीन भी इसी बात पे लिखा था कि अगर कोई स्टेट जो है वो इस्लामिक अगर मतलब कोई इस्लाम में कन्वर्ट भी किया है, ठीक है, मतलब कोई आदमी, तो वो अपना पुराना जो रूट है वो छोड़ा नहीं, ठीक है, उसने ये लॉजिक दिया था। फिर भी हमारे बांग्लादेश में या इंडिया में ऐसा क्यों होता है कि वो अरब को कॉपी करना चाहते हैं। और मेरा डिस्कोर्स आपका जो पॉइंट है उससे भी एक मेरे को भी ये लगता है कि प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इन्होंने पूरी तरीके से कन्वर्ट कर नहीं पाए, ठीक है, इसी पे आके बात घूम फिर के वहीं पे रुक जाता है, ठीक है। कन्वर्ट अगर कर देते तो ये जितने भी थ्योरीज हैं ये लागू शायद हो भी सकता था, ठीक है, क्योंकि कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए और हम मेजोरिटी रह गए, ठीक है। तो ये जो भी है हमको एक फ्लॉड प्लेन तो पूरा फ्लॉड ही है कि अगर हम यूएस और यूरोप और इंडिया को एक ही प्लेन में रख रहे हैं तो प्लेन ही फ्रॉड है, चलो ठीक है, लेकिन वो इसीलिए रख देते हैं, ठीक है, कि साला हमको कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए। कन्वर्ट कर देते तो ये सब मतलब चलो एक बार के लिए, जैसे अफ्रीका में अब तो उनका खुद का ट्राइब है ही नहीं कोई, ठीक है, उनका पूरा ट्राइब ही खत्म कर दिया। अब वो यूट्यूब पे आता है कौन मार के खा रहा है, ठीक है, बाकी तो क्रिश्चियन या नॉर्दर्न मुस्लिम बन गया।
पूरे अफ्रीकन कॉन्टिनेंट में 9% है जो कि इंडिजिनस कल्चर्स और रिलीजन्स फॉलो करते हैं।
जो नॉर्दर्न अफ्रीका है वो इस्लाम है, जो सदर्न अफ्रीका है वो शायद क्रिश्चियन है, इस टाइप का है कुछ, ठीक है। तो हाँ, वो तो बात डाइग्रेस हो गया। और मैं अपना थर्ड जो पॉइंट था वो बोल रहा हूँ कि क्या गवर्नमेंट का कुछ फेलियर नहीं था क्या? बिल्कुल था भाई, बिल्कुल ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट था। गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है। गवर्नमेंट का जो फेलियर है वो ये है, एक तो चलो सिक्योरिटी फेलियर तो फेलियर है, वो मानता हूँ। दूसरा जो फेलियर है वो है जो सिटीजन है उनको इतने सालों से उसके 370 हटने के बाद से गैस दिए ही जा रहा है कि नहीं भाई सब कुछ अच्छा है, जबकि अच्छा नहीं था, ठीक है। एक बार अगर डेमोग्राफी चेंज हो गया उसके बाद जाट कोई भी आ जाए वो ठीक ही नहीं हो पाता, ठीक है। उसको गैस दे के नहीं भाई सब कुछ सही है, सब कुछ सही है, उसको भेज रहा है वहां पे। और एक ना एक दिन तो ये होना था। तो गवर्नमेंट का जो मेन प्रॉब्लम है, जो लोग बिल्कुल वो नहीं कर रहे हैं, मेरे को लगता है गवर्नमेंट का मेन प्रॉब्लम मैसेजिंग का है। और पता नहीं कोई पॉइंट प्रूव करने के लिए अपना जो सिटीजन है उसको लाइफ को दांव में डालना। और मैं मानता हूं कि गवर्नमेंट का इसमें गलती है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट करे भी तो करे क्या? अब गवर्नमेंट ने वहां पे $1 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, अगर गवर्नमेंट वहां पे किसी को भेजेगा नहीं तो इन्वेस्टमेंट का क्या फायदा? ठीक है, लेकिन मेरा जो मतलब पॉइंट यही घूम फिर के यही आ जाता है कि गवर्नमेंट का एक और जो प्रॉब्लम है कि वो स्ट्राइक नहीं कर रहे हार्ट पे। वो अभी जैसे ही ये अटैक हुआ वो साला चला गया पाकिस्तान को ब्लेम करने। मैं मानता हूँ पाकिस्तान से लोग आए हैं, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम तो पाकिस्तान नहीं है।
वो तो
Problem-
इजी डिस्कोर्स है पाकिस्तान को गाली देना।
कोर्स है, पाकिस्तान को ब्लेम करना सबसे इजी पॉइंट है। प्रॉब्लम पाकिस्तान है ही नहीं। आप पाकिस्तान को चलो मान लो आप मार दिए, कुछ टेरर बेसिस को हटा दिए, ये 8-10 साल में फिर से तो आ जाएंगे, तो क्या फायदा? तो मारते रहो, ये तो आते रहेंगे फिर। और प्रॉब्लम ये यहाँ अब वही बात है कि चलो अब ये बोल देंगे कि हमने हमारे 26 को मारा था, हमने उनके 50 को मार दिया। अब ये लाइव थोड़ी क्रिकेट का स्कोर गेम है, ठीक है, कि आप मतलब वो जो 26-27 मरे हैं वो नियत थे, उनका कोई मतलब वो गन नहीं उठाए थे। और जो वो 50 मरेंगे, मान के चलो 50 क्या 100 मान लो, वो तो मरने के लिए रेडी हैं। उनको तो एक बार वो कबर खोद के वो सो के देखते हैं कि कैसा लग रहा है बेटा, ठीक है, तो वो तो रेडी है उसके लिए। तो तुम मार के भी क्या कर लोगे? तो प्रॉब्लम घूम फिर के यही है कि तुम हार्ट पे स्ट्राइक ही नहीं कर रहे हो, ठीक है, घूम फिर के पाकिस्तान पे चले जाते हो, चिनाब झेलम जो भी है, कुछ फायदा मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है होगा। और जो मेरा लास्ट पॉइंट है वो ये है कि कोई भी मतलब जो भी सुन रहा है उसको मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि लाइफ भाई तुम्हारा खुद का है। तुम्हारा लाइफ किसी भी चीज को, किसी भी कॉमी के पॉइंट को, किसी भी राइट विंगर्स के पॉइंट को प्रूव करने के लिए नहीं है भाई। भगवान ने एक जीवन दिया है, उसको जियो। भोसड़ी के उसको एजेंडा मत बनाओ कि यार मैं अगर वहां पे चला जाऊंगा तो मैं प्रूव कर दूंगा कुछ अच्छा। नहीं करना है भाई, ठीक है। सुनना ज्यादा मत सुनो गवर्नमेंट का भाई, गवर्नमेंट तुम्हारे लिए नहीं है, ठीक है। गवर्नमेंट का प्रोसेस, मैंने फ्रीडमैन का एक वो सुना था, जब फ्रीडमैन का आप देखना, एक फ्रीडमैन का एक सीरीज है, ठीक है, 10 पार्ट एपिसोड है, वो यूट्यूब पे अवेलेबल है, कुछ फ्री मार्केट के ऊपर मतलब कुछ है, मैं भूल रहा हूँ। तो उन्होंने वहां पे ये बताया था कि गवर्नमेंट का मतलब हम गवर्नमेंट चुनते क्यों है? गवर्नमेंट हम इसीलिए चुनते हैं कि जो काम हम इंडिविजुअली नहीं कर पाते, इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट को चुनते हैं। लेकिन अभी क्या हुआ है इस मोमेंट पे, उसको एकदम चेंज करके वो एकदम एक तरीके से पावर गेम बन गया है। उसमें इंडिविजुअल का कोई रोल है ही नहीं। तो जो कोई भी आ जाए, कोई भी कितना भी गैस दे दे, अल्टीमेट प्रॉब्लम तो मेरे को लग रहा है हिंदुओं का ही हो रहा है। क्योंकि ये मेरा मानना है कि आपका कुछ भी कह लो, हिंदुओं के लिए कोई पार्टी नहीं है। हाँ, हम एक को वोट देते हैं, हम मानते हैं, लेकिन अगर वो सच में अपने सिटीजन्स का भला चाहता, अपने सिटीजन्स को चाहता कि वो नहीं, वो सुरक्षित रहे, तो मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है ये सब होता, ठीक है। एक तो पॉइंट ये है। दूसरा ये पॉइंट है, वो भी चाहते हैं क्योंकि ये पॉलिटिकल गेम है और डेमोक्रेसी है, इस पे वोट का वो इफेक्ट है, तो वो भी चाहते हैं कि हिंदू थोड़ा डर के रहे ताकि हमको वोट दे, क्योंकि हम उसका ऑल्टरनेटिव नहीं बना पाए। ये भी हमारा एक फॉल्ट है। तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे तो हमारा फॉल्ट है, उसको हमको पहले स्वीकार करना है। दूसरा ये है कि जो चीज हम, क्योंकि हमारा कम्युनिटी लेवल पे फॉल्ट है, जैसे आप तो ये मानोगे ही, जैसे बंगाल का जो डिक्लाइन हुआ है पॉपुलेशन के बेसिस पे 85% से 67%, तो ये क्या बीजेपी का प्रॉब्लम है क्या? ये क्या सीपीएम का, टीएमसी का प्रॉब्लम है? ये तो हमारा खुद का प्रॉब्लम है। हम साला शादी नहीं करेंगे, हम लेट शादी करेंगे, बच्चे नहीं पैदा करेंगे, कुत्ते पाल लेंगे, चलो कुत्ता पालो, कुत्ता भाई वोट नहीं देता, ठीक है। तो 25-25 साल के जो दंगे हुए हैं मुर्शिदाबाद में, वो तो लौंडे ही किए हैं ना
भाई।
तो वो तो
कुत्ते
कल
पाल
जाके
के
वोट
भी
भी
क्या
देंगे।
उखड़ लिया, आज तक तो कुत्तों के लिए एक लॉ भी पास नहीं करवा पाया। आज
हाँ,
के डेट पे अभी
वही।
अगर तुम किसी कुत्ते का गला घोट दो, तुम्हें सिर्फ जेल होगा आधे घंटे के लिए और 50 रुपए बेल देके बाहर निकल आओगे।
ये एग्जैक्टली मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ। और मेरे घर में कुत्ता है, 2-2 कुत्ता है, ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है। लेकिन मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि तुम ना तो साला कुत्ते के सगे हुए, ना अपने सगे हुए, ठीक है। तो कम से कम चलो कुत्तों का ना सही, अपना तो सगा हो जाओ, ठीक है। कुछ तो करो। कम्युनिटी लेवल पे फेलियर है ये, मैं मानता हूँ, ठीक है। और तीसरा है कि अगर पता जब चल रहा है ना कि हिंदुओं को देख देख कर मारा गया, कम से कम इतना करो कि खुद के डेथ को फंड मत करो, ठीक है। खुद के डेथ को कभी मत फंड करो। अगर किसी के
हम
पास जा
अपने
रहे हो
ऑपरेशन खुद से फंड करते हैं, बहुत साल हो गए, पूरा हैबिट बन चुका है कि देखो हमारा सैलरी अगर 30,000 है, इसमें से 20,000 साइड कर लो ऑपरेशन के लिए, दे दो किसी को हम, ताकि हमको ऑपरेट कर सके ठीक से।
हाँ, आप सोच के देखो, मैं यही पॉइंट पे जा रहा हूँ। कोई भी आप कोई भी मतलब दुकान पे चले जाओ, कोई भी हमारे बंगाल के कोई भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट टाउन में चले जाओ, आपको बिरयानी का जो दुकान है वो मुस्लिम का ही है, ठीक है, मेजोरिटी, ठीक है।
भाई
क्यों हुआ है?
बिरयानी, रिपेयर्स, बिल्डिंग हाउसेस, कंस्ट्रक्शन
बिल्डिंग
में
हाउसेस,
एसी ठीक कराओ, बाइक ठीक
हाँ
कराओ,
हाँ हाँ,
हर जगह में। और बंगाल में तो लॉयर्स वगैरह, लोअर लेवल कोर्ट्स में
हाँ
क्रिमिनल्स
हाँ हाँ,
सब
बिल्कुल
कोई
बिल्कुल।
मुस्लिम है।
तो ये जो चीज है ये इसीलिए हुआ है क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं ये होना, मैं मानता हूँ। क्योंकि मैं बता रहा हूँ, कोई अगर 2 रुपए आपसे घटा लेना, आप साला उसी के पास जाके दौड़ते हो। क्यों नहीं? जो आपसे इतने साल संबंध बना के रखा, उससे बस 10 रुपए कम, 20 रुपए कम, 100 रुपए कम के लिए उसको छोड़ क्यों रहे हो? और ये भी एक देखो, ये तो चलो, ये जो भी है ये तो लिबर्टियन कॉन्सेप्ट के खिलाफ जा रहा है, फ्री मार्केट के, कि जो पैसे कम देगा उसके पास जाना चाहिए, मैं मानता हूँ।
नहीं नहीं,
लेकिन
खिलाफ नहीं। वो करोगे कि नहीं करोगे वो स्टेट नहीं डिसाइड कर सकता, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे तुम
हाँ,
बिल्कुल कर
इंडिविजुअल
सकते हो,
लिबर्टी
एज अ
है।
फॉर्म ऑफ चैरिटी।
लेकिन
हाँ,
अगर अगर हम इकोनॉमिक्स के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखें कि अगर कोई पैसा सस्ते पैसे में दे रहा है, उसके पास जाना, मतलब जाते हैं लोग, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ। लेकिन
राइट।
प्रॉब्लम लिबर्टेरियन या इकोनॉमिक्स है नहीं, प्रॉब्लम रिलीजियसिटी है, ठीक है। तो
या
रिलीजियस प्रॉब्लम को रिलीजियस ही काटेगा, लोहे को लोहा ही काटता है ना, उस टाइप का। तो कम से कम अपने डेथ को फंड मत करो भाई, मत खाओ यार, ठीक है, कहीं दूसरे जगह चले जाओ, ठीक है। ये सुनने में बहुत ही मतलब ऐसा लग सकता है इस्लामोफोबिक इस टाइप का, अपने जिंदगी से ज्यादा अच्छा कुछ चीज नहीं है, वो चाहे कोई भी सुना दे, ठीक है। मैं मतलब
या
हार्डकोर, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि लाइफ का वैल्यू है, लाइफ को जीना चाहिए यार, मरना नहीं है, फालतू में मरना नहीं है, किसी को पॉइंट प्रूव करने के लिए कि मत करो डेथ को फंड भाई, और
या
इतना गवर्नमेंट का सुनो मत। मैं तो मानता
और
हूँ।
कश्मीर में वैसे भी सोल्यूशन गवर्नमेंट से जो भी होगा वो भी भोसरी के हमारे पैसे से ही फिर से होगा। कि अभी अगर फिर से कश्मीर में अफवाह करते हैं, या फिर हिस्टोरिकली आज तक कश्मीर पे जो इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है फ्रॉम स्टेट साइड टू मेंटेन सिक्योरिटी, दैट हैज बीन द हाईएस्ट अमंग ऑल द स्टेट्स, और वो सब हुआ है हमारे पैसों से। और आज भी इन्वेस्टमेंट हमारे पैसों से ही हो रहा है, आज भी हम जाएंगे हम मरेंगे। और अभी एज अ रिपरकशन टू दैट, लौड़े फिर से हमारा ही पैसा लेके वहां पे और इन्वेस्ट करेंगे ऑन अफ्स्पा। अभी बिजनेस में, सिक्योरिटी में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे थे, अभी अफ्स्पा में पैरा एसएफ को सैलरी देंगे हम वहां पे और भी डाल के। तो हमारा पैसा जाना तो बंद नहीं होगा। तो कोई सोल्यूशन तो चाहिए जिससे कि हमारा एक्सपेंडिचर कुछ कम हो या बंद हो। हम ये क्या हमेशा हमेशा के लिए एक वाटर ऑफ इंडिया का टैप खुला रहेगा, हम वहां पे इन्वेस्ट करते ही रहेंगे? तो यही अगर कश्मीर हैंडल नहीं कर पाया तो भाई चुतिया 20 साल बाद बंगाल क्या हैंडल करेगा? और 50 साल बाद अगर पीओके वीओके कभी ना कभी तो लेना है तो कैसे हैंडल होगा? हमेशा हमेशा के लिए आफ्सपा के हाथ में रख देंगे और पैसा देते रहेंगे आफ्सपा को, आफ्सपा वाले
मेरे
को।
को जो मतलब जो नवमी विमर्श वाले दादा जो बोले हैं, उनका बात मेरे को सही लगा कि पॉलिटिकल जो ब्लॉक है वो सेट करना है। लेकिन वो पॉलिटिकल ब्लॉक जो है वो कम्युनिटी के जो थिंकिंग है उस बिना उससे होगा नहीं, ठीक है। अगर कोई कम्युनिटी ही यूनाइटेड रहे तभी जाके वो पॉलिटिकल ब्लॉक प्रेशर ग्रुप बनेगा, नहीं तो नहीं बनेगा। आप कुछ भी कह लो, मैंने खुद देखा है, लोग जो कॉमी वाला जो आर्गुमेंट है कि सिक्योरिटी फेलियर है, उसी पे लोग अटक जा रहे हैं, ठीक है। जैसे चोर को तो काम है चोरी करना, तुमने रोका क्यों नहीं, ठीक है। अब उसी पे अटक जा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके दिमाग में इतना भर दिया गया है, ठीक है, कि वो उस चीज से आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स के आगे भी कुछ है, कि
तो मैंने तो
कम्युनिटी
मेरे
फॉर्म करो।
लेफ्टिस्ट फ्रेंड को कल बोला कि भाई अभी अगले बार से अगर कोई मोलेस्टेशन हो या रेप हो आसपास, तो भाई पेट्रियार्की को, लड़कों को, ब्राह्मणिकल पेट्रियार्की, किसी को ब्लेम मत करो, सिर्फ बोलो स्टेट फेलियर है लौड़े, तब छोड़ दो, भूल जाते हैं स्टेट फेलियर, एंड ऑफ
हाँ
स्टोरी।
सेम,
तो
मतलब
हर बात पे तो ये लोग सिस्टेमेटिक घुसाते हैं। सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस जगह पे आके ये स्टेट फेलियर कैसे हो गया? यहाँ पे सिस्टमिक कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, सिस्टमेटिक कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, सिर्फ स्टेट फेलियर है। तो बाकी सब जगह पे अब से हम भी बोलेंगे कि ये तो भाई स्टेट फेलियर था, इसलिए क्रेप हो गया
बट आई
वहां पे।
थिंक निरंजन दा, द मेन प्रॉब्लम इज दैट हम इनसे एक्सपेक्ट ही क्यों करते हैं, ठीक है। ये साला है कौन? ये क्या गेट कीपर है क्या मोरालिटी का?
ऑफ कोर्स है तो,
ये
हाँ तो
ये है, ये मेरे को नहीं लगता, ठीक है। ये ऐसे फील कराते हैं जैसे ये मोरालिटी के गेट कीपर है, ये साला जो
हाँ।
बोलेंगे हमको वो सुनना पड़ेगा, ऐसा नहीं है, ठीक है। मतलब रूड बनो, मुंह पे जवाब दो। मैं तो भर के गाली देता हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि ये लोग गाली खाने के ही लायक हैं, ठीक है। इनसे अच्छे से बात करना ही नहीं है, ठीक है। ये लोग लॉजिकल मतलब आइडिया पे बात ही नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि इनका दिमाग में वो घुस गया है, ये इतनी आसानी से जाएगा नहीं। माँ बहन की गाली दो, वो तो उतर आएगा फिर चला जाएगा, ठीक है। ये मैंने देखा है, मतलब एक फेसबुक में कोई हैंडल है, आप अगर देखना चाहते हो, दीप्तोरूप समदर्शी करके एक हैंडल है,
अच्छा।
ठीक है। तो वो ये सब लिखता रहता है, तो आप कभी उसको पढ़ना। वो इनको बहुत गाली देता है और ये डिजर्व करता है ये लोग, ठीक है। मैं मानता हूँ कि इनके बातों पे आना ही नहीं चाहिए। अपना बनाओ, मुंह पे जवाब दो, जो बोलना है बोलो, क्या दिक्कत है? इस्लामोफोबिक है तो है, उसमें कौन सी बड़ी बात? साला अपना जान जान गवा देंगे क्या तुम्हारे पॉइंट को प्रूव करने के चक्कर में? तो तुम जाओ ना भाई, तुम जाओ, जाके 7 दिन रह के आओ। इवन अगर हम चलो मान लेते हैं, इवन आसाद नूर करके एक सेकुलर ब्लॉगर है बांग्लादेश का, वो भी पहलगाम गया था, उसका भी एक एक्सपीरियंस उन्होंने शेयर किया था कि ये ना 2 दिन, मतलब वहां पे जाके अगर आप पूछ लोगे ना कि वो क्या दारू का शॉप किधर है, तो ये लोग गुस्सा हो जाते हैं, कहते हैं हम साला यहाँ पे इसीलिए बैठे हैं क्या? अरे भाई, दारू पीना क्या बैन है क्या कि तुम नहीं बताओगे? और 2 दिन छोड़ छोड़ के, मुझे अभी भी याद है, अभी महीने भर पहले की बात है, लगभग मैंने देखा था ये लोग टूरिस्ट के खिलाफ भी प्रोटेस्ट निकाल रहे थे कि यहाँ पे आके दारू पीते हैं। अबे घूमने गए हैं, वहां पे क्या क्या करेंगे?
वो फैशन शो के खिलाफ भी तो प्रोटेस्ट वाइटर्स
हाँ,
हुआ
फैशन
कुछ
शो के
दिन
खिलाफ भी
पहले।
था। तो गवर्नमेंट, ये भी मैं लोगों को मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि कम से कम आंख तो खुला रखो, कहाँ पे जा रहे हो? जहां पे ये लोग चाहते हैं सरिया चले, बहन जो लोग हिंदुओं को लात मार के निकाल दिए, उनको बसने नहीं दिया, वो तुम्हारी एक ट्रांजैक्शनल रिलेशनशिप से वो मतलब ठीक हो जाएगा? पैसे दे रहे हो भाई, वो ट्रांजैक्शनल रिलेशनशिप है।
हाँ, अब कैपिटलिज्म बढ़िया है अचानक से कि देखो टूरिज्म कर दो, पैसे आएंगे उनके हाथ में और वो टेररिस्ट नहीं रहेंगे, हो गया अचानक से सब न्यू लिबरल सारे के सारे कॉमन।
मतलब इनका जो है, इनको जहां लिबरलिज्म चाहिए वहां पे लिबरलिज्म, और जहां पे वो चाहिए मतलब सोशलिज्म चाहिए वहां पे सोशलिज्म। इनको
यस,
प्रॉब्लम ये है, ये सगे नहीं है। स्टेट भी किसी का सगा नहीं है, यही प्रॉब्लम है। स्टेट भी
यस,
एक आइडियोलॉजी का सगा नहीं है।
स्टेट बाइट्स नेचर, कांट बी सगा टू एनीवन।
हाँ, ये तो हाँ, लेकिन कम से कम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी तो हो सकता है, मैं मानता हूँ,
हाँ,
लेकिन वो भी नहीं है।
हमको प्रेशर ग्रुप बनाना होगा जो अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अगर अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी होगा तो बीजेपी तृणमूल कोई छोड़ेगा नहीं उसको, उसके की मेंबर्स गायब हो जाएंगे, उनका डेड बॉडी भी नहीं मिलेगा, उनके फोन हैक हो
हाँ,
जाएंगे। तो
कम्युनिटी
हम
कम्युनिटी लेवल
यस,
पे करना है।
प्रेशर ग्रुप होना है जो कि बीजेपी को ही प्रेशर करेगा, बीजेपी को इन्फिल्ट्रेट करेगा किसी ना किसी। अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी खोल के तुम जिंदा ही नहीं रहोगे इंडिया में आज के दिन में, जो
वो
टेक्नोलॉजी हो
जैसे
गया है।
वो कौन सा लिबरल पार्टी जो आया है ना, मेरे को नहीं लगता ये मतलब कुछ मतलब कुछ इफेक्ट कर पाएगा, ठीक है, क्योंकि लोगों को घंटा समझ में है क्या लिबरलिज्म है, क्या फ्रीडमैन को कौन कौन पढ़ा है, सोहेल को कौन पढ़ा है? कोई नहीं पढ़ा है। अरे यार, इसके सामने जाके मैं फ्रीडमैन को पढ़ के, अरे कौन है फ्रीडमैन भाई? किसी को पता ही नहीं है फ्रीडमैन कौन है, तो बोल के भी कोई फायदा नहीं। और अगर किसी, मान के चलो कि किसी, अगर आप एकदम मान लो कि मैं तो बंगाल बंगाल से हूँ, कि कोई अगर बाउरी मुची, इनके घर में जाके आप बताओगे ना लिबरलिज्म क्या है, कि मेहनत करना है, पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे, जूते मारेंगे सबको। ठीक है, तो
नहीं
ये
नहीं, उनको तो
मतलब
नहीं बोलना है,
बोलना
बोलना
ही
है तो
नहीं है।
पहले कौमियों को।
तो वही बात है कि पहले तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे ठीक करो, फिर जाके ये सब होगा।
हम्म हम्म
ठीक है, मेरा पॉइंट हो
ओके,
गया।
हाँ, थैंक यू गुड लॉर्ड।
थैंक यू भैया।
या ओके, इज अनित स्टिल हियर? हाय अनित।
হ্যালো দাদা, ক্যান ইউ হিয়ার মি?
হ্যাঁ, ইয়েস, আরেকটু জোরে হলে ভালো, একটু মাইকটা মুখের কাছে টাছে আনা যাবে কি? আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি, আমার তো হেডফোন আছে, লাউড স্পিকার হয়তো শোনা যাবে না ফোনে।
ক্যান ইউ হিয়ার মি নাও? এখন
यस
শুনতে
यस
পাচ্ছ?
यस।
सब बकचोद स्टेट फेलियर के बारे में बोल रहे हैं। इंदिरा गांधी किस वजह से मरा था? इंदिरा गांधी किस वजह से, मतलब वो तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर था खुद, वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर था भाई, तब क्या हुआ था?
हम्म
ये जो पहलगाम में जो हुआ, मैं काफी सारे पास्ट आर्मी जनरल्स को बात सुन रहा था, वो बोल रहे थे, एक तो अवेलेबल है जीडी बक्स ने जो बोला कि 1,80,000 आर्मी कम था वगैरह वगैरह, कोविड के बाद से
अच्छा।
मतलब कुछ नहीं हुआ है, मतलब तो और भी मैं
यस
सुन
यस,
रहा था कि
रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं हुआ है।
हाँ, तो ये जो हमारे होम मिनिस्टर हैं, ये प्लान कर रहे थे कि अभी कश्मीर में जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल्स है, मतलब जो उस एरिया में ट्रेन हुए हैं, वो उस एरिया को जानते हैं, मतलब आर्मी के जो जो रेजिमेंट है, वो हरामजादा सोच रहा था कि इन रेजिमेंट को अब जरूरी नहीं है, कश्मीर सीधा हो गया है।
अच्छा।
जो उन एरिया में ट्रेनिंग नहीं हुए हैं, मतलब समझ लो कि हमारा इस एरिया में जो माओइस्ट को संभालते हैं, नक्सल जो है, उन
राइट।
एरिया में जो काम करते हैं वो कश्मीर में भेज दो, क्योंकि कश्मीर अभी सही हुआ है। मतलब ये पहलगाम अगर ना हुआ होता तो समझ लो क्या होता वहां पे।
ऐसे कैसे सही हो जाता है? कोई डिस्कोर्स तैयार नहीं किया वहां से, तो 80 साल का 1400 साल का डिस्कोर्स दिमाग में, जहन में घुस चुका है, वो अचानक से रिवर्स हो जाएगा क्योंकि तुमने उसको थोड़ा पैसे दे दिए हैं हाथों में।
It is totally due to the RSS ideology. They think that if Muslims become educated, कुछ उन लोगों को कुछ ठीक ठाक दे दो तो ये सब सही हो जाएंगे.
Is this the RSS view? I don't know.
Many of the current think like that. मैं कभी
I see.
कुछ लोगों उनसे बात कर चुका हूँ. मैं सबसे अच्छा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. When I was studying in IIT खड़गपुर in the physics department, वहाँ पे कुछ बच्चे जामिया मिलिया इस्लामी से आए थे. वो लोग एक दिन मेरे रूम पे आके बात कर रहे थे कि हमारे इस्लामिया में क्या होता था जानते थे? वहाँ पे हम माँ काली का न्यूड पिक्चर बनाते थे, फिर उसको हम सिक्सुलाइज करके मस्टरबेट करते थे. मैं मतलब बहुत गंदी गाली देने वाला था, तो मेरा एक दोस्त था, उसने मेरा हाथ पकड़ लिया, क्या है चाहिए, कुछ बोलना मत, छोड़ दे. मैं एक दिन रूम में बैठा था, वो आके बोलता है चल बीफ बिरयानी खाते हैं. वो एडुकेटेड है, मतलब आप समझ रहे हो, फिजिक्स में पढ़ते हैं, एडुकेटेड है, फिर भी ये सब बातें कर रहे हैं. मतलब उन लोगों का एडुकेशन जो भी दे दो, द प्रॉब्लम लाइज इन इस्लाम, दैट्स द पॉइंट. लोगों का माइंडसेट एक ही है सिर्फ. एक जो बंदा था, एक दिन मैं उसके रूम में गया, तो उसके रूम में एक मतलब एक लकड़ी का डंडा था और उसके ऊपर जो क्या बोलते हैं ये लोग कांटा तारे बैठा था ना, वो उसके ऊपर था. मतलब वो मैं बोल रहा था तू रूम ये क्या रखा है रूम में? बोला था अगर कोई मुझे मारेगा तो मैं इसलिए रखा हूँ. मैं बोला कौन मारेगा भाई यहाँ पे तुझको? हमारे किसी रूम में रखा है, तू ये रखा है? बोला ऐसा ही रखा है, कुत्तों को भगाने के लिए रखा है कि हॉस्टल में कुत्ता उत्ता आ जाता था तो इसलिए. और मैं जो ये मैं पूछना चाहता था आपसे बहुत दिन से, क्योंकि देखो किसी एरिया में हिंदू मेजोरिटी में आ गया है, वहां पे तो बीजेपी को वोट नहीं मिलेगा क्योंकि वहां पे कास्ट बेस्ड पॉलिटिक्स होगा. कांग्रेस वहां पे जीत जाएगा इजीली. तो अगर कहाँ पे कम्युनल राइट्स हुए, अगर वहां पे हिंदू मरे तो किसका फायदा होगा फिर? बीजेपी का. तुम और ये मणिपुर में मैं देखा था, जब तक मतलब हमारे जो हिंदू कम्युनिटी है, मेती कम्युनिटी, जब तक उसका लोग मर रहे थे इन लोगों का कुछ ध्यान नहीं गया. जब अभी रिसेंटली कुकी जो कम्युनिटी का इफेक्टेड लोग ज्यादा हो रहे थे, तब ये प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगा दिया.
I see.
This is tragic.
और मुझे अभी याद आया, ये आनंद का काइंड ऑफ काउंटर है तुम्हारे लिए कि जनरल बख्शी इज एंटाइटल्ड टू हिज ओपिनियन, बट वी शुड कंसिडर इट, बट नॉट लेट आवर जजमेंट बेस्ड ऑन दिस वन वॉइस.
No,
but
I was
Anand,
saying JD Boxy said that 1,80,000 army has not been recruited. That's a fact.
But I think
But
they
I was-
had plans to demilitarize Kashmir even more, because now it reminds me, a few days back a tweet of mine went viral which has aged pretty well now in the current context. There's a woman called Swasti Rao, who's I think very friendly in the a known face in the right wing circles only, not overtly right wing herself, but she is not considered a hated commie person. Swasti Rao wrote an article in some popular news portal, that again that same old article के why a stable Pakistan is in our best interest. तो मैंने वो रिट्वीट करके लिखा था कि तो उसके 2 दिन बाद, उसके अगले दिन से ही उनका बहुत डॉक्सिंग हो गया. किसी ने उनका घर का एड्रेस, फोन नंबर निकाल के दे दिया, शेयर कर दिया, बोला कि जाओ इनको गाली दो. तो मैंने वो, और फिर अगले दिन आके उन्होंने लिखा कि दिस इज सो रॉन्ग, व्हाई आर पीपल डूइंग दिस एटसेट्रा. फिर किसी को टैग कर दिया कि बोले अरेस्ट दिस गाय. तो मैंने वो को ट्वीट करके लिखा था कि मैम देखिए, आपके साथ जो हो रहा है बहुत बुरा हो रहा है, आप जो स्टेप लेना चाहे इनके खिलाफ ले सकते हैं, मगर देखिए अगर वो बंदा जिसने आपके खिलाफ ऐसा काम किया, अगर वो अभी ब्रोक होता, होमलेस होता रास्ते में, तो वो क्या ये सब कर पाता? वो तो आज आपके साथ ये कर पा रहा है क्योंकि उसके पास स्टेबल लाइफ है, स्टेबल लाइफस्टाइल है और स्टेबल इंटरनेट कनेक्शन भी है. ये सब आप पाकिस्तान को देना चाहते हैं क्यों? तो मुझे लग रहा है कि एक डिस्कोर्स भी शुरू करने का प्लान था कि वो मतलब स्टेबल पाकिस्तान इज इन आवर बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट, ये सब करके सोच लिए थे कि the battle has been won
ये
and the war
ये
has
भूत
been won.
इनके सर में बहुत है कि स्टेबल पाकिस्तान है तो सही है। कश्मीर को डिमिलिटाइज करने का ये जो बात है ना, ये एक नहीं बहुत सारे जनरल्स बोल चुके कि इनका प्लान था कि इसको डिमिलिटाइज करो तो सब चंगा सी।
Okay, Rishi is saying Swasti Rao Aman Ki Asha gang की है। तो Rishi, is she a right winger who is in the Aman Ki Asha gang or she is a leftist who is in the Aman Ki Asha gang?
And Dada, I want to ask you one thing. At the current scenario, what do you think?
Yeah.
Is there a possible of escalation of war currently right now?
Yeah.
Small scale war or large scale war?
I think 1 or 2 years का war होगा। I don't follow too much geopolitics, but उसके बेसिस पे तो मुझे ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि 1-2 साल तक चलेगा। पाकिस्तान 2-3 टुकड़े होंगे, थोड़ा तालिबान ले जाएगा, थोड़ा हम ले जाएंगे, थोड़ा बलूचिस्तान लेगा, उसके बाद ही वॉर खत्म होगा। क्योंकि कुछ चीज़ों में मैं अभी भी अंकित शाह के साथ हूँ on his kind of two bucket theory in a way that USA wanted these
Yes, that is
conflicts to go
together.
on.
Yes.
अब यूएसए का ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से कोई मजा नहीं है, तो वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स नहीं रहेंगे। और वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स नहीं रहने के लिए या तो तुमको पहले ऑप्शन दिया जाएगा कि देखो हम आर्टिकल्स लिख देंगे कि योर स्टेबिलिटी इज इन आवर बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट एक्सेट्रा। अगर नहीं हुआ तो हम तुमको उड़ा देंगे। तो पैलेस्टाइन अब उठ रहा है, गायब हो रहा है ऑफ द फेस ऑफ द मैप। तो पाकिस्तान के साथ भी यही होगा शायद, मुझे लग रहा है इस वजह से।
और एक बात है, लेकिन पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर जो है वहां पे तो चाइना
ऋषि, एक मिनट, one second. Rishi, I thought she's a right winger or a right friendly person because she writes in print. Because even Deep Haldar writes for print only. Okay, go ahead, Anit.
I was saying that in Pak occupied Kashmir, there is also a project of China is going on. So if India takes back the POK, will India be able to take the whole part? Because then China's interest will also be hit.
Yeah.
They will not take. They will not take that.
Yes. हाँ, वो तो नेगोशिएशन क्या होगा हमको क्या पता। हमको कभी पता ही नहीं चलेगा। तो नेगोशिएशन के बेसिस पे पीओके का कुछ हैंडलिंग, पीओके में कुछ बेल्ट एंड रोड ऐसा कुछ दे देंगे, मगर कुछ तो लेना ही पड़ेगा।
Or you are saying that the Suvendu's like war crime party is saying about, you are saying two possibilities: either he has a pulse, or he thinks there is too much. I think the level of politician he is, when he also came in Jhargram, my town, like no other politician, he visits every corner. Where he goes, he visits every corner. This is unique. He has this unique feature. So if he's saying, I think he has got a pulse for that. That this thing works. This thing works. So all these.
तो तब तो देन यू आर सेइंग के 26 में ये सब बोल के ही पावर में आएंगे, ऐसा शुभेंदु को मैसेज किया है ग्राउंड से।
यस। और आरएसएस का बहुत है, मतलब कि हमारे यहाँ जंगल में मतलब टोटली झारग्राम बांकुड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेट्स में आरएसएस बहुत एक्टिव है। मतलब जो ट्राइबल एरियाज है वहां पे आरएसएस सबसे ज्यादा पहुंचा है।
वायर तो इसीलिए वो दुख का आर्टिकल लिख रहा है कि क्या हो गया है बंगाल का, कोई स्कूल नहीं है, बहुत से सिर्फ आरएसएस स्कूल खोले जा रहा है जंगलों में, ये क्या हो रहा है।
और
Yes.
on last point I want to make, I think 1 or 2 months before something on a mysterious social reports that you were saying that these jungle mall areas were mostly ultra left. This thing I want to clear that यहाँ पे वोट कभी होता ही नहीं था।
राइट एग्जैक्टली।
मतलब यहाँ पे मेरा खुद का जो फादर है और मेरा चाचा है वो खुद भुक्तभोगी हैं कि हमारे लोगों को यहाँ के भाग जाना पड़ा था। मतलब झारखंड में जाना पड़ा था क्योंकि वो लोग कहते थे कि वो गला काटते थे। लिटरली यहाँ पे एक जंगल है, वहां पे कुआं है, वहां पे इस इलाका का एक लीडर था, हर विरोधी पार्टी का लोग ले जाके वहां पे मतलब गला काट के फेंक देता था। बहुत मर्डर किया था। और वो हरामजादा बाद में यहाँ के टेम्पल में डोनेट किया। मतलब एक तरफ से पाप भी किया और पुण्य भी किया।
मतलब और उससे तो आसपास के हिंदू इम्प्रेस भी हो गए होंगे। इज दिस नियर गौड़बेता?
नो, दिस इज इन झारग्राम।
ओह अच्छा।
Have you heard of Kanak Durga temple in Chilki God?
No. What god?
Kanak Durga temple, Chilki God. The place is Chilki God.
No, I have not heard of this place.
Also, the leader's name was Basu Bhokar.
Yes.
And you were talking about Gorbeta. I think you were thinking about Sushant Ghosh.
Oh, Sushant Ghosh's shenanigans were in Gorbeta.
Yes.
Oh, अच्छा.
People used to say that if you मतलब उसका घर में अगर खुदाई करोगे हर लेयर पे एक बॉडी मिलेगा, कंकाल
हाँ,
मिलेगा उसके घर
वो
से.
तो
इतना
हाँ
मारा
मिला
था
भी.
हरामजादा ने.
हाँ. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Anit. Thank you for joining. If any members want to join, people who are members can join the live chat directly. The live stream directly. You all can see the joining link, the invitation link on the community post or tab. Okay. It's visible only to the members, and for everyone else, I'll be taking statements and questions from the live chat only. Let's see what's going on. She's saying, by the way, I was surprised that Rishi pointed out that it is in fact RSS's view that ऐसे ही Kashmir solve हो जाएगा. I didn't know they had this kind of naive views. How can this happen? How can someone so connected to the ground level and all be this naive? या फिर we are getting something wrong. What is going on? How can RSS even think this? कि ऐसे कश्मीर सॉल्व हो गया इस कुछ दिनों में. Anand is back. What the fuck? Okay, before Anand joins, I'll just read these comments. So Rishi is adding that here's the thing: RSS Pracharak is much better than RSS higher ups. These RSS chiefs are the Gandhian socialists, absolute cucks. Watch JD Ajay Chungru. He explains. तो बट प्रचारक जो कश्मीर में है वही तो ये फीडबैक दे रहा होगा हायर अप्स को कि देखिए कश्मीर में हम सॉल्व कर लिए हैं. How can this happen? How can RSS say this? Anyway, yes, Anand.
Yeah, I just want to quick on the GD Bakshi thing. I didn't not disrespecting the general. Like obviously they have a lot of expertise. I cannot even speak on the topic. But I was finding a lot of generals have different opinions on the same topics. For example, invasion, right? Invasion plans, or not invasion, what do you call it? The hit back plans. Like I think General Shankar believes that we should do other things, like invasive stuff, not deep in. And I think GD Bakshi wants to go a little further in. If I'm not wrong. I'm not sure again. Because each one has a different perspective on how the things should be deployed. Because they also war game and stuff. My point is like at some level, maybe they should have like a enclave of retired generals discussing these topics, and we could.
उनका तो maybe they do have enclaves, right?
I have no idea. Just saying, we can get some information about it. Maybe a more coherent idea of what the different schools of thought on the same topic are, because we don't know. We don't know what the government is doing, and it's possible the RSS. And I do agree, the RSS is a little bit of let's aman ki asha these days. So,
how? Why? On the basis of what? कहाँ से मिला उनको ये message?
Because fundamentally, what is the perspective that you want to bring everyone who's treated as a karma bhumi as part of the Hindu ideology, right?
तो वो डंडे मारने के बाद या पहले विदाउट द डंडा वो कैसे होगा? वो डंडे का ट्रेनिंग किसके लिए देते हैं फिर? अरे अजीब बात है. तो डंडे लाठी खेला किस लिए? Who are they preparing for then? अगर सबको bring along करना है.
I don't know. Can you ask like Nava said, I don't know anything about how they the Shaka world is. So I don't know.
हाँ. तो खुद डंडे प्रैक्टिस करेंगे मगर पुलिस डंडे नहीं मारेगा.
No, but Nava will be the perfect person to ask. He will actually know about this. He says no. He's been able to. He has the access to the how the ideology is, how they train.
Yeah. He has probably gone offline. No, I think he's listening. Navavimarsh, if you can come online again. Yeah, he's online. So let us know if you know something about this, that the people who practice dandas are saying that the danda is not needed in Kashmir. What in the fuck? हर जगह में गांव में डंडे प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं तो कश्मीर में डंडा नहीं मारेंगे ये कैसे होगा? RSS believes in डंडा to save yourself, not use it. तो बिना यूज किए कैसे सेव करेंगे अपने आप को? या फिर टूरिस्ट लोग अब डंडा लेके जाए घूमे, चलो डंडा उठते हैं पहाड़ में. Wait, yeah, Navavimarsh is coming. By the time he joins, we had a question for you from the audience that what do you think of Abhijit Mitra?
I have no personal, I have a lot of opinions, but unfortunately, what topic?
No, first of all, yes, since you are gay, do you find him hot? Uske baad we'll move on to serious stuff.
Some people would find him hot. I don't know. Because
what's his age? He looks pretty young for his age, right? I've heard he's about 50 years old.
No, 40, 45, 50. 40 to 50, yeah, he will be.
You are 40.
I'm 43.
Holy fuck! You look like an unfit 34. Then you are pretty healthy only. Yeah, kya Tamil Brahmin
I
genes
am
and that.
unfit. I am unfit, I agree. Right, that I agree. I am unfit.
Yeah, but you look like an unfit 34.
Okay.
बंगाल में आओ कभी आओ हमारे हवेली में देखोगे अनफिट 34 बंगालीज कैसे होते हैं but to complete your point what do you think of AIM then we'll have Navavi much
But what? On what topic? Because I have different
his
opinions on
views
different
and stuff his overall his views
So I
beef
find his sources are very good. Like he has got extremely good sources. So he's got contacts and he got sources. I mean, you have to give it to him. He's done a lot of groundwork, build the connections and all, which is like very difficult. Like literally part of his job. I find his analysis sometimes gets a little bit into the personal opinion rather than what do the facts tell.
okay
I mean,
okay
I'd rather not. I have also personal opinions about things, but I don't know if the facts justify those personal opinions. Right?
give some examples can you think of something right now
What's it? I can't.
what do you
at the
disagree
moment,
with him on what do you disagree with him on
Again, at the moment, I can't think of any specific one thing. The general vibe I had, like, the thing I disagree with him, I tend to disagree with him on the fact that the analysis comes from nowhere. I don't see where the evidence is coming from for that statement. He's just stating it, but it comes from appeal to authority. Like I know this, I have talked to these
Right.
people. And
Yes.
it's not immediately apparent. But as a predictor, we all know he's horrible at predicting shit.
So what do you think of his prediction of Hinduism not surviving?
Nah, it's nonsense. Hinduism is the only thing that survived.
Okay. With the name Hinduism or in other names and forms and stuff? Because Sanatan is after all Sanatan.
No, I think we don't know which sect of Hinduism will survive, but Hinduism is the only one that will survive.
Okay.
So it could be ISKCON, it could be
Right.
Lakshmi Narayan guys, it could be the Akshardham people, it could be the the Ramakrishna Mission people. There's so many different groups, right? That are like building. It could be the Sri Vaishnavites in South India, like they're like suddenly started doing like getting people into the group. Earlier, Sri Vaishnavas didn't bother to convert anyone. They're like, we are in our own group, we don't want to do anything. Suddenly now they're like, well, let's bring everyone to the community. There was one way. So if you see the history of Sri Vaishnavism, the way they laid out, Ramanujacharya created the system, right? Then there was another group, Sri Vamelu, I forgot it's very hard to say his name. He said we need other castes into the community. Like you can't just have Brahmins in the community, bring everyone into it. So he started converting everyone. Like everyone in the region, they started converting them. They're like a big B Sri Vaishnava. Because ultimately what Sri Vaishnavism says that the only way to moksha is bhakti. You do other things. You do mimamsa, you do nyaya, all that is fine. But ultimately, you want to get moksha, you have to get bhakti. So anyone is welcome. Because bhakti is only like requirement. There's no sanchita karma, prarabdha karma at all in Sri Vaishnavism. Unless of course you don't give bhakti. If you have no bhakti, then you will go through sanchita karma and prarabdha karma. Prarabdha karma is your actions in this life, and sanchita karma is your next life birth. What will be born as. So that's
right.
So I'm saying Hinduism will survive. The only one thing that will survive. Other groups will kill each other.
Right.
We just need to hold on. We need to build institutions, long-term institutions. And finally, Modi has provided a system to create long-term institutions. Whatever you criticize him for, at least he's provided the ability to create the long-term institutions. Look at the US, man. NRI is standing up and saying, we're Hindus, stop being so ashamed of Hindus. Be proud to be Hindus. They're protesting in roads in like Melbourne. They're protesting in front of Pakistan embassy, saying, I'm Hindu. Have you ever seen this? You're like, I'm not seen. I've lived on this earth for consciously for 35 years. Okay. I have not seen Hindus walking around saying, I'm Hindu. Like that.
Yeah. Yes.
The first time I'm seeing. You see people go to temple, but asserting their rights as a Hindu is like the first time. Like I've never NRIs though will keep quiet. They will go temple, like come on, someone ask them a question, are you a Hindu? We are Hindu. But beyond that, they will not speak up.
Yes.
Making money, giving family, that's all is required. Then prediction. So prediction, I don't believe the prediction. Anything else about AI? No, I think he asked me one more question. I think Avinav asked me a question about Kashmir. So
and Anit is saying he has some breaking news, you can come on the like, oh, he has commented it already. A local Pakistani journalist from Lipa Valley shared a video claiming that India is heavily firing on them. Oh, acha, acha. Okay. Okay, we
What's
will
Lipa
check this
Valley?
out. Some valley in
Lipa
Kashmir, I guess, or in Pakistan.
in Pakistan?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
go
so
ahead.
since Abhinav wanted to ask some information, just to give him a. So I went, I think, 1 year ago. So we went to many places. We went to Sonmarg, Gulmarg. So this place,
Algam.
Palgam, the Baisaran Valley. Then we went even north to Ular Lake. So we drove
Okay.
to Ular, which they recommend don't do. But we
Okay.
drove. We came back in the middle of the night. Our driver was
Okay.
like, "You give me money, I will drive you."
Right.
We drove. So we went safely, no problem. There's no issue there. We went to Ular Lake,
I see.
and we were not planning to go. But my dad is like, I want to see the biggest lake. I was like, I'm going to go all the way to Kashmir. I want to see everything come. I don't want to see parts of it. I want to go even further. Actually, okay. They're like, no, don't do that. It's dangerous and stuff. So then, so we were in Gulmarg. We were taking the donkeys, so you can go see all my parents taking donkeys. We were walking. So we went to have food at one place, and then an old uncle. He's like, I've been in the RBI Kashmir branch, Srinagar branch for 20 years, 30 years. There's a time when we were having horrible situation and people were killing everyone. I was there. And he said a lot of pressure on us to basically say, don't leave the RBI job, don't be with the Indian state, become Pakistani.
Oh.
Basically, reject everything. He's using government job, right? He's like, no.
I see.
Forever, he's just because there are a lot of other people sitting nearby. And he's like narrating this to my dad because my dad is very interested. He likes to talk, loves to talk. He's like, he said very dangerous for us and everything. But I was like, no, this is my fate. If I have to die, I have to die. It's okay. So he's like, don't worry, Kashmir is changing, but clearly it's not changed as much as he also thought. So, so they gave us this. He said, go, no worry, no one will stop you. No one will stop you. Go away. Because Ular is very far. Okay, it's very far from these areas. So we went to Ular. We went there. Other tourists had come. Then we came back. Palgam again. Pahalgam. We went. That place, particular valley, Baisaran Valley, is only accessible by donkey.
Okay.
Like for most people, you can walk, but it'll take forever. So we took the donkey to that place. It's very steep, very like there's jagged rocks. There is river, like the valleys are going through, and then you hit that small space. So and there's no road link.
I see.
Right. So you would need to keep a post there permanently. If you're going to have security, you need a permanent post there. So then supplying that post is going to be costly, right? Expensive. So and when I was there was no police post.
Which is what commies want now. They want it to be a police state completely because otherwise it's state failure.
No. I think even a lot of Hindus want that place a police post, and but I have to understand that region. I'll tell you one thing though. I didn't trust anyone. I said to my parents, don't be so naive, right? Keep an eye on the tree line always. Always keep an eye on the tree line. You never know when the enemy is coming. So I still don't trust the Kashmiri completely, but I trust you can trust individual Kashmiris based on how you talk to them. You can make out. Our driver, ironically, I had an argument with him, like minor mini argument with him. He's like, look at the Indian state. Why are there guns everywhere? Why are there military everywhere? Does it seem very calm? I said, hello, if you guys stop doing so much terrorism, there won't be no need for so much military. I don't look at his face.
Yeah.
Our driver, he said, we have accepted the Indian state. Why are you guys putting so much military here? I said, until your terrorism levels drop, we can't be sure that people won't die. And tourists are not going to come, right? But they definitely look at you as business. So they take you to all these date shops and this, what is the Shilajit shop. Like they want to sell you Shilajit, okay.
Yeah.
They want to sell you 5-6 pieces of Shilajit. They want to sell you Shilajit. I have no idea why. But they take you as a money back. The last thing I wanted to say was about this argument, right? That any Kashmiri separatist gives, or even a Pakistani.
Can you remember and hold your thought? Because in this context only, I need to ask him that why did RSS think that they don't need dandas? You can stay on. Yeah. So Bhupenda, what do you think of RSS view and why? Why is that view?
See, the core philosophy of okay, forget about the RSS. Okay, just talk about Sangh as an organization.
Hmm.
And Sangh as an organization is a kind of a burger tree, people tree. There are million branches.
Hmm.
So the core philosophy which flows from the top is that we are in a 1,000-year project to make some fundamental social changes to the Indian society.
Hmm.
And that cannot happen through ulterior means. That can only happen through on-ground activities. Okay.
Hmm.
And it's a 1,000-year project, not a 100-year project. So for that specific reason, they believe in social harmony. Because if you want to make a long-term change, this is the social structure of Indian society. What was there 1,000 years ago, and if you want to be there, you would need a 1,000-year project, and that can only happen through social integration and keeping the status quo and change it in a gradual manner. That is the philosophy, which is, if you read few books, you will understand it. Okay, if you read few books and understand
So
it,
they
see
think that social integration, harmony can happen without the threat of the danda.
that for that they have other methods, other things.
What's the substitution for danda? AK-47 or what? Assault rifle.
I am not defending or promoting. I'm saying that is what what actually happens. Okay, there is good.
I want
bad,
you to
ugly.
defend. We don't have an RSS spokesperson here, so please defend.
Okay, see, the thing is, like if you have been any of the organization, okay, you can vehemently, I would be asking few very uncomfortable questions for last 6 months.
Hmm.
They will have an answer, and I will do my job. They will again, I will ask. They will have the same answer. Then it evolves over time.
Yeah,
I will
I
ask
understand they
even-
are awesome and they have a pretty good, healthy amount of free speech inside their organizations. I'm trying to understand what gave them the impression that without the threat of the danda, integration and harmony can happen, which has never happened in the history of mankind.
Yes, that is where you come correct. Integral humanism.
Oh my God. Oh my
Even
God.
in the organization, people have not heard the name of Deen Dayal Upadhyay. I had to remind people that this doctrine exists.
Yeah. Who just died mysteriously when he was a leader of opposition. Mysteriously अचानक ट्रेन से गिर गया और फिर ट्रेन में ही मर गया. Mysteriously.
So it will see, the thing is, but the most misconception that people have is that it doesn't evolve. It evolves, but you have to be part of that amoeba to actually understand it. Okay, I do a few things. Okay, so I have seen the evolution. Maybe I am part of your evolution process at the very, very, very ground level.
Wait, Anand wants to add something. Do you have time to hold on, Bhupenda?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
go ahead,
I
Anand,
want
make the point.
I want to ask him a question.
Okay,
I'm curious
yeah.
about this. He said revolving, right? Because this is very interesting. So I love this kind of discussions about organizational structure and stuff. So when they're drafting their evolution process, is it organic from is it like they are particular like groups with like, okay, this is what we report from this region, this is what and then do they do analysis and say, okay, this is what the tendency of the group is, or they like, okay, from the top we have these things, and what do you think? Do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea? And then they formulate policy.
Okay, it happens two ways. First of all, it's a top-down approach. First of all, it's a top-down approach. So people would grow from bottom to top, okay, and they will create a kind of ideology, and that ideology again will be driven down to the root of the local people who are working for it. Now, what will happen if there are many organizations who are now like 180-degree opposite of what RSS actually thinks, okay, or Sangh actually thinks, but they are originally part of Sangh itself. Now they are doing their own work, okay. Now they are doing their own work, and what will happen is that people think VHP and Bajrang Dal, correct? VHP and Bajrang Dal is people who have founded this. They are part of Sangh. They were part of Sangh itself. So people who think, okay, I don't believe in this. Okay, fine, do your own work. But there is a kind of bond which takes place. Even if you think that somebody from Bajrangal would be very, very apathetic or opposite of their views, but at some level, a coordination exists. Okay.
Yeah, they are called Sangh affiliates.
It's complex. You need to read 5 books to understand this. Okay. Okay. You need to read books of Ratan Sharda. Okay. It's a 50-year-old. It will happen. 50-year-old. Okay. So if you see Ratan Sharda's interview, he said that at 100, from 1 to 50, there was a different objective. From 50 to 100, there's a different objective. Now at 100, we need to evolve new objectives as per new challenges. Again, there will be a 50-year-old kind of thing where they will have, and they will methodically do it. Whatever happens politically, it doesn't really matter. See, it's very important to understand. If you want an organization to be successful or to be continuous for this 500 years, you cannot be a political organization. RKM is an example.
Right,
okay. Right. But yes, there would be. I'll go back to one more thing. See, when you read the Savarkar's books and things, they mentioned that the Hindutva groups were the most threat to British organization because they were putting their people into places where in 30 years they will be there.
With a 30-year plan in mind.
Yeah, 30-year plan in mind. So now it's not 30, it's 100 years old. Because they are non-political and because they are decentralized but coordinated, sometimes uncoordinated, but there's an overall umbrella which brings them together. If today somebody says, even they said to me, like say, okay, to do this, I don't believe in that. Still, I will do it because I know that it is at heart good for the society as a whole. If I actually don't agree, then I will not do it. But still, I will have the sympathetic. Okay, they're doing it for good. Maybe I don't agree with them. So, Hindu society needs to evolve different tiers of like social activist groups, which we lack right now. So we would need Sangh, we would need Bajrang Dal, we would need some other dals. We would need different tier of organizations who would work at different levels, so that we can have political, social, and capital. Now we are I'll tell you something. The economic capital that we talk about. Okay, people don't know how much economy things is being done at the Sangh level. You will have no idea. No idea. Okay. Even if they are like in terms of farming, in terms of factories, in terms of manufacturing, the things are being done. Okay, at the back end level, you have no idea. You will see in next 10, 15 years what will happen.
We have some questions for you along with a question of mine as well. This is a short question. How does it have a top-down approach yet decentralized? That sounds like an oxymoron, or am I getting something wrong? Or will your answer be that you have to read 5 books to understand it?
Okay, I'll try to do it. Okay, so the top-down approach, because there are some core principles which nobody compromise, no matter
non-negotiables.
They are not negotiables. Beyond that, you can do whatever you want. You can do this being in the organization. You can do this without the organization. And even if you ask, if you're doing something with it 180-degree opposite of what they are doing, and you say, okay, I am doing this for this specific purpose, give me help. They will help you. That's how it works.
Okay. Yeah. Anand has a question.
Yes, again related to this only, so it's very interesting. So now recently, Mohan Bhagwat. Okay, I'm not sure if you can confirm this for me. Mohan Bhagwat said, "Why go more than 3 temples, 3 main temples?" Right? Is that a red line, or was it like he's just giving his personal opinion, and then like personally at a lower level, people like, okay, you will fight for the temple in Karnataka, and you will fight for a temple in Andhra Pradesh. Is it because is it like that? Just like I'm laying out this general groundwork of what I expect, and it's like locally they were like, okay, this is an issue that we're really passionate about, and we're going to fight for this temple.
This is like a principal position of social harmony. Okay, so they believe that at this juncture, if you are going to like claim 50 temples, okay, that will create too much chaos in the society itself, and that will have greater consequences for their overall. Their agenda is actually to create empower Hindus as a whole economically, because if you are not going to have an economically empowered Hindu society, how many temples you build doesn't really matter, because money is going to the ultimate factor. So they think we can reclaim after 200 years. Simple idea.
Now, my question is it possible for you to give a short gist of the idea of integral humanism, or is it too complex to do that?
It is a simple thing. Whatever I have read, integral humanism, actually it is based on the say Vedic principles or the Indic principles of social harmony. Okay, so environment, social harmony, rights for every individual. Okay, no caste, and kind of equal rights for every equal rights to actually believe whatever they want.
Okay.
So if you see, I'll give an example. There is in Karnataka a tribe called Siddhi. They are actually African origin.
Yeah.
Siddhi is something there, correct?
Yeah, in Gujarat as well.
Yeah. They have actually worked in that community and created, and they were very backward. They worked with them, educated them, and they created a kind of a separate organization where they take care of them. And that now that there is some like a leader who is from their community itself. That's a symbolic of integral humanism, where every human being needs to be given the opportunity to become what they want to become, and give them the options, enable them. So enabling humans to achieve their human potential in one line would be integral humanism. Human, not any specific ethnicity, religion, caste, or anything else.
Right. Yeah, Anand wanted to ask something.
Still about this temple thing. So again, like, so how do we perceive people like Vishnu Jain or Anand Nathan, or even me personally? Like, I have difficulty with this perspective that these three temples are critical, yet other temples are not critical. See, you understand. So these three critical temples are: one is Vishnu, so one is Krishna, one is Shiva, and one is basically. I'm talking in terms of deities. I'm talking in terms of deities, right? While Kashi, Mathura, and Ram temple are major deities, some regional areas, like for example, maybe a Durga shrine or a Chamundi or a whatever, each regional deity, it may be very close. That deity may be very close to the community who's facing the issue. And if you are telling that community, like, you have to wait for us to finish these three reclamations, it is very hurtful to those personal communities. They're like, why are you, if you're saying you're working for Hindu unity, but then you're saying we'll prioritize these temples, which are mostly practiced by particular sects, but then other sects are like, oh, you have to wait in a bit for down the totem pole. It feels a little hurtful to them, right? And we may damage Hindu unity from that perspective. I'm scared, right? And I feel that
I got your point. See, you will see before TN elections, there would be before TN elections, 4 months before, you will see a lot of organizations would be actually coordinating and doing a political and non-political movement to free up temples, especially in the southern region. Okay, and they are all would be part of the same group. So it's a decentralized approach where the top down will say, I want this, and if you don't believe in this, do whatever you want to do. I will not stop.
Right. Okay.
See,
yeah.
Example,
Anand, go ahead.
There are about 200 organizations which are there, which are affiliates, and nobody, and there is no core constitution of these things. So it goes on. It's like a creative chaos. It goes on.
So I get that. I actually understand the chaos because I know how Hindu society is. It's like a rapid wildfire. Yeah. We catch on something, just like go for it. No, but my thing is, it would be more consistent if I would have, my narrative would have been a little different. I would say, why not go after the temples where we can clearly document the shape, like where the system is. If we already have documentation, then we go for the temples that have no documentation but require some amount of archaeological work, right? Then we go for the temples that have no archaeological work but have theological like substantiation. So at least there's the framework of how even Hindus can, like, okay, we know what we have to work towards, right? And then the RSS support us based on that stage of where we are at. Then there won't be so much like I said aggression. Like a lot of people, even in my like Hindu circles that I know, they're like, "What is he saying? Why is he like demanding this? Leave go everything else, right?" So that would have made it more like a conciliatory statement. I think maybe that, I mean, I stopped talking about that, but I thought that would be a more suitable way of framing it. And one last thing. So, what about this? I'm clearly interested about the socialistic aspect, right? Is it a core aspect of RSS saying that socialistic principles are a priority over what do you call it? How to say Hindu principles? Like, like for example, they see a person who's poor. Do you see them first time as poor or Hindu, or is it a combination of both?
Okay, so it's a purely social organization. Okay, and their only goal is to uplift every individual of the society in whatever capacity they can be uplifted. That's the only thing they focus on. For the other things which is there, you have other organizations who do
Right.
that thing.
Now, I want to, Avinav has two questions for you, Bhupenda. We'll take that. I just want to make a point here that, do you have time for it? Avinav,
Yeah.
to take
I am
Avinav's-
I am working right now. No, continue.
Okay. So I'm realizing now from reading, having completed those Savarkar books, that exactly where my problem with RSS seems to be. I'm getting to that specific focus now, a specific point now. I'm understanding it now, which is the Nietzsche and Savarkar on one side and RSS on one side, that its social harmony is a priority. Among many other things, among many other important things, the social harmony is itself a priority. Whereas people like Savarkar and Nietzsche would say that wo as a byproduct, as a side effect, may or may not happen, but the priorities are something else, and danda is sarvopuri. If as a result of that you have social harmony, which will happen anyway, it's a great thing. But if you bypass all the other important things like danda and go direct to social harmony, you never end up having that. That's just my personal opinion. And I want to remind you guys that what's the one similarity between some martial arts, religions, and economic systems. If it sounds beautiful and looks beautiful and nice, it doesn't work in real life. Whether it's Buddhism, Christian morality, karate, haya, kalalipayattu, is the similarity between all these things, and therefore integral humanism and socialism. If it just feels nice, it won't work in real life. That's how it always happens, ends up happening. Now let's take Avin. Yeah. Go ahead.
2 points. See, post-independence, Hindu Mahasabha was disbanded.
Yeah.
Almost disbanded because they lost leadership and other things, but it was become non-functional.
Yes.
Do some research why it was like this, so you will get to know a lot of things. Okay. And a second part is danda. Danda is used in many ways, but I cannot tell you how it is used. Okay, yeah, danda is there and it is used in other ways, but it's very subtle and you have to do your own research. That I cannot tell you in the public.
No, the one thing that is very appreciable and kind of comparable to a danda is that if they hijack places of power and have their people, which was Savarkar's view anyway, that can work as a danda. But the real danda is also as important. Now let's take Avinav's questions for you. Okay. On it, just wait. Okay, we'll take you on after this topic. Wait. Yeah, Avinav is asking. He has two questions for you, kind of related. So I'll take both. I have a question. Why did they almost defang BJP, VHP and Bajrang Dal post 2718? What happened? They are in hibernation now, it seems. And have the VHP and Bajrang Dal been specifically instructed by RSS or BJP to maintain a low profile and adopt a more restrained approach? And if so, by whom among the two? By RSS or by BJP?
Yes. So you cannot have economic growth without having a relatively stable social structure. So the structure means violence and other things, because violence is something which is going to deter economic growth. And building economy, like building $5 trillion or $10 trillion economy, cannot happen with these groups doing what they are doing. So they were the way Hindu Mahasabha was sidelined, they were also getting a sideline. There's one thing which is very important to remember: why the primary Sangh groups are very organized and the fringe or the other affiliate groups are very disorganized. So they are able to do this because they are disorganized. This is very important to understand. This disorganization is something which is, that's why I harp on this thing. Until we evolve, the only Hindu organization which has a structure of organization, discipline, and ability to actually garner manpower at the top of a hat is unfortunately only RSS. So they can define these things because this is now being disorganized. Now, post 2024, this has changed little bit, not much, but it has changed little bit. So now in next 10 years, you will see some organizations which are actually growing and they are doing some good work. And in next 3 to 5, 6 months, you will see few conferences happening where you will see a lot of things which are happening, which you might not have thought it will happen again, including temple freedom movement, including a few other things which are too radical for even BJP and RSS to talk about.
Anand, go ahead.
One more question about the RSS specifically, and this is about Islam in general. Okay, so are they open to discussing the theology, or they like sense very worried that if you discuss it, then the Muslim section in the RSS would like get upset?
No. See, again, you're it's a social organization working for the upliftment of the society. Forget about religion, forget about ethnicity. Nothing really matters.
Right. We are misunderstanding the goal of RSS, I guess. Then.
No. I understand that, but sometimes social changes come from theology. Like, for example, for example, so this the idea that we have so many children, right? It harms social strength of a family. It harms the health of the woman. Like, she's going through so many births. These are all social things, and nothing very little to do with religion technically. But because of the religious power of the doctrine, it affects their social health. So, are they willing to engage with that religious, how to say, theological argument to make social changes in the particular community, especially in the poorer Muslim community? The richer one is not so much, but the poorer one, I mean. And one last question. Are they cognizant, at least my personal opinion is, are they cognizant that the ulema are the people that mostly hold back the Islamic community from progressiveness?
Okay. First, your first question. See, the thing is that that's my understanding, my personal view. Okay, and nothing else. So, if you see Rene Girard's correct mimetic theory of desire, okay. So by building a $5 trillion economy, which India is building, okay, and by co-opting at least the moderates within the other community via Morcha, they are creating a kind of symbolic pillars for the other people in their community to actually look it at. Okay, this is something. So see, this moderate approach is very.
Which is why Shaila Rashid's book is called New Role Models.
Exactly. Okay. And second thing, look at the outreach which Narendra Modi has for the Bohra community.
Yeah, Bohras have been BJP voters forever.
No. See, that, again, it is cultivated, not existing like for a million years. It is cultivated. Yeah. See, nothing happens in isolation. It is cultivated. It is something which is happening for over a long period of time. And the second part regarding the Imam or Maulana. Okay. See, the thing is that they believe in something which is non-confrontation view. That is their core belief of non-confrontation. Okay. It is co-op, not confront. So this non-confrontation is a core belief which they will not change. They will be co-opting people slowly, like salami slicing they will be doing for over a
Right.
500 years, 500 years, 1000 years.
Yeah, kill
And
them
that's
with
how,
1,000 cuts.
yes.
Yeah. In that sense, I don't have a problem. RSS, I'm not saying RSS should be the Dandadhari now and become the Danda themselves, but them suggesting anything that other than a Danda can handle this situation, there lies my problem. Yeah, go ahead,
So
Anand,
then,
and then we'll take
really,
Anand.
Nobody accepts it. Even nobody accepts it.
Right.
Like people have, they're like, okay, he is saying, okay, everybody will fall in line. Okay, I am doing this. It doesn't work like that.
no. Again, related to that question again, is like, then if you're saying it's a 400-year vision, the idea is to so let's be clear. So RSS is one influencer in the worldwide influencer network, right? Let's assume this, because Islam is influenced by multiple groups. Like the Bohras are influenced because they come from a certain school of religion that is in Oman and that region, right? They're not specifically from the Saudi Salafi gang. So they literally had the ability to independently evolve their ideology, and the BJP has been able to co-opt them. But since there's going to be worldwide in like Tablighi Jamaat, right? They're not going to sit around and wait for you to slowly, calmly, and like, be progressive, right? They're going to like, oh no, we got to because the whole problem with Abrahamic religions is they can guilt you into being fundamentalist.
Right.
See, that's the whole power of the Abrahamic theology. Luckily, Judaism doesn't have this too badly because they're a logical religion. They're not an emotional religion, right? So you have to study Judaism to be a good Jew. You have to study it properly. And their fundamentalists are the people who study too much. Sorry. But the problem with both the Christianity and Islam is they can guilt you into becoming what they want, a fundamentalist. All they have to come and say is, see, you're practicing like the most blasphemous version of Islam. It's haram. Look at our prophet. He said this. Or look at what Jesus said. Or look at what Leviticus said. You guys have to go towards this. So abandon this disgusting practice. That's what happened. Technically, what happened to Pasmandas? Pasmandas are happily like, we will do puja, we will do this, we will do as Hindu as possible. And suddenly the Salafis are like, what are you doing? This is shirk. Right? How dare you do all this? How dare you wear sari? How can you Bengali wear sari? Wear the hijab, wear the burqa. Right? So I remember when I was younger, almost every Bengali Muslim I saw was with sari wearing Bengali Muslim.
Exactly.
Out of nowhere, there are all these tents. In Karnataka, there are tents everywhere. Like,
Yes.
So my question is, what are they envisioning to see in the Muslim community, and how are they going to achieve that? My question is.
I'll give you one answer to sentence. The computer and the big book. You know that computer and big book?
No.
By government of India, Modi said, we'll give computer and Quran to every person in madrasa.
Acha. Right. Great. Which translation of the Quran?
See, that leave aside. The idea is that the primary problem is isolation. Okay.
Yeah.
It is isolation. So the first step of de-radicalization is break the isolation. If they are going to read Quran and they are going to have computer and internet and do searches, okay, even 5% people do search and they find something, okay, this is something which is contradicting to what I am being taught. Okay, that is the step one of de-radicalization. That's how they think. Okay, whether it is right, wrong, everybody has their own opinion, but that's how they want to do it. Now it's for us to actually vote them out of power and say, okay, no, do like this, then they will do like this.
Right. Okay, now we'll take Anit Dash's question, and before that, I have to point out something else again for all the caste betters. That we are now doing something historic again, without any reservations, without any inclusivity. I have never claimed that I want to be inclusive. I am looking for social harmony, but here we have a Brahmin, a Vaishya, and an SC, and now a Kayastha discussing RSS and Hindutva. Lol. So yes, now Kayastha, come in. Hello, Anit. Is he still awake? Yeah, he's here.
What do you mean by caste?
Don't call me Brahmin, please. I'm not a Brahmin.
No, everyone's rejecting their caste. Aren't you Kayastha, Anit?
What do you mean by Kayastha? I don't know about it. What
Nobody
is
knows
meant by
what
Kayastha?
anybody knows by Kayastha. So yeah, he had a question for you, Bhupender, or you wanted to
Yeah.
add something on it.
Yeah, I wanted to add something. I think
Hmm.
Mohan Bhagwat's statement on three temples is rather a political one because everyone knows that there is something between Yogi Ji and RSS as he is not from RSS background.
Hmm.
So at that moment, as Yogi Ji was digging Sambhal, at that moment, I think Mohan Bhagwat politically said that we do not need to more have than three temples or like that because I have heard many RSS Karyakartas lower than him that no, we will claim all temples, no more than the three temples. I think that was a
Hmm.
more of a political comment. I think.
Okay. Do you
And
agree, Bhupender?
Yeah, you have to repeat because voice is bit little less. I could not hear fully. If you
Okay.
could
He
repeat
was
what
saying
you
that
said.
it was just political rivalry with Yogi Ji because Yogi Ji at that point was saying in Sambal that we'll find out all the temples. So as a counter to that, Mohan Bhagwat said, so no, we'll stick to just three temples.
There are lot. See, the Vijayadashami speech that he gave in 24 when BJP was 240. That
Hmm.
speech needs to be like watched maybe 10 times to actually understand a lot of things. People who have done some little bit of research on this, on the organization and other things, every statement which Sir Sanchal make, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, on that can be talked about in 1 hour. Every statement what he made in terms of politics, non-politics, and other aspects of it. So, and it is like a cryptic message to a lot of people. See, people, generally everybody knows that there is a bit of a difference of opinion between the Modi Shah cabinet and Sangh, and that is being brewing since 2019 onward when they won, and there are a lot of things are happening. So the delay, correct? There's one thing which we need to understand: the autonomy which is given to affiliate organizations is like they do their own thing, okay, and nobody will interfere. Okay, they will be angry with BJP. Okay, you are not doing this what I want you to do, but they will never force their things on them. Okay, until it is something which is uh, violates the primary principles.
Right.
Primary principles, nobody will see. Nation, Rashtra Sarvopari, the primary principle. So when Rashtra was at stake, when the social harmony was at stake because of the Pahalgam attack, then Sir Chanchalak said, go and use your power. Because if right now government doesn't wield stick to actually punish the other person who is doing all the bad things, the social harmony will go for a toss. So use it when it's absolutely required. The
Okay.
statement that you
Anit, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I want to say two more things on
Yeah.
the RSS long-term
Yeah.
goal. That I think they intentionally say these things publicly to believers that they are inclusive, because I think that they think that अगर तुम हमारे अंदर आओगे ही नहीं तो तुमको हिंदुत्व कैसे सिखाएंगे. मतलब अगर ऐसे कौन पर्सन जो आरएसएस में बिलीव ही नहीं करता, अगर वो इंक्लूसिव नहीं होगा तो आरएसएस के अंदर कैसे आएगा, और अगर नहीं आएगा तो हिंदुत्व से कैसे सिखाएंगे. I think that may be the motive. And one thing about, I don't know what you were saying about Kayasthas. I want to just add that if I go back to 4 or 5 generations back, my Purvogurus are from Odisha. They were local Satriyas of Odisha. So I don't think that is Kayastha or not. I don't
Kshatriya Kayastha boli chaliye dewa hai Bengaluru. Your surname is Das, right?
Yeah, Das.
Bas Kshatriya Kayastha.
Yeah, but
I
Anita
declared
has a
you.
good point. Anita has a good point. Actually, he understood a lot of things.
Yeah. Now, there's a huge criticism, harsh criticism for RSS coming your way. Polymerist is saying people act like RSS is some sort of secret organization with deep strategies. In actuality, they are a relatively good organization with no real aims and run around like headless chickens.
Very good. Very good.
I think that is also correct for RSS.
So everything is correct. What is wrong?
Maya, no. So Sitaram Goel had a very specific one single criticism for RSS, which I'm sure you know from How I Became a Hindu, that RSS members prioritize their Sangh over everything else. देश को हिंदुओं को गाली दे दो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, नॉट राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि, it's RSS ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर्वोपरि, organization 1 2 3 rank में उनके priority list में. That was Sitaram Goel's criticism. But even at the end he criticized VHP also and said that no, see, I hadn't known poverty until I had seen VHP leaders' homes. That's what Sitaram Goel said in the same book where he was vehemently criticizing VHP. And in the VHP bookstall only I found Sitaram Goel's book. So there's a weird relationship. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
My criticism is less about how they run. My criticism is that I sometimes think they don't pragmatically think about the damage they do to their own system in a way. Like, I'll give you an example. I think a very recent example, right? So JP Nadda did the wrong thing. He said we can win without the RSS, right?
Mm-hmm.
A pragmatic organization would not take it so hurtfully. Like, it doesn't matter. Let him say whatever he wants. Our job is to give the tools to the government to achieve our 400-year-long goal. They should not have taken it so seriously. They should say, okay, bol diya, kya kar lega, bol diya. Still work to get 400 seats. See, what happened in response? It made it more difficult for Modi to build the long-term changes the RSS needs. See, that is when I saw that happen, I heard people say, oh, we got upset. Like, forget about him. Forget about even Modi's goals. Like, you need someone in political power. Look at how bad it was during Congress times, right? You're non-stop going after you. You're making it difficult like you're struggling. But imagine if you got 400 seats. You could have spread RSS more easily in South India. You could have spread more RSS more easily in Kerala. Like, RSS is getting targeted in Kerala on a regular basis, right? To protect their lives, at least to strengthen Modi's, like look at what JP Nadda said. But I was like, where's the pragmatism? Like, I was surprised. And the last thing I would say,
go on.
I just want to say, because I was thinking, I made this comment in another call. I want to make this very clear. So, if a Kashmiri or a Pakistani or anyone who is pro-secessionism comes and makes this argument, oh, Kashmir should have a right to determine its own, or even Khalistani, they say, right to determine its own thing. Tell them very simple. Once the nation's borders are drawn and legal documents are made, you cannot take it away no matter what the local population wants, unless they do revolution. Like they actually go kill the state. Because all else because leftist argument comes all the time. Oh, people have a right to determine their own identity and all that nonsense. Ask them a simple question. When America was formed, it initially was just half the country. Okay, the whole part of Mexico. Okay, yes. Part of Mexico. America paid for that land. They made a Louisiana purchase. They purchased that land. Now tomorrow, is America going to accept the argument? Suddenly all the Mexicans in that region are like, no, we are Mexican. Our ideology is more, our identity is more of the Mexico. We would want plebiscite. You think America will allow it? They will send tanks in, they will shoot every Mexican and say, get the fuck out, or get the fuck out of the city. I've legally purchased this land. Right? Yeah. They won't allow it. So the same thing here, or any other country. You think Indonesia? You look at what's his name? What's that place? Not next to Aceh. What's that? East Timor. East Timor wanted to be independent. For decades, the Islamic state or the Muslim state of Indonesia left. Screw you! You're not getting independent. I'm going to shoot you, kill you people. Why? Because East Timor is mostly Christian. They're like, no, we don't want to be part of this group. The tomorrow Bali is like, oh, we want to do referendum. We are Hindu state. We don't want to be part of Indonesia. Indonesia will allow it. My point is that fundamentally, nation states are drawn legally. You can only two ways you can break that. Either you legally secede a territory, like finally East Timor did, or you do revolution and get rid of the person. And when revolution happens, the state has full right to control you. You have to be able to resist that state. That's all. Ultimately, unless you can resist the state, that's the only moral argument you have. I'm resisting the state with violence, basically. The other argument of, we have a right to self-determination is a nonsense argument. Same with Khalistan, by the way. Punjab is part of India. You can cry how much ever you want. It will remain part of India.
Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, this seems to have become an RSS bashing ceremony, which we don't mean to, and it's all pointed towards Bhupendra, or the sole defender of RSS today. This is not the intention.
I am not defending any. I am just giving my objective views. I have read books on them, so I do that book idea. Go and read.
We want you to play the defender. That's the problem. See, every story needs a villain and a hero. You are the villain here. So
I have a villain.
Yeah. Now, I want to point out two interesting facts to you. One was said by Kushal Mehra, that he said it, and the other was said to me by a significant person who used to be in RSS, is still kind of in RSS, doesn't attend all the meetings that much. And he said to me before Kushal Mehra said it publicly. Okay. So it's not like he listened to Kushal Mehra and then copied the statement and said to me. Okay. Kushal Mehra once said that he specifically asked RSS senior people to sue John Oliver and to sue everyone who's calling them fascist. And this person in Kolkata told me that I specifically begged them that if your reputation is drawn through the mud, how the fuck are we going to work and going to work through you or for you or by you? Okay. How are we going to not get dragged through also the mud? Or you want just us to make the sacrifice as well? Okay, bhai, beta, wo bhi kar lo. So Kushal Mehra said that the response he got was, "Arey beta, isme kya rakha hai? Who cares what this is?" That classic view. Okay, who cares what John Oliver says? And the response my friend got was that, hey, it's not that big of a deal. Yes, let them call us fascist. We know we are not fascists, so there's no problem. Do you agree with this mindset? Even if that 100, 200-year-old plan is a priority, do you think it's better if they have these priorities? Is it better if they sue them, or is it better if they don't sue them and survive 100 years? Let me be more specific. Will suing people be a hindrance to them surviving for 100, 200 years?
Okay, let me give you. I know I am part of his membership program, Kushal Mehra. So I speak to him and ask questions a month.
Okay.
So I know what Kushal Mehra has said. Okay. I have watched the program as well. See, when people, there is a kind of a deliberate perception being created. Okay. That we are a backward right-wing, pan-chewing organization. There is a very good book by Stephen Cohen when he came to India after India became atomic power, and he wrote a book when he first met Jaswant Singh to negotiate nuclear things. When he was I think it was Robert Blackwell. Robert Blackwell came to India. He was sent by Clinton to India to be the ambassador of US in India and talk to the BJP government regarding the nuclear weapon and how they are going to do things around. Robert Blackwell talked to them and he wrote a book as well on that topic. And he writes in his book that I was expecting a pan-chewing VHP-like kind of worker who would say, "Sab theek bana." Okay. But he saw Jaswant Singh as somebody who is sophisticated and telling, okay, tell me what do you want from me? How many sanctions you want to put in on us? So this unsophisticated tag which is given, okay, in my opinion, that is some part deliberate and some part just incapability. See, we have to think in human terms. Okay, every human being, every organization will do some stupid things. Okay, we have this binary thinking that okay, if somebody has this amount of money, he must be the biggest genius in this world. Shah Rukh Khan has lost money on companies. Bill Gates has lost money on companies.
Right.
Okay. So two things are important. The second thing is when I went about the evolving organization. That evolution you will not be able to see by being outside of the sphere.
I see.
I cannot tell more than that. But when you are seeing that they are not doing anything single jane do, okay, that is also there. But there is also an evolution where things will be tackled if enough feedback is given that this is something important. And that evolution and changes takes place within the organization. Multiple verticals are created, would be there, and you will see some other way of countering that thing, but it will not be visible as somebody is doing this.
Okay.
It's a slow process, but it does happen.
Okay. If you have more time, Bhupenda, this is sort of a weird podcast today. Retroev has a question for you.
I want your money. I want money.
Yeah. Yes. No. Do free service, beta. This is for the country. This is for dharma. So
Yes.
There's two interesting questions. Tell me your opinions on these situations. Okay. So once RSS guy said to Ajit Bharti and Gaurav Vadia sir that ye 2% ke YouTubers hame sikhayenge, and the other thing that JP Nadda said that what does Bhupenda, our resident RSS representative, think of JP Nadda's term expiring as president?
First of all, disclaimer: I am not RSS activist. I have read 10 books on RSS. 11th I am reading. I am giving my theoretical knowledge. Okay. The question, please come again. The question. Okay.
First this.
Oh, that is trivial. There is no answer for this. Okay. That spat will go on. That spat is. See, I have seen this spat internal within for years. Don't worry about that. It happens every time. It happens within people. Okay, forget about this online thing. This is trivial. Nothing happens.
Okay. And what? Yeah. JP Nadda's term expiring.
Oh yes. So it's almost finalized. Who will be the next one? Okay. But they need to do. See, there is a constitution within BJP that in all the state what they call state branches of BJP, they need to hold their own elections. Only then they can actually select a national president. There's a technical problem.
I see.
Every BJP state first needs to hold their elections. Once the elections are done, only then they will be able to elect a national president.
Okay.
So
we have.
That's something people don't know.
Okay. Here's one interesting question. What's the percentage of young people in RSS today? Like below 45?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot are there. Okay. A lot. See, people will come. People will go. Okay. Generally, people see around 60%. I'm giving a very rough estimate. Okay. 60 to 70% would be like over 50. Okay. Only about 30% would be 40 or 30. Okay. But now I think in coming decade that number will change because a lot of things are happening. A number will change. So you will see significant changes next 10 to 15 years because there are things that are happening.
Okay. Now, if you two have time, I'm going to bring up another topic. Do you have any more time to discuss here? Or if other members want to join, they can also join. Do you have time here?
No problem.
Okay.
See,
I'm going to discuss.
Okay, I will answer all the questions, but I want everybody who is listening. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
See, what I want from everybody, I am giving answers to my best of my knowledge on analytic books. I want every one of you who are listening. Okay, you ask 1,000 questions, but please, RSS Sakha is free to everybody can go there. Nobody will ask you your religion anything. Only once in life, go and just go to a Sakha and just talk to ask them what you do. Just do it, just as a hobby. Do it. Just go as go do some activity. Once go to a Sakha and talk to those people. They will not tell you you have come here so you have become member. No.
Exactly.
But please go. If you have so many queries, go and talk to them. They're not going to bite you.
I like that not having an official membership thing for RSS. I was really thrilled when I found out about this. We have 2 more questions for you guys. No, this might be for me. Let's see. Does the top leadership? Yeah, this is for you only. Does the top leadership of the RSS have any plans to open YouTube channels? At least then people can get to know about their thoughts and stuff. Why is it so secretive, like a covert operation?
They already have channels. You need to know how to find it. Send me an email on numberuniverse@gmail.com. I will give you the YouTube channel names. You can go and search it.
Okay. Hindu Cafe, is it an RSS affiliate channel? Okay. Costless is not from RSS.
I will tell you which are. If you know how to search it, but if you will not able to find it, send me an email. I will tell you which channels you need to follow.
Is Costless from RSS?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
Nobody actually
Next
knows
question
who
is.
is.
Acha. It is clear that RSS is a Sanskritic Rashtravadi party. It is a lighter version of Savarkar. I disagree. That way was Ambedkar more strident than these Sangh thought leaders in regards of two-nation theory?
Yes. See, there are clear objectives which are defined, okay, and they are going to implement those objectives. They will find different special purpose vehicles to implement those objectives.
By the way, yeah, make your point.
Yeah. So the thing is, if they have a integral humanism as a project that they want to deploy, they are going to work on it, and they will have their own organization. See, they think Adivasi Kalyan is there, correct? They specifically work on tribals, correct? That is part of integral humanism project, okay, where they want to uplift every community which is disadvantaged by whatever means, irrespective of who they are. So they will have special purpose vehicles to implement them, okay, and they will do their own sweet time, whether I like it, whether you like it. See, a simple thing is there. I believe in DIY, do it yourself, okay. If you do not agree, take it upon yourself to do something about it. This problem of piggy banking on somebody else who will do it for me, that has to go. That has to go. I had the option of doing my job and going on a holiday for Thailand, okay, and I will be doing that. But in that case, am I going to keeping my accountability as my contribution to the society itself? It's not happening. So I have to do that sacrifice. If you are unwilling to do the sacrifice for even smaller means, okay, that you have to do, or else your criticism, your whatever opinions have no value.
Okay.
Do whatever you want. Feed somebody, feed a street dog. That is also your accountability. Feed a street dog if you want. But you cannot just be saying all these things and not doing anything. Do something and criticize 1,000 times.
Exactly. That applies for all situations. Like people who do in fact feed street dogs, they get the criticism that why aren't you doing something for the humans? I mean, from a guy who's not doing anything for humans, not dogs.
Exactly. So that I do not like. That's why just follow your path. Just test yourself. It's very important. Test yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid that you will die if you don't eat for one day. That's the biggest thing I hear from people who are doing fasting. How you are alive.
Yeah, you are looking very good because of the fasting. A lot of your fat has disappeared.
Yes.
Go ahead, Anand.
No, I have an opinion on Ambedkar. So, and the question about Ambedkar is very valid. Because see, and like you said, least amount of as much harmony as possible. Ambedkar didn't think in terms of harmony. He thought in terms of moral, how to say, black and whites. Right? If you observe it,
Right.
almost everything he said. Like, he's very similar to Anand Raghunath in that way. Anand Raghunath says, "Oh, I don't want work flow. Get rid of it. It is bad, objectively bad. Get rid of it." Right? Ambedkar looked at the world the same way. Right? He just became a Buddhist. I think he would have become ideologically, he would have become an atheist. He should go to one of the atheist schools of Hinduism and instead. I have no idea why he went to Buddhism. It made no bloody sense. Like, to me, like, stupid. Because Buddhism is not atheistic. It is, how to say, nihilistic, maximum you can say. It's like, oh, the world doesn't matter, screw it, just be calm in your center for whatever nonsense. I personally can't vibe with Buddhism, but some people do. So,
not atheistic.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just saying, I see it as atheist, the way they frame it. Or I know, I've seen there are. I'm not going to say good, but I see he's very black and white about it, right?
All Buddhists are not atheists, but all atheists are Buddhists. all atheists seem to love Buddhist quotes.
I mean, atheist, Buddhist, no.
You are a
Not
fake
no.
atheist.
Doesn't no.
Hashtag not all atheists.
I'm more aligned to Nyaya, Sankhya.
You are Nirishwarvadi.
Nirishwarvadi, yes, Nirishwar.
Yes,
नास्तिक
you're
नहीं
not atheist.
Nirishwar.
Yes.
शून्यवाद
Atheist is
शून्यवाद
निरीश्वरवाद भाई ये क्या है आप लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं आप नास्तिक is not atheist नास्तिक means not
Yes.
आस्तिका
Yes.
means rejecting the Vedas ये क्या
Yes.
कर रहे हैं आप लोग
I
कौन
liked
सी time में-
Savarkar's criticism of Buddhism really a lot yesterday in his in Essentials of Hindutva only, which he wrote in a goddamn jail. He said that yes, Buddhism is great. I have a lot of respect for it. It's so awesome that I can't apply it to myself because I'm not that awesome. He didn't even say this sarcastically. He said this just what can I do? I'm just a normal man in this matter of fact world. Buddhism is not for this matter of fact world, and maybe someday we will become as nice a society where Buddhism can be applicable.
I'm telling you, you have no idea. Most of the Buddhists in the world are not even Buddhist. They're Hindu. You go to Thailand, I'm not joking, go to Thailand, you talk to a monk about karma. He will explain it the way Hindus explain it. He will not explain it the way Buddha explained it. He will not talk about nirvana. He will talk about moksha.
Right.
I was surprised when I started listening to Thai people talking about Buddhism. They describe they will describe moksha. They will not describe nirvana. Nirvana is a unique concept. It is basically not. It is not looking to join with the divine. It is saying that the existence doesn't exist, and you have to find a way to deal with it. That's nirvana.
Right.
Then you basically they talk about samadhi. They talk about moksha. They talk about what do you call it? Good karma, bad karma, like reincarnation in the Hindu perspective, right? Not in the Buddhist way. Like you would not realize how many Buddhist places are actually Hindu. They use they basically are a monk like they're monk space. They use they don't want to be ascetic like the sadhus and stuff, but they want to be more like monks. They want to have their vihara. They want to have their schools, right? But the theology is fundamentally extremely Hindu. Like you go to Thailand, they will worship Ganesha before any event. The most vapid event also they'll worship Ganesha. They believe in him as remover obstacles. They're not monotheistic. They are polytheistic, just like many Hindus are. But because their cultural makeup is a more mixed, how to say Mahayana, like the mix of Hinduism, they explain their philosophy like Hindus do. We don't understand. This is a mistake that Nehru made. Biggest mistake he made. 1947, the minute we go independent, our ties to East Asia should have been started right there. We should send embassies, every single one, we should make connections. The Chinese didn't waste a minute. The minute they were independent, they sent a large number of people south to Thailand, northern Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and they started building cultural connect. Immediately started building cultural connect. So you see northern Thailand, there's so many people say I'm half Chinese. Because they married with local Chinese and everything. So we make the mistake. What are we talking about? I lost track.
Yeah, Buddhism.
America is black and white.
Right. Yeah.
And to me, fundamentally, black and white works in certain things. Black and white doesn't work in other things. The problem with our political discourse is where black and white should work, we're not doing it. Where the black and white doesn't work, they're using black and white. Right? That's my issue. They're not strategic about what they're doing. It's like politically maybe strategic. I don't know. They calculations and numbers and seats and stuff.
Wait, hold on a bit. I have to get up a bit to make a very important point here. Or I'll just Google the name of the book. Okay. So Retrowave is making a very important point here. He's saying that I used to date this Vietnamese girl who's Buddhist, and she used to teach me about Buddhism, and it was all Hindu teachings. One of my friends got married to her friend's old sister. I hooked them up, but it didn't work out for me. Acha. So I wanted to add to this. I have a fantastic book for any artist, mainly music producers. It's written by someone called Rick Rubin. He is one of the most legendary music producers of all time, has worked with every band you have ever heard of, okay, in the West. So his book is on how to develop your creativity, how to sustain your creativity, how to handle rejections and still go on with your creativity. It's an absolutely magnificent book, and it's considered to be a modern philosophy classic. Okay, this book just came out 2 years back. It's all in the realm of philosophy. It's so beautiful. But when I started reading that book, I had just parallelly started reading Sri Vigyan Bhairav Tantra as well. So everything I was reading in that book, it seemed like he's talking about Shiva and Shakti. And after having completed half the book, I realized he's getting all his teachings from Buddhism. So now some questions again. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
Even when I went to, I like studying
that book. Yes.
Anthropology and stuff. It's very it let you get a window into the way humans think, right? Why they relate to certain ideas, what drives them, why do they build these walls between each other, right? And fundamentally, again, I'm a little bit more like Anand. I believe in the Darwinian way of. I mean, you said it's different, but I believe society is also organized in a very socially Darwinistic way, right? Ultimately, we will reach that position. Whatever human beings are designing, right? Even the RSS designs, fundamentally, social Darwinism will be the only thing that will work. What is the most successful, strategy is what will succeed ultimately. No matter how much one is better than the other. Something may be superior in quality.
See, they have to gel together to create that effect, because with only fighting for survival, we will not have a society. Because the empathy also plays a very important part. Like if you remove empathy as a parameter, as a variable, then you don't have a society. That you have to remember. That's what Mr. Anand has mentioned. That both play a part. It's not either or. That's what his point is.
But my point is, cannot empathy be one aspect of the social Darwinism? For example, right? What does a cuckoo? What does a cuckoo take advantage of? The cuckoo takes advantage of the empathy of the parent, the mother, for her chick. She will raise any chick, whether it is a cuckoo or not. So that empathy still exists even in in natural Darwinism. Fundamentally, I think. Same thing with foxes, right? Many of them, like they when they lose their partner, they die of grief. They don't actually get another partner, right? Same thing with many animals will take the egg of another animal that the egg has been abandoned and raise it themselves. So I think even at some level, social Darwinism does have empathy. We are not able to quantify it in a measurable thing. It's like very random. It can happen, it cannot happen, depending on the individual, like the mutation of that particular animal or whatever, right? And so again, related to that idea, our adoption of the dharmic communities around the world should be based on that. The common key to success, rather than fighting over the dogma. What is happening right now is different communities are fighting over dogma. You're not fighting over the fact. They're not saying that there is a common measure of success that all these communities have. Your local dogma may be yours, right? But there's a common, social measure that creates beneficial outcomes. And that's why I think instead of going for the Ambedkarite specifically, I think you should go for the Buddhists. My opinion, personally. Pure Buddhist.
That neo-Buddhist is beyond.
Yeah, that's not Buddhism.
What we talk about is not even Buddhism at all.
Yeah. Ambedkar rejected all the core tenets of Buddhism only. So, Avinav, many questions have come again for the RSS representative here. So, is there any hegemony of Maharashtra or UP within RSS that you know of?
No, I have no idea. No comments on this.
Okay. Wait, there are some more great questions. This one is here. Then
go learn by yourself.
Is Revanth Reddy secretly a part of RSS?
No, see, the thing is, while you are talking about talk about Mr. Kulkarni, who was the National Security Advisor. I forget his first name. He was part of the Vajpayee government. You talk about Shatrughan Sinha. You talk about Yashwant Sinha. You are talking about somebody who is may have been gone to some shakha. You're talking about functionaries who have turned rogue. What you are talking about? This is correct. See, when somebody there is a book, I think people should read that book. It's freely available. That book is BJP and ISS, a symbiosis. So that actually gives you some perspective how the BJP and RSS, both as an organization, political as a social organization, they actually interact with each other, interact. So there is a book. It is written by the last name is Miss Kulkarni. I have the actually I will be reading the book in my channel, but that gives you overview of how actually they interact in general, and it documents from 1950s to 2008 onward till 2008.
Okay.
So you can read that book to actually understand that how the interaction works.
Okay. Then another, go ahead, Anand. Yeah.
Who is the other person who left, who criticized the BJP, other than Yashwant Sinha? One more person who wrote a book. I forgot his name, a very famous book. We all quote that book all the time.
Arun Shori.
Arun Shori, like he is like he's like a god for a lot of us. We reference him all the bloody time. And now he's anti-BJP. Like he's just like, what the hell happened?
What do you think happened? What do you both of think happened?
I have a theory.
Yeah.
So I have a theory that Arun Shori, like the old system of the BJP, where they had a more broken up, like people got together and had like a discussion, and then they came to a conclusion, and then like, okay, we'll implement this. Like, which is what I feel like the way Advani and all, and Murli Manoj Joshi, all they ran the system like that. I think Modi changed the way they were, because I remember there was a conflict. Remember 2013 when they were electing or choosing the person who represent BJP. There was a conflict.
Modi almost did not become the candidate.
He almost didn't become. They were going to get rid of him. I think he changed. He said to achieve our objectives, you're taking too long. He said we need to remove dissent at a more like noise. What we Indians do, we hang around, we sit there, and we keep discussing, and we keep discussing, and we keep discussing, and we're like, oh, keep discussing. He's like, no, we need to stop discussing for a while, implement, see how it works, and then we can see, then we can discuss. Just think about it. Like it's what Vajpayee did a lot, but he was struggling with lots of like this. We do it this way, do it that way, do it like 100 different ways, right? Modi's like, no, I've designed this pattern. We will hire the best of the best who can implement it, and we're going to put them in charge. Like he hired Sanjeev Sanyal, he hired Nirmala Sitharaman, he just hired people. He's like, go do it.
Yes, Jaishankar out of the blue.
Enough of discussing. Just go get it done. And I think older people who are more used to the discussive and like, let's have a discussion, let's get this done, type don't like it.
So you don't think he was upset with any of the policies of Narendra Modi?
I don't think. I think the implementation administrative side.
I think he is absolutely correct on spot on that this is the case. And one more thing, just keep in mind that when Modi was nominated to be the PM, okay, people knew how Modi actually works. It was not surprise to people, like not that he was elected and then he became like this. When he was a CM in Gujarat, everybody knew how Modi actually works. And see, that's what I'm saying. If something works, something which needs to be done, even if it's something which is against the ethos of the organization, they will do it just because it needs to be done. There is a lot, and people knew, and the same thing is happening with Yogi. Okay, Yogi is a kind of a hardliner person. Okay, but still, it needs to be done, and it will be get done until Modi or Mr. Yogi breaks those primary principles. Then something will happen, or else they will do whatever they want. Because end of the day, let's look at the pragmatic level. Okay, so at some moment, the top guy will say, okay, I should have done this, but I cannot do it because I am bound by so many rules and regulations. Let's have somebody who will do it for me. I will just oppose him, and he will do it anyway. Think about it.
One interesting aspect, you see some parallels at the local level in Tamil Nadu. BJP Tamil Nadu has been so ineffective for so bloody long. Why do you think? It's not like there are a lot of Hindus in Tamil Nadu who don't gel with the RSS ideology or with the BJP ideology. There are lots of them. The thing is, they're all Congress voters. There are a lot of Hindutva people who are pro BJP, who are like the BJP, who will vote for Congress. Because Congress is seen as a Hindu party in Tamil Nadu. The DMK and the AIDMK are seen as the anti-Hindu parties, like literally. Like DIDMK not so much, right? But the DMK though, like no one will vote. No Hindus don't vote for DMK generally. They vote Congress. And the same thing happened in East Tamil Nadu. What happened? Why did it go from 2 or 3% vote share to suddenly 11%? Because they were all just, we'll just discuss and we'll like have sammelan and we'll have tea and coffee and we'll go here and do speech here, go there, do speech there, right? But Annamalai came and said, no, work needs to be done. We need to start doing on the groundwork. We need to start signing up people, no sitting and having chit chat over coffee and how horrible Tamil Nadu is. Like this, we should do this, we should do that. Or Uncle Sammelan, he changed it. He said, no Uncle Sammelan, no Auntie Sammelan, we got to do work. So same, he's very similar to Modi. That's why Modi likes him also. Same reason. Because he's a taskmaster, not like a discusser.
Yeah, that when I met Sanjeev Sanyal. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give it trivia. So when he talks about DMK people, correct? I have spoken to a few of them. Okay, because I'm here. So surprisingly, every DMK supporter whom I have spoken to, they have the best regard and best thing to say for RSS.
I see. So now, then I have to ask this almost meaningless hypothetical question, but it's still important. Firstly, as a tangent to that question, a pre-question sort of, how serious do you think is the conflict between Yogi and BJP and RSS? On a scale of 1 to 10. Do you think there is a serious conflict at all? Both of you?
No. Okay, no, there is a reason. The reason is that 2029 is very important for BJP as a political party. If they screw up to 29, okay, it could undo a lot of things that they have already established.
And in the age of technology, they will probably never come to power again.
Leave aside what will happen in future, but the primary is that whatever they have actually established a lot of things that will get undone. Okay. Yeah. And for that reason, even if RSS or Sangh is not happy with Mr. Modi or Mr. Yogi Adityanath, they will still make sure that they will be in power because there is no other alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anand, did you have anything to add to this?
Some compromise here and there, but
I have no idea what the conflict or anything is there. I can just say I have some friends from UP at my work, and they're very happy with Yogi. They're like, our state is doing phenomenally well. Like compared to what they expect, they are doing phenomenally well. It benefits the BJP to be with positive with Yogi. It benefits them. They get a lot of goodwill.
Okay.
To me, my opinion, BJP say, Yogi manage the state, do whatever you want. We will not butt in there. You are doing good job, we will not butt in. The problem is you butt in too much. My opinion.
Now,
see, one more thing.
Go ahead.
For 29 to be a positive result for BJP, as Dada also mentioned, that the 29 to 28 seats in Bengal and those 80.
Oh, that was my question only. That if Suvendu wins in 26, and then you can guarantee 30 to 35 seats in Bengal in 2029, because they've only done the works. Bengal is region. So then where do we see the conflict between RSS versus Yogi Adityanath? Because he's not going to be that relevant anymore.
Okay, see, the conflict is not between RSS and Yogi Adityanath. That you need to forget about. There is no. Okay. It doesn't function that way. Okay. That's the fundamental problem. It doesn't function that way. The problem would be, and it is a political party problem. Every political party will have 5-6 7-10 function, and a political party like BJP, who have 29 state units, there will be at least 12-13 groups which will be fighting among each other. Okay. The governor of JNK was a 6 month sitting in UP. Mr. Sinha, I forgot his first name. Okay, he is sitting in UP and doing any other thing. He should be doing there. So now that is political rivalry between inside political party. That will always happen. It will always remain like that. That's why. But end of the day, because UP seats and seats in Bengal are very important. Okay. Yeah. Because they don't know what how much, because they cannot take the risk which they did in 24. So this safety valve of Bengal is something that they very see. Just remember, read the political signals very carefully. After 2024 results, okay, Suvendu Adhikari in an auditorium filled with people, all the media watching him, he said in Hindi, "Jiske saath uska vikas."
And then redacted the sentence 2 hours later, but the damage was done.
Doesn't really matter, because that's how politics works. You give a signal that I am doing, I want to do this, and you react it, things are done. People know what he thinks. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
I have an opinion on this topic, like a very serious opinion on this topic. I do not like Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. I hate this concept. I hate it. I know the RSS. I think it's a very RSS ideology. Like,
wait, just to be sure, you heard him correct, right? Suvendu said the opposite. Okay.
I'm not about Suvendu. I'm talking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. I hate that concept.
Right. Yeah, Suvendu said Jiska Saath Uska Vikas.
I hate this concept because I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Human, again, like I said, again, I like to see human beings in their base nature. Human beings value things when they have difficulty in getting it. I'm telling you, this is honest to God truth. People value stuff when they have a difficulty getting it. You give things like just like that, they don't value it. They're like, oh, okay, you're giving it to me, right?
Yes.
And every time it will be more and more and more, and it's like basically it's an addiction. Like Dick takes a hit, he's satisfied a little bit. Then he takes a bigger hit, then he's said. That's what's happening. My suggestion, I understand why Modi does the economic Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. They make it fundamentally what he wants. His goal is like $5 trillion economy. For that, every single section of society needs to become productive, and they need to have high disposable income to build a strong consumer-based economy, local country. We can't be like the US having to buy everything from outside. We have to we produce for ourselves. We build economic connections. Like every part of society is contributing towards the economic development of the country. I completely understand. I understand why he's still giving ration as well. Because if there's a World Bank study they did where you give someone rice, right? And you give them 1 bag of rice and you give them 2 bags of rice. They would prefer selling their 1 bag of rice and eating less rice and buying some chicken.
Which is why government housing never works.
But it works. But you must move the value scale. See, the HDB in Singapore is an extremely good example. They understood the failure of government housing around the world, and they implemented one that will not fail because they don't give for free. They don't give government housing for free. They say everyone can get government housing. You will pay fair price. Means you have to pay the price. You have to pay the money. You can't like, oh, I'm getting for free. However, certain families that are extremely poor and having difficulty managing their income will get it like a reduced amount. You can get the housing for a reduced amount. But you must meet the criteria. You can't like, oh, I will just I'm claiming this. You have to meet the criteria, and it's a family wide, not an individual wide. The entire family, and they want the family to stay together. They want the family to break up. They're like, you must live together. Very important. You must have children. Very important. Like all those things are requirements are there. So coming back to the other one, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. If you are clear that people value things only when you make it difficult for them, you need to have gradations of Saath Vikas. Everyone should not have access to the same Vikas, because I love the socialist idea that everyone must have access to it. No. You cannot. Because if everyone gets it, they don't have anything to work towards. Your drive to work harder goes away. So you build strategies. I know leftists don't like this, but without the striations of achievement, people don't want to work harder and harder and harder and build more things. See, you will not get a satellite going to the moon unless you say, I first build a satellite that goes to like 100 feet, then a satellite that goes to 200. Like you're like, oh, every achievement is a great thing. So if human beings are looking for things because that's again human nature. You want to show, I did this, I achieved this thing. And
that's the dopamine.
No, it's dopamine. It's about how to explain it. I don't have the words to explain this. Without achievement, what have you done? What is your value? You're just another bag of.
And that's the biggest thing socialists take away from the citizens, socialists and communists.
Yes, they take away a person's inherent value.
Yeah,
they take away a person's inherent value. Because why does a piece of music composed by Mozart hit so hard? Because he went through the difficulty of his situation. He wrote through that pain. He put every ounce of his unique individuality into that music.
Like our Lord and Savior Andrew Tate says, that beauty is inherently tied to difficulty. Therefore, anything that's not difficult to achieve is
my
not
Lord and
going
Savior.
to be
I don't like Andrew Tate, but
you don't accept. You're rejecting my Lord and Savior.
I reject Andrew Tate, the Lord and Savior. But my point is,
and you see, hence the US Constitution guarantees the pursuit of happiness, not happiness.
That is why they're able to build the economy they built. The second part is were not part of the World War II, World War I, World War II personally. That nothing hit them.
Yeah, every bad thing that US did, every other country has done at some point in their lives in some degree or the other. बाकियों ने क्या उखाड़ लिया? This always this accusation of slavery. America became rich because of slavery. अरे बाप रे. अभी पाकिस्तान में slavery है. पाकिस्तान क्या उखाड़ रहा है? लिबिया में slavery चल रहा है.
No, but I do agree partially with the woke narrative. I apologize for everyone. I partially agree with the woke narrative because substantially they did build their, I would say, hardware through Chinese people and slaves.
Who is stopping Pakistan from building their hardware on the backs of their slaves? That's what I'm asking.
That thing stops. That thing stops.
But I want to re-upload this entire section as a discussion on RSS, so I'll just stick to RSS for now. So can you take these questions now? If they are opinion questions, both Anand and Bhupenda, both of you all must take these questions. Why is it that RSS why is RSS being more liberal in their methods get bullied more than radical ideologies like DSO and DYFI? Is liberalism a paper tiger? Is absolute radicalism more efficient?
Bhupen first.
The thing is, I'll repeat 10,000 times. Okay. First of all, understand that fundamentally it is a social service organization doing service to every human being, not even Indian or somebody else. Okay, if a foreigner comes to Kolkata tomorrow, I need help. They come, have dinner, have food, have water, and go away. So stop this thing that okay, it's a political organization. It is not. There are other 10,000 organizations who do these jobs. This is not not what RSS does, and this is not what they do. Okay, even I do. I go and do beach cleaning. I do and do mandir seva as part of the activity. Okay, so that's what they do. So see that's the problem. People, the leftist propaganda and other things has happened. Okay, and for that, what has happened is that it has created a kind of, and sometimes people actually enjoy it. Even people who didn't enjoy it. Okay, we are doing this, but it is not that. So it will never happen. It's not like that anyway.
Next question is. Oh yeah, Anand, did you want to add something to that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, it's a very interesting, juicy philosophical question, right?
Right.
So I believe, and this is I've noticed this in a lot of the most successful movements in the world, right? For them to be successful, if they create offshoot or one that's not related to them, like you cannot relate them together. They offshoot it to be extremely radical, and then they frame themselves opposition to that.
Which is why I've always said that all the radical Hindutvadi trads, they help us. Because of the crazy radicals, we get a seat at the table. Because otherwise, we are the radicals.
Yes. But one problem with the radical Hindutvawadis is that they have substantial enough caste base. If see, caste was not such a large vote bank in India, they would not be a worry. There's something I want to get rid of birth-based caste, man. Because if birth-based caste goes, we can have ideological disagreements. See, we're not able to have ideological disagreements among the Hindu community. We're focused so on caste. We can't change the narrative. Only socialists will do it because they're using the same caste narrative.
But that is a very minority. It's a tiny minority anyway. It has no impact overall. Like even in social media and otherwise, the really trad people are very minority. I don't think they have any impact.
Look at what happened to Smriti Irani. She lost her seat because of them. All the Brahmins voted for the Sharma. Like, what the hell? Are you stupid? Like, I actually told my friend, okay? Like, are you morons? Like, you must be a stupid Brahmin to go and vote for the person who wants to caste census and says Brahmins are evil, Brahmins are this, like, and based on caste, you go vote for that person. Like, I don't understand. It's like chickens for KFC.
Voting on caste is a social behavior. Voting on caste is a social behavior.
Yes, and Bhupenda, even if they are not in significant numbers, the opposition will highlight them so much that it will seem that they are in high numbers because they want that aspect of us to be highlighted.
Yeah, that I agree. Okay, that is I agree. And see, the thing is, I have a very practical view of things. Okay, I see things in a very practical manner. Okay, if nobody is perfect. First principle, nobody is perfect. People will make mistakes. Even I will make mistakes. Learn from them and improve next day. Okay. Same principle I apply to everybody. Okay. Nobody is perfect. So every organization will make mistakes. You have to tell them 10 times that this is a mistake, you go and fix it. And at the end of the day, it gets fixed. It takes time. That is something we can't do anything about it.
Next question is, while appreciating the immense work of RSS in remote areas, why it has failed to stop conversions in states like Jharkhand, Punjab, Andhra? Or is it the case that stopping it is not the aim?
Okay, see, the framing failed is a bit of wrong concept. They do work and they do a lot of good work, okay, which is invisible to most people. Yes, there can be a lot of other things which can be done, okay, which are not done, and that something needs to be done from, see, one important thing. The person who has asked this question, I want to ask him, you are so concerned about conversion. Have you done your Google research, Google search, or ask somebody that there are multiple organizations who are working to uplift those communities and stop those conversions? RSS is not the only one organization. Now, if you are so concerned about it, very good. Do your Google search or ask somebody. They will tell you there are another 100 organizations, small organizations, who do this kind of work apart from RSS. Go and contribute to them. We cannot be harping at one organization. I am telling again, you have to take your responsibility. Stop your pizza. Okay, save money and donate. Find the organization. Go and talk to the organization. How you spend my money, and then give the money to them. We have to take our responsibility as well. We cannot outsource everything to BJP and RSS. That I harp upon. Upon even my podcast, that you have to take responsibility. Even 5 rupees contribution to an organization is 5 rupees contribution. That have to remember, and we have to practice it, not preach it. I do it. If you want my data, I will give you my data, what I have done. But we have to do this.
Right. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
This comment.
I'm looking for all the RSS questions. Right.
VXC's comment is an interesting parallel in the Western world, right? So I've lived in the US for like 4 years.
Okay.
4 years, right? So I've observed this as well, right? And I think the reason, fundamentally, like I said again, we want certain tribes to be identified, and there are certain tribes that cannot be, like, if a political party doesn't cater to a particular tribe, they will tend to go with the tribe that at least is not hurtful to them. Which is, you observe this a lot in the Western world, right? So Indians, for example, vote a lot for the Democrats. For the longest time, the Democrats did not do anything anti-Indian. They didn't. They literally like. But the Republicans were quite aggressive, very they tend to be very because the Christian conservative group are like, most Indians are Hindus, most Hindus are weird, most Hindus are brown, right?
Yes.
So
they supported Pakistan for that reason only. After all, people of the book, and Pakistan used to come across as the cool, suave guys.
From what I found, they supported Pakistan because they were beneficial to the pushing back of the USSR. So it is geostrategic.
Right, that too, of course, yes.
And Pakistan offered because the Pakistanis were basically amoral. They framed their country as an Islamic country, but they're amoral people. They're like, whatever benefit we can get from who's going to throw money at us, we will do it for them.
And now they are not getting any benefit. And yesterday, openly on a news channel, they admit that we were doing US's bidding, bro. And the journalist is flabbergasted that what news bite did I just get? And she reinforces. She says that wait, that is your answer. He says yes. US paid us to do this.
The point. It is strategic. So it's tactical. I'll tell you why it's tactical. He is saying, if you don't come save us, we will reveal your truths. Tomorrow, if the Indian army reaches Karachi or reaches Lahore and we are captured, we will sing like canaries. So everything, all the secrets you have kept, we will tell the Indians. Then what will you do? It is a hot. Right. What has Pakistan been doing? Nuclear hostage situation. Now it's a US, your secrets are with us, we will hostage you. It is basically messaging the Americans. If Biden was in power right now, he would tell Modi, stop. Trump is like, screw you, I don't care. Reveal everything. What is Trump saying? He wants to do, he was like, Epstein files nikalo. Ye nikalo, wo nikalo. Expose karo. Mujhe nahi chahiye hiding state. So, it's basically, unfortunately, a bad timing for them. If this had happened even like 1 year ago when Biden was in power, we would have less options. We are lucky Trump is in power because he's also like them amoral. He's like, I don't care. I just want my country to succeed. I don't care about morality and shit. Kuch bhi karna hai to karna hai. Right? So that's why it is done. Fundamentally. So about the voting patterns. So because the Republicans did not give any bhav to the Indians, even though Indians are the best performing group, when this wave of wokeism spread through America, when it spread, two communities were targeted the most.
Yes.
The East Asians and the Indian subcontinent people.
Yes.
What did the right-wingers do there? Immediately start framing, technically it's mainly affecting white people. White people the achievement was the lowest in terms of the larger income groups, right? The more improved income groups. Yes. But the Indians and Asians are right on top. And they're being targeted by quotas. So they'll go, no, we'll raise these people up. Right? See, look at these quotas. It's like, let's go up these people. But the minute they got the vote, see how they changed. The minute Trump got elected, all these right-wingers started, Asians are this, Indians are that, throw them out. You notice?
No, but a lot of that was Ron DeSantis' camp, by the way. They are still going on with that. It started with Ron DeSantis' election campaign and it's going to go on until Ron DeSantis becomes the president.
I agree. My point is, many right-wingers believe this. Even if they won't support it openly. You think Charlie Kirk doesn't believe this? You think that guy...
Noels.
Sorry?
Michael Noels. Or Ben
Michael Noels. They all believe it. They all think that the brown man needs to be thrown out. They realize...
I believe only Michael Noels believes it.
They all believe it. I'm sure Charlie Kirk believes that. The problem with them is they have not faced... So right now what is happening is they're still at the precipice of their economy. If Trump can fix their economy, they may have a chance. You understand? Yes. They're highly leveraged still towards buying goods from outside. If they become a local domestic economy, they might have a chance. At some point, they're going to have to rely on cheaper labor from outside the country.
Yeah.
They're not willing
And,
to face the fact that their quality of life is going to fall.
yes, and I'll just make one point about one point about Ankit Shah on this topic, and then get back to RSS a little. I
अरे RSS
really
हो
like this
गया
point about.
थोड़ा rest दो भाई उसको.
So many questions have come regarding RSS. RSS के बारे में question खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है. RSS is so secretive. आज secret बाहर आ गया है, so no one's going to let go of the chance. It's out of the bag. The RSS cat is out of the bag. So Ankit Shah makes this great point that जब उनका इकोनॉमी नहीं रहेगा तब उनका जो एब्राहमिक नेचर है वो बाहर आ जाएगा, एंड दैट आई रियली एग्री विद. व्हाट इज भूपेंद्र's take on भागवत's comment a few years back? हम हिंदुओं का ठेका नहीं लिया है, हमने हिंदुओं का ये ठेका.
I support his statement. See, as a community, as an individual, as a community, why I should depend on one such organization कि वो सारा काम मेरे लिए वही करेगा? Why, as a community, we are not building institutions by ourselves? भाई क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं? Why we are भाई मेरा काम तुम ही करना, हम तो बैठ के रहेंगे सिर्फ. What is this? I support it.
This is what Dilip Ghosh kind of ended up saying during 2021 elections. He is in a room. Someone randomly caught a video of it. So he's surrounded in a party office. Everyone's complaining that everywhere BJP people are getting killed and murdered and stuff, and everyone's crying, almost saying Dilip da Hindura maar khache. So BJP lokjon maar khache. So Dilip da says, "To ami ki korbo? So what can I do?" And so first the people were saying that BJP people are getting beaten up. So Dilip Ghosh says, "What can I do?" Then they say, "Dada Hindura maar khache." Then Dilip Ghosh says, "So আমি কি করব? হিন্দুরা এতদিন ধরে মার খাচ্ছে আর কদিন খাবে?" Hindus have been getting beaten up for so many days, for so many generations now. They'll get beaten up a little more. What can I do right now?
See, I give I'll let him just quick 2 minutes. If people think that the level of violence which you have in Bengal is bad, okay, people have not seen the kind of violence which was there in undivided Bihar and UP. It's far worse than what you have in Bengal. Okay, and if UP and Bihar can come out of this, what you have is a next to paradise. Whatever happened in UP and Bihar. Okay, people, I know people in UP and Bihar, I know them. Okay, what used to happen there? There are books about it. So this excuse,
True.
I'm not saying it is it's not happening, but this excuse has to go away. You have to make sacrifice. Hindus have to learn to make sacrifice. If you cannot sacrifice, you will not achieve what you want. You cannot piggy bank on somebody else.
Yeah,
that lesson has to be learned.
Now, that's actually what marks the difference between the kind of violence we see in West Bengal or Bihar, UP for all these decades versus what being a Kshatriya means. Because what Anand was pointing out, that when you earn something, you try to save it and conserve it and be proud of it. तो यहाँ पे लौड़े तृणमूल और सीपीआईएम के गुंडों ने अर्न क्या किया है? तो they are therefore fighting randomly like headless chickens, just running about killing random people. This has nothing to do with being in an army regiment and discipline, protecting our motherland and stuff, right? Which is why I don't understand the criticism that, oh, therefore any Dehat area is just libertarianism, bro. That's anarcho-capitalism. No, that's a completely different way of doing it, and the proximity to power is also different and stuff. Oh, by the way, Anand, did you want to add something? I have one last question.
We heard horrifying stories in the south about what happened in UPBR, like non-stop you should keep hearing. Now so there's nothing. There's a whisper. There's not. You barely hear anything. Maximum we saw that when those trains were going to this thing, the Mahakumbh, and people are breaking the. That's the only thing we saw. Like we heard about, people broke some because they couldn't get inside. But now we don't hear anything. Like we almost hear, like we see here every day. Some woman got kidnapped, some boy got kidnapped, someone got murdered. Like literally 24/7, even South India and Karnataka news you hear.
Yeah.
This is in the 90s. We used to hear.
Yeah. AK Brahmo is saying Bengalis have become extremely weak. Even in Malda, Murshidabad, when there's so much crisis, they are saying, we want BSF camp, save us. Not one statement like BSF train us, we want to fight. Just as an anecdote, A.K. Brahmo, have you read Kobir Suman's book, which he wrote right around 2011 on the atrocities of CPIM and how he was working with Trinamool and stuff? I read that book. Even though I was a staunch CPIM supporter, but I had so much critical thinking. So I ended up reading Kobir Suman's book. So even though I didn't even ever like Kobir Suman as a musician, so he made an interesting point there that all of a sudden the villagers of Bengal had kind of become libertarians in a way. Whenever Kobir Suman and people from Trinamool would go to meet these villagers who were facing the brunt of CPIM near the end of CPIM's rule in 2008, 7, 9, those years, they were saying that you people, you babus from Kolkata always come to give us free ration, free kambal, dhoti and stuff. Give us Kalashnikovs. That's the only thing we need to survive. So that was at least one villager saying that. But I'm sure Kobir Suman didn't tell him that, no, we can't give you Kalashnikov because there are school shootings in USA. So anyway, Bhupendra, both of you had something to add. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing. Today I did a podcast on the Murshidabad incidents. Okay. Watch that podcast. Okay. You will hear something that you want to hear. Go and watch it.
Okay.
Something about, you will hear it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Anand, go ahead.
I have an opinion about this standing up for your in defense. See, our biggest problem is not that we are not brave. Our problem is that we know that the state will crack down on us harder than anyone else if we stand up. That is the problem. The problem is, so tomorrow if I go, like, I'll give you a personal example. Like,
it's
I challenge
very true. I might save myself from a Trinamool Gunda. How will I save myself from the police 2 days later?
After you defend yourself, you will defend yourself. The Trinamool Gunda will be beaten back. He will be kicked off. He will go off and live. He will go complain to his daddy, and his daddy will complain to the local MLA. Local MLA will complain to someone else. Police will come and beat your ass and you can't even say anything back because the police is authorized to beat your ass for no bloody reason. For no bloody reason, they'll make shit up. Like, the reason I'm saying is, recently, I'm living in Bangalore. Okay? Bangalore is a very cosmopolitan city. You expect policemen to be responsible, understand the law. Okay, you expect that.
Okay.
And at least where I used to stay earlier, the Malleshwaram is more mature. They didn't do this kind of nonsense. I'm now living farther from the center of the city. You're more like a village area. Okay. So I was right in something. I was right, like objectively right. Okay. And in front of the police officer, I'm having an argument with the other person who's wrong. And I called him Jahil or something like that. Some word. He made up, and that person was that person was calling me a bad statement, and I called him, yeah, you are also that. The police officer in front of witnesses is saying, no, I only heard it from you. I didn't hear it from that person. So the reason why Hindus are so afraid to stand up is because we are not able to protect ourselves from the law itself, and we have no legal provision to do it. I asked a guy for his name. I said, give me your name and your badge number. No, why should I give it to you? So unless fundamentally the BJP brings police reform, makes it where not the police are empowered, yes, to fight the problematic parts of society, the ones who are really breaking the law, and protect those who protect themselves and under the law, right? Unless that changes, no matter how much Hindu stands up, they will get beaten back. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Unless, of course, you've got a Sangathan behind you. If you've got a large Sangathan to look after you and come and fight for you, then yes, you have more confidence. But if you're an individual Hindu here, I'm like, imagine tomorrow if I'm fighting a Muslim mob. I know I'm going to die, or if I survive, the police is going to come for me later. That's just the reality.
Okay, see, I'll give you a counter argument. Counter argument is, do you think in UP and especially UP and Bihar, the police that you see in West Bengal, okay, at least they will talk to you and say, okay, don't do this, or I will do something about it. Okay, in UP and Bihar, first they will give you good treatment and then they will talk to you. So when you're talking about this thing, so it is not the case. See, I'll give you a bit of a counter argument. In UP and Bihar, they were able to fight this oppressive state and other machinery because of caste loyalty. Caste loyalty made sure that they gel as a community and they can fight it. In Bengal, there is no community or caste loyalty, so they are too much fractured to fight.
Right.
This must be the same thing is happening in Bangladesh as well, right? Like they're not able to coordinate so effectively as well. So they're basically getting picked off by whoever can pick them off.
Yes, so
Right.
this correct. Sometimes caste is a good thing. Sometimes, not every time.
No, it's fundamentally it is basically a group that is there to have your back when you are fighting for the right thing, right? When you're fighting for justice, someone has your back. Like the problem is and if you look at even in urban areas, in most urban areas, right? Hindus rarely have anyone to have their back. They are basically independent agents. Like people will abandon them. That's the thing. Unless you have built your own group.
Moinakda is saying Bhupendra is confusing between Kolkata police and West Bengal police.
The UP police and Bihar police was double the bad what they are. If you talk to somebody who was in UP lived in 20 years ago, they will tell you what used to happen. I have lived in West Bengal. I lived in Kolkata. I know UP and Bihar. Okay, I can tell you objectively that the kind of things used to happen, even what police will do to you, is not something which will happen regularly in West Bengal or in Kolkata. I think Dada will understand what I'm talking.
Yeah. Go ahead, Anand.
One more thing, I think Ash Kitchen made a good point, but I'm not in the. I don't agree with guns. I think they should amend the Arms Act and make bladed weapons and other things basically legal again. My suggestion to the state would be make it legal in the fact that you license to carry the weapon, but only in the thing of self-defense you can use it. So basically, you frame it as self-defense room.
Wait, sorry, we can't get into a complete self-defense debate right now. We will just skim through it a little.
Sorry, my bad.
How is it anything different from what is the law right now anyway? Right now, you get a license and it's only for self-defense.
No, I'm not guns. Because for me, my worry with guns is it can cause carnage too fast, and it's difficult.
No, you are saying that the laws that exist right now for guns have those same laws just for swords and stuff.
Yes, bladed weapons. Because then that connects to the martial arts as well. That connects to martial arts.
The problem is the acquisition procedure is so slow. You'll almost not get it.
No, I'm saying speed up. That's my point.
It is arbitrary in nature.
Yes. If you have connections with defense personnel and politicians, only then you will get it. Otherwise, you'll get rejected by the district magistrate. Then you'll have to sue the district magistrate. Then you'll get it. And then you'll have to go train with the police. And the police will ask you to forfeit your gun if there is a 144 in your locality on the day you need your fucking gun.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because specifically, I think it's because of their guns. Guns are higher lethality and difficult for forces to control compared to bladed weapons. For bladed weapon, you just need to cordon that person off. And
for bladed weapons, my position is that there should not be any license at all.
No, I mean, license number like document. You have to document who has the bladed weapon. You can't have a society where you're not at least I have created this bladed weapon. This exists. They don't need to put it through a process. You're saying the process like what's happening in guns. You have to go to a magistrate. You go to a army officer. You must sign up. No, I'm not about that. That means you have made a bladed weapon, state registered this as your bladed weapon. That's it.
Yeah, I disagree. I believe no one should even know that I have a sword. Not the state, nor my enemies. Because everyone who wants to kill me already has a sword, stones, and guns.
Okay, it's a perspective. I'm just looking from the.
Yeah, we'll someday discuss this elaborately as well.
But my reason why I disagree with the gun is because the escalation for harm on society in general is very hard. It can suddenly go. Initially, can be a protective thing, but suddenly can escalate to don't know what scale. That's the worry.
Yeah, it's a fair argument. We will have to elaborately discuss on this someday. Someone is pointing out a poignant historic dialogue that "Aag dikhata hai Mother Jat" from Ganga Jal. So the last question for today on RSS again. Bhupenda and Anand, both of you can give your opinions here. The last question is that why did RSS fail to prevent the rise of communism, socialism, etc. in a place like Bengal, which was so very Hindu? Even all the Trinamool leaders are even absolutely Hindu even today. Why do you think? Was it even a failure, or it's on the way, or something like that?
Okay, I can give you a historical perspective. Communism came to power in 1977 in Bengal, correct? Before that, it was
sorry,
Congress government.
Sorry to interrupt you. I have to take one hilarious question here. Pranav Chalotra is saying, "What? I can't keep a sword without license."
No, bro.
You can keep those fake Melaka swords, okay? You can't keep an actual sword
keep
that
anything.
will kill people.
The Arms Act is horrible. It is the most shitty. I can't believe it. When we got independent, we didn't remove it. Like, what is wrong with our government? The minute you got independence, you're like, screw these bloody Britishers and their stupid laws. Like, kya log hai? I don't understand. Because you look at it, it's so tied so intensely into martial arts laws in India. Literally, the minute they cut off the arms, cut arms off, they literally martial arts has died in India. Because most of our martial arts are martial. They're not dancing around. They were literally fighting, like killing people. Like, kya hai log hai?
Yeah. We will take this question also as well. Okay, Rishi has a problem with the Rashtriya Muslim Manch. So yeah, go ahead, finish the point. Then we'll discuss Rashtriya Muslim Manch and end the live stream.
Yeah. So the first thing, I think when Gandhi was assassinated, okay, and then RSS and others were implicated, okay. From that, the crackdown actually started. So the communist parties were actually moving up and up in terms of their organizations and their funding and everything. So at that time, actually, RSS was very weak as an organization because the state was oppressing it. It was banned actually. Okay. So that they got the, I think it also is discussed. It also got discussed in my podcast with Boshalidi, that how RSS was active in Bengal, and that is a very good story if people go and listen. So that state operation against RSS and banning the RSS created the kind of fertile ground where communism actually took shape and took hold. So it's a historical reason why it happened. I might be completely wrong, but whatever I have understood in terms of data and how it was there, so that could be one of the probable causes where the communism took hold, because RSS was banned from doing any work in Bengal. Specifically.
Right. Yeah, we will only have probable causes only. We can never be fully sure. Wait. Then the last topic. Yeah. Why does Rashtriya Muslim Manch?
Can I say about South India? So in South India, communism is also quite strong. Okay. Communism, socialism, communism, quite strong, especially among the intelligentsia here. It's just not
you see, repeatedly, the people who prioritize social harmony over Danda are defeated by people who prioritize Danda but pretend to prioritize social harmony.
I'm telling you in South India what happens, okay? Yeah. So like lot of the even the intelligentsia, the aunties, uncles, all like the socialism. Oh, so nice.
Yeah.
See, because I think fundamentally, when you are well-to-do, and you do well, like you've got a lot of money, right? You can you go up the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You're like, oh, let me talk about the intellectual shit, right? But when you're not, when you're struggling for basic food, like, stupid person, like I need an ideology that feeds me. I don't have an ideology that gives me high funda nonsense, right? This is exactly how the constitution got passed. Without really people understanding what the constitution, like literally what did he do? They're like, sir, I 100, 200 people of a community said, sir, मुझे खाना चाहिए, आप जाके मुझे represent कीजिए constituent assembly में, वो high pollutant ideas discuss करेंगे, मैं नहीं जानता ये किसके बारे में, you agree for me. मेरा कास्ट बोल रहा है, ये बोल रहा है, वो अग्री कर दिए, मुझे जानना ही नहीं है कि प्रिंसिपल्स क्या होता है. Until today, people don't understand what does half of the constitution mean. मैं जाकर किसी को पूछ रहा हूँ कि सोशलिज्म क्या होता है, और Isn't it?
Right.
Like, I don't know what Samajwad. Like, okay, what is Samajwad? Freedom, equality for everyone. But no, socialism is not that. It's not equality for everyone. वो जानते नहीं, वो theory जानते नहीं, just बोला है, लीडर ने बोला है, मुझे just follow करना है, right? Same thing in South India. Even the intelligentsia likes to talk about highfalutin stuff, but they just want to like push it on everyone because they like have the authority. ये communist, मैं एक बार communist को पूछा, right? If your ideas can't be explained to the common person, what is the worth of your idea? He's like, no, they're too dumb to understand. It is for me to think for them.
Wow.
ये attitude है उनका. I am their savior. They are too dumb to understand. It is for me to think for them. Why is the CCP the way it is? CCP is the way it is because they're like, हाँ, we are the high priests of the community. हम बोलेंगे आपको क्या करना है. तू करो, तुझे पैसे मिलेगा. Which is what ultimately the Chinese people agreed to. They're like, हमें good jobs दो, मुझे खाना दो, मुझे lifestyle दो. I will shut up about free speech. अब सब unravel हो रहा है. नहीं, how dare protest करें. Guarantee नहीं हो रहा है. This is literally what communism does.
Rishi is saying, isn't that the same with libertarians? No, it's not. I'm not the Libertarian Party of India, but if I was the Libertarian Party of India and I was a spokesperson candidate, everything like those two guys were, then I would have separate things to say to separate people. Like this similar criticism comes against vegans as well, that, oh, how will you convince a rickshaw puller to eat tofu? We are not asking a rickshaw puller to eat tofu. He eats more veg meals than a normal guy anyway. We are talking about the upper middle class who are eating meat all day to boycott meat. So we will have separate discourses, separate worded lexicon discourses for separate people. तो गरीब लोग को हम जाके ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि आज से तुम्हारा बंद सब फ्री भोसड़ी के चलो काम पे लगो. उनको लगता है.
And the fundamental thing he seems to miss about libertarians is libertarians believe in your ability to define your social structure. So imagine, एक city में है जगह, in a region where the libertarian would say, अगर आप 20 लोग हैं and you can somehow work a particular business and you will make it successful, it is your right to do it and sell that product to other people. The socialists will say, no. How dare you make this unique thing? We will tell you what to make, and all of you in this whole city, no matter who you are, will make this thing. And we will tell you we have saved you because we have made you not think. We will tell you you're not going to need to think. We're giving you a solution, just follow it like a mental person. And you're owning that. So they'll say, oh, you own the production. See, you own the production, you see? But you're an idiot, you don't understand how to think like us. Libertarians say, you create whatever you want and you achieve the success in that. He doesn't even understand the distinction. I don't know why. I agree with him other things. I said I apologize. I may not know to him earlier, but when he criticizes about libertarians, I'm like, bullshit here.
And Rishi is making an interesting point here that the libertarian guy literally said in your stream that I don't have time to explain all this. See, he was flustered. We were having a 2.5 hour, 3 hour long, unprepared, unscripted podcast with random people from guys who are founders of the party, spokespersons of the party, ideologues of the party. That never happens. That someday these guys will, some people like them will always get flustered. And also, I don't think that guy is personality-wise a debater. Okay, he is a nerd, ideologue guy and an entrepreneur and stuff. So you need to have a personality of a fierce, rabid debater, and only then you will survive situations like those.
I also have a theory that when he came on, he was not prepared for the deluge of questions. So sometimes what happens is you have prepared some as any human would be. You're prepared clearly about something you are going to present. Now, if you're giving a new thing that you were never prepared for, you take time to go study it, build a proper coherent argument when you're going to tell someone. Especially when you're trying to run a party, okay? When you're trying to create a new party, you have to be clear when you come on.
And those guys didn't really have any clue about what exactly the kind of viewership we have, which is very unique and very niche. No, so they are absolutely flabbergasted. What the fuck is this? They are Hindutwadis, Savarkarites, discussing caste, criticizing caste, and also libertarian all of a sudden. Who are these guys? And which is why the guy who was actually more senior to the Tushar guy, Anup Johnson, every time Anup starts talking, people start quitting the live stream because he gets into all emotional tangents and beautiful words and stuff. But our viewership is not like that. It might work on some other channels. on our channels, we have already advanced the conversation so far that Anup is seeming like a backdated speaker here. No one cares about those stuff in particularly our space here. That's a problem. They couldn't realize that. So yeah, Bhupenda, Rashtriya Muslim Manch exists.
Okay, see, you should be, or any organization should have the ability to actually do experiments. What they think it is good, let's do and see if it works or not. Until you do something, an experiment, and check whether if something can be done, how you know it doesn't work? You have not done anything in your life, maybe no experiments, but don't let others be fear of like losing a fear of failure.
No, ironically, it's very libertarian of the RSS. Ironically.
Yeah.
Ironically, it's very libertarian of them. They're like, oh, you do this, you try this, you try that, we'll find the best ideas. The non-libertarian idea will be like, no, we have only one way, and you're not going to try anything else. So everyone has to follow that. Which is actually very
libertarianism works in mysterious ways. It comes up in mysterious places. Now, I would just like to end the live stream by pointing out that we are all expecting too much Savarkarism from a party who hated Savarkar, and Savarkar hated the party, more or less. So we are kind of asking for the wrong things from the wrong people. We are asking Sachin Tendulkar to sing really well, or ask Lata Mangeshkar to bowl really well and bat really well, pretty much here.
Yeah, and one more thing this is the last statement I'll make. This idea that people's ideas, a person who's very, he loved his country and he thought he was looking for the best solution for his country. He was of a time and an environment. And his solutions were for that time and that environment. Just like we expect the constitution to adapt to new times and new environments, we expect our infrastructure to adapt to the new times and new environment. Savarkar's ideas also will change, and the RSS also adapt to that new thing. So we can't expect what Savarkar wanted in that time to be implemented perfectly right now. What we can take is the spirit of Savarkar, the spirit in which he pushed his ideas to be replicated in policy.
Yeah.
And to me, the spirit of his ideas was Hindu unity, right? Hindu unity. Get rid of these fake barriers of caste, hatred, and disagreement. Because fundamentally, he didn't say,
social harmony will happen regardless. We don't have to prioritize it by bypassing other stuff. We just have to recognize citizens as citizens, not on the basis of their caste and stuff.
Because essentially the constitution was about that. The problem happened when you started gradating citizens as more equal than others. To me, I hate the Supreme Court for that the most. When they stated that people are of different gradations because they're fundamentally different, so we have different discrimination. आप बोल रहे हैं कि वो you're basically saying forever they can ever be equal. लेकिन एक statement क्या है भाई? That you're different people. No, you're the same people. You at this stage of your life, the state may not be able to bring you to the same thing. Work together, making you out to reach the same goal. You are essentially the same person. I mean, not same person, same citizen. The state will endeavor to make you the same, regardless where you started from. They're like, no, you're always going to be separate. Ye bol diya. Like I personally, that disagrees with me the most. Because morally, that is irreprehensible to me. It is morally irreprehensible. How can you tell two people they're different?
Do you think
UCC promise equality?
Do you think UCC not applying to tribes will also come back to bite us in the ass decades later?
How are they tribes anymore? They all converted to Christianity. Tribe kaise bane? I don't understand. Then everyone is a tribe. The Native Americans are still then Polish people are tribes.
There's Germanic no clear definition of a tribe even. At some point, all of our ancestors lived in a forest. So forest dwelling is supposed to be a definition for a tribe.
No, tribe, I understand what they're defining tribe as a unique set of customs. Then you're converting Christianity.
The Harry Potter fan club is also a tribe.
No. Forget about it. You convert to Christianity. What is the tribal part of you left? Because you have abandoned your old traditions. What is the tradition now left? It is a performance art. It is demeaning. To accept people who have converted as tribes is demeaning to the tribal people who had those traditions. You're saying there's a costume you wear to dance for someone else, or maybe to dance for yourself, but you abandon everything else about your culture. I think I look at it as demeaning.
I don't know any converted Christians. Do Indian converted Christians work in the same way that Native Americans who are Christians work in that same way, that they are Christians but also keep up all their Native American traditions and stuff?
When they first got converted, when the first Native Americans got converted, same thing happened with even the Romani. They were forced to adopt the local like the white traditions. They were forcibly like brought into churches, and like horrible like violence was inflicted on them. Now they're like, what are we doing? We call ourselves Native Americans, we call ourselves indigenous people, and we're just following the tradition. They all have Christian names now. Their cultures are destroyed. The minute you accept, you still say you're a tribe and a Christian, your indigenous traditions are going to get wiped out. They will get wiped. They get subsumed in the larger.
No, let's say I go to church on Sunday, but also go to a friend's wedding who's also a tribal guy and dance in the tribal way, and therefore I'm tribal.
No, but that is still, it is not your tradition. No, it is just it is like maybe it's
cosplaying. Cosplaying tradition.
It is cosplaying because you want to keep that one aspect alive to say, oh, I'm a tribal. But in every other way, how are you living as a tribal? Are you practicing the same hunting traditions? Are you practicing the same food traditions? Some may be. Are you practicing the same looking at each other in terms of the way you observe each other in your tribal custom? Like for example, in Thai tribal customs, so the Thai Kradai tribe, right? There's certain tribal customs that they follow with one another.
Right.
Do not abandon that because they have Buddhism. So are they following those customs? But Christianity says no, you can't follow those customs.
So have Indian Christians actually, or Indian Christians have they forced that on Indian Christians?
I want that clarity. I want that clarity. Right. To me, I want that clarity. But I know that all Christianity, anywhere it goes, it removes local customs. It wipes it out. It has done it to the Native Americans. It's doing it here as well. Food is being, I think the food is the only thing that lasts longer because you can not like really get rid of food. It's not related to religion. So, but I see it as,
go on.
As negative.
Okay. Bhupender, you had something to say on this?
Last comment. So stop thinking that any political party is for a specific ideology. A political party is there to do its function, to be a political party, and their primary goal is to win elections by any means possible. Okay. Yeah, there would be gradation of here and there, where somebody would be more pro-development, somebody will be less development. But end of the day, stop expecting that any political party will be doing your own bidding just because you have voted for them. You need political parties, one spectrum of your political capital. But as a community, you need social capital. As a community, you need financial capital. And as an extension of your political capital, you would need political parties who would do the bidding for you if you have the social and the financial capital with you. That lack. That's it.
Yeah, and that is what we, at least whatever the senior Hindu leaders have gone on saying, that have told Hindu society to organize. When they say organize, they mean these procedures only. This is called organization. This is called getting organized. Okay, Anand, you had anything to add?
Menak Bhattacharya. Is correct? I'm saying correctly?
Yeah.
Menak?
Yeah.
Okay. He made a good point. Basically, he's right. Exactly my point. Let's get to the point. You observe very interestingly, right? The Northeast culture, right? While they had a lot of diversity in the past, like they have a lot of diversity, right? Over time, the diversity is slowly getting we are now large cookies country. Which will happen. The most powerful of the tribal groups, we'll impose our culture on everyone else. Like one form. That's what will happen. In Abrahamism, in Christianity, is what happens. the largest, the most dominant Christian group imposes culture on all other Christian groups.
Right.
Literally, they impose it because they're like, you're Christian, why do you need a unique culture? Think about it pragmatically. They're like, why do you need a unique culture? You're Christian. Ultimately, everything is about Jesus, right? In Jesus' name.
Yeah.
That's why you look, even now, most Christians in America don't know what their culture. There's no culture. We're white people. What do you mean you're white people? Definitely you are Polish, you are Swedish, you're German. There are unique cultural aspects of each of those communities. The Pole and the German and the Bavarian and the other one, they all have unique, like each region will have its unique custom.
Yes.
But it's all gone in the name of Brewfest.
Right, right.
Everyone is Brewfest, That's what happened to them as well. So if we really want to protect tribals, we would say, if you're going to be a tribal, you cannot be a Christian. Only pure tribals who have kept their indigenous identity, who fall, like Santals, for example, who actually perform nature worship. They don't want to call them Hindu. This is what another problem that's happening in India. Like a lot of people want to call them Hindu. Like, no, they're not Hindu. They're a unique tribe. Let them give themselves a unique tribal name. Don't become Christian. Remain that unique tribal name. We'll protect their identity. Like we're protecting that tribe in the North Sentinelese. Like protecting them, we protect them as well. Santali as well, we protect them. The traditions.
They do in the Savarkarite sense. They are not Sanatan Dharmis. They are not Vedic people.
Yeah. Because now you want to make them. Then you worship the tree. The tree must be some Vedic deity. Like, don't do that. But that's going.
Hasn't that already happened? Hasn't that Sanskritization already happened? And all of their Loka Devatas or Grama Devatas already are a roop of some Hindu deity.
I'll give you an example. Like that Mariamman is a local deity in South India.
Okay.
So local forest, like I don't know, forest, there is some deity.
In Bengali we call it Loko Devata.
No, exactly. You think she's Durga. No, she's not Durga.
Yes.
She doesn't say, specifically says, I am not God. I am not the way you're defining God. Right? A lot of the local tales of Mariamman are not like the way she's like. My point is that you don't force your like the general Hindu identity on them. Make them part of your dharmic fold. Like that's my point. With the problem with a lot of the Hindutva, like the ones on social media, they're like, let's make everyone Hindu. No.
Yeah, it's by that logic that they say South America was Hindu, Hanuman went in Latin America and stuff. Because anyone who was an animist was Hindu. But you see, in this at least aspect, I have to add, I can't defend or criticize it, but this is a procedure that has gone on for 2,000 years, ever since the guys from Haryana came to the rest of the country. So now why should just these specific some tribes get left behind? We have also said that yes, we want to worship you as Durga. This is just another roop of Durga. That is the process of Sanskritization and the accommodation and the accumulation of all these tribes into the Sanatan fold. That is how Tantra is Hindu now.
No, the reason I become Mariamman is because this is unfortunately it affects politics as well. When Hindu group,
exactly. Sorry. I had to add this, that when you say that don't turn them into Hindu, but have them in the dharmic fold, then you mean only in the political sense. But I think that was what was the goal anyway when it was being done as a part of Sanskritization anyway, because that was the politics of the day. That was the way politics was done back in the day.
No, but that came from digestion. Means the two communities were like, okay, we are interacting on a regular basis.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. This is different. Yeah. This is saying that we want to see, like, this is what Christians do. They do the same thing. They're like, oh, I want to see Jesus in everything. I want to Jesus in your godlike nonsense. Like, God, that's not Jesus. God is not Jesus. You keep quiet.
Yeah, there's a subtle difference.
You cannot see your God in everything. So what you do is you create a dharmic ecosystem. You let the Mariamman followers believe that if they want to not believe they're Hindu, fine. You're not Hindu, but you're part of the dharmic fold. You're part of the larger Southeast Asian Indian subcontinent dharmic fold. You will get a lot more people in the I think RSS is doing very well in the Northeast, if I'm not wrong. I've heard some places they're doing very well. Good job they're doing. They're bringing people to dharmic.
Yeah. That just political unity. Let's see. I don't know. Without the theological backing, can people be convinced to unite just politically?
Yeah, I think
the job gets easier if they just get called Durga's roop.
No, it gets harder. We love our personal identities. We are resistant to change, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
but we are part of a group that like is like this thing, big tent, right? That is like, okay, you can be your unique thing, and why was Hinduism so successful even in Southeast Asia? Because they let the local kings define the Hindu deities the way they want. Why is Bali the longest serving Hindu kingdom? Because if you go see the local Bali Hindu deities, they have no connection to the local Hindu deities here. It's a unique kind of Hindu deity.
Same way, Panjuli and Gulika worshippers got brought into the Hindu fold.
Yes.
The Brahmins reached there and said that yes, there was a fight between Panjuli and Gulika, and Ma Durga came and solved the fight.
Maybe she did.
Yeah. But that was the politics of the day, and you are saying that was consensual, and it's not so consensual anymore.
No, I'm saying it can be consensual. We should resist the temptation to not make it consent at some point.
Yeah. The temptation to impose. Fair enough. This is a nice argument that I. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. This was a very phenomenal discussion. Thank you very much for having this discussion, and hope to have many more of these. And thanks to all the nice people who joined the live chat and furthered this beautiful conversation. And
thanks, Chelsea, for your criticism. Thank you.
We have criticized RSS harder than commies today. And yes, Bhupenda, good job of representing RSS without any payment, because for Rashtra and Dharma.
Yeah, but people should go to the Shakha once. They should go.
Yeah.
I answered all the questions. They should hold their part of the bargain.
Yeah.
One benefit of this discussion is I'm not thinking about the heat in Bangalore right now. It's really hot. So good thing.
I see.
It's hot. The fan is on at max and I'm boiling.
I see. Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining the discussion. Thank you, guys. Good night. Bye-bye.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো